I was reborn in the womb as Sun Wukong in the world of Dragon Ball. As a reincarnator, I know all too well that this world will face crisis after crisis in the future, foes that only the pure-hearted Sun Wukong could barely overcome. As a mere imposter wearing his skin, how far can I truly go? Forget it, since I am here already. That day when Bulma arrived at Mount Baozi, my system suddenly awakened. In your previous life, you and Bulma ventured together sharing life and death trials, yet in the end you still did not end up together. In this life, you must prevent Bulma and the Turtle Hermit from completing their illicit transaction. Reward Bukujutsu, the skydancing technique. In your previous life, Bulma's youth was squandered by the scumbag Yamcha. In this life, make her utterly disappointed in him. Reward Kamehameha. In your previous life, your neglect of family caused Chi-Chi's temperament to change drastically, leaving her married life filled with unhappiness. In this life, you must let her truly feel your care. Reward your current combat strength will be doubled. In your previous life, number 18 wanted to kill you, but due to various twists of fate, she did not. In this life, defeat her with your own strength. Reward Charm 10. On Baozi Mountain, a little boy with a tail let it dangle lazily in the water. Suddenly, a massive fish weighing nearly a ton burst out of the surface, its bloody maw gaping as it lunged to swallow the boy whole. Instead of panicking, the boy grew excited. He suddenly kicked out at the giant fish, and with a sharp cry it rolled its eyes and went limp on the spot. Then the boy turned with carefree ease and, as if utterly used to it, hoisted the huge fish onto his shoulder and strode toward the mountaintop. As he walked, he sighed softly to himself. "All my luck is really terrible today. I failed to catch a bear, and on top of that I didn't manage to get that tiger either. I can only eat fish again." Not long after he left, a tiger stealthily slipped out from the trees. It stared in the direction where the boy had disappeared, and the thick terror in its eyes gradually subsided. Though the tiger looked huge, weighing 300 to 400 gene, its belly was sunken and flat. It was obvious it had gone without food for days. At that moment, the tiger's nose twitched. It seemed to have caught the scent of weak prey. A spark of vigor instantly lit up its eyes, and it hurriedly bounded down toward the foot of the mountain. On the mountaintop, a voice rang out. "Grandpa, I'm back." Hearing the call, Sun Wukong came out of the small hut, eyes crinkling into a kindly smile. "Oh, Wukong, you're back," Sun Wukong said. "Come inside quickly and take a look." The orb inside suddenly started glowing. The Dragon Ball is shining. The boy set the fish down and hurriedly dashed into the house. He was Wukong, but not the original Son Goku. In his previous life, he had been nothing more than an ordinary person on Earth and a devoted Dragon Ball fan at that. An accident had caused him to be reborn on planet Vegeta as Kakarot. Before he could even speak Bardock, and Jin had sent him away to Earth. Later, he was adopted by Sun Wukong, who gave him the name Sun Wukong. As a Dragon Ball fan who had become the very protagonist, he swore to train diligently and surpass the original Son Goku in strength. In his childish dreams of adulthood, he would stomp Frieza underfoot and pummel Cell with his fists, with Bulma in his left arm and Android 18 in his right. Only when he grew older did he realize how outrageously unrealistic a child's fantasies could be. In this world, the difficulty of increasing one's strength was nearly the same as growing wealthy had been in his previous life. Or rather, to be precise, advancing in power here was even harder than making money back then. At 3 years old, when a child should be in the prime of physical growth, his grandfather had him up at 5 in the morning for runs at dawn, making him jog dozens of kilometers along the mountain paths. At 5, when normal Earth children should have been enjoying kindergarten, his grandfather was already teaching him to chop wooden stakes barehanded and smash huge stones against his chest. After several years of such training, he fully understood that Son Goku's abilities did not come from the innate battle power in his Saiyan blood alone, but were forged drop by drop from sweat. In the world of Dragon Ball, what was truly formidable was not the Saiyan race, but the martial arts fanatic Son Goku with a pure childlike heart. As with the difference between a top student and a hopeless underachiever, their destinies were bound to diverge completely. Only after grasping how arduous cultivation truly was did he realize that even as Wukong, no matter how hard he tried, he might still never make it past the hurdle of Piccolo Daimao in the future. Even so, his mindset remained decent. He did not simply give up on himself. "Since I'm already here, I'll just take things as they come," he had thought. So he settled down with peace of mind, living on the mountain with his grandfather and practicing martial arts. He carefully kept track of the days and never went out on nights of the full moon. Thus, as the seasons turned from cold to warm and back again, 11 years slipped by, and he had completely blended into this life. The 4-star ball pulsed again and again, flashing with a soft orange glow. Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wukong with doting eyes and chuckled. "After all these years, I only just discovered that this treasure can actually shine. It must be worth a great deal of money. Why don't we go to the city and sell it, and save the money to find you a wife someday?" Dragon Balls only glowed when they drew near each other. Familiar with the story, Wukong knew at once. Bulma had arrived. In the past, he had yearned daily for her to appear, and the days had dragged on like years. Later, he forgot all about it, and time instead began to pass swiftly. Son Wukong hastily shook his head. Grandpa, you go roast the fish first. A girl has come up the mountain. I'm worried that Tiger will eat her. For safety, Sake, I have to go meet her. Without waiting for Sun Wufan to respond, Sun Wukong bolted down the mountain. Sun Wufan scratched his head in confusion. That boy Wukong, he muttered. In this desolate wild mountain of ours, how could a girl possibly come visiting? Seeing that Wukong had vanished in the blink of an eye, Sun Wufan could only withdraw his gaze. That child Wukong has grown up in the blink of an eye. With his martial skills, he should be allowed to go out and temper himself to see the wider world. Halfway up the mountain, Bulma stepped out of her vehicle and tapped a few times on the dragon radar. Following the device's indication, she tilted her head to look up toward the summit. The Dragon Ball reading is getting stronger and stronger. It should be somewhere around here, a little farther to the west. Bulma put the radar away, got back into the car, and continued driving forward. Just then a tiger's roar echoed out, and a huge white-browed tiger with drooping eyelids leapt out to block her path. Before Bulma could even step on the brakes, the tiger slapped a massive paw down on her still-moving car. A tiger. As the striped face loomed closer to her window, Bulma cringed into a trembling ball of fear. In her panic, she hurriedly reached for the handgun she always carried. But with a casual swipe of its paw, the tiger jostled the car, and the vehicle along with Bulma inside rolled over onto its side. The pistol slipped from her grasp and dropped into the crack beneath the seat. Bulma's pupils blew wide, every hair on her body standing on end in that instant. This is bad. I'm going to die. Just as doom seemed inevitable, Sun Wukong's figure shot in like a bolt. There was a muffled bang. Before Bulma could see clearly what had happened, the tiger was already sent flying. In the next moment, her overturned car was lifted upright and the door was pulled open. When she opened her eyes, she saw a little boy with clear, limpid eyes. Realizing she had been saved, a trace of joy unconsciously bloomed on her panic-stricken face. She looked at Wukong, and Wukong looked back at her. At that moment, a line of information flashed through Sun Wukong's mind. In your previous life, you and Bulma adventured together and grew side by side, yet in the end you never became a couple, which she deeply regretted afterward. Your life has been reset. In this lifetime, protect her well, and give her a sense of absolute safety. Quest: help Bulma escape danger. Reward: battle power 10. Sun Wukong's gaze hardened. So, this is my golden finger, my cheat ability. But only 10 points of battle power. That's far too stingy, isn't it? As Bulma came back to her senses, she pushed the car door open. Was it you who just saved me? Thank you so much, she said. Just then the tiger that had been sent flying suddenly rolled over and climbed back to its feet, letting out a thunderous roar at the two of them. Bulma cried out in fright once more and hurried to hide behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dragged his thoughts back to reality and drew out the Rui Jingu Bang. The tiger seemed to recognize him as well and abruptly turned tail to flee, but a cold gleam flashed in Wukong's eyes. Where do you think you're going? He shouted, sweeping the staff toward the tiger. Rui staff, extend. In the instant the staff swept out horizontally, it shot longer at extreme speed and slammed heavily into the tiger's spine. A crisp crack rang out as bone shattered. The tiger let out a blood-curdling scream as it was knocked flying, its body crashing through a section of rocky hillside, before finally slamming to the ground with a heavy thud. The Rocky Mountains were shattered so much that the tiger must surely be dead. Bulma watched in astonishment as the small Wukong managed to kill such a large tiger with just one strike, involuntarily gasping in shock. Inwardly amazed, she thought, this little brat is quite powerful. Before Sun Wukong could speak, a message flashed through his mind. Task: help Bulma escape danger complete. Reward: combat power 10 has been received. At that moment, Sun Wukong felt a surge of strength flowing through him. Sun Wukong clenched his fist and couldn't help but reflect, just a 10-point increase in combat power makes me feel so much stronger. It seems that completing tasks is far easier than enduring arduous training. Bulma finally let out a deep sigh of relief as she saw the tiger had been completely defeated. She bent down towards Wukong, extending her hand. Thank you so much for saving me just now. I am Bulma, please take care of me. Hello, I am Sun Wukong, please take care of me. The two lightly shook hands and then released each other. Bulma looked Wukong up and down, asking, have you always lived in this mountain? Wukong nodded. Yes, I live on the mountain with my grandpa. You are the first girl to come to this mountain. Come with me, my grandpa should have prepared grilled fish. He'll treat you to it. Hearing Wukong's words, Bulma clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, slightly retreating her body. What? Why do you want to treat me to food? You aren't inviting me just because you think I'm pretty, are you? The young girl Bulma had quite a bit of inner dialogue. Sun Wukong smiled kindly at her, saying, don't worry, my grandpa said to treat girls gently, especially pretty girls. Upon hearing the compliment about her beauty, Bulma's eyes sparkled as she blinked, then playfully and affirmatively said, yes, treating girls gently is indeed the way to go. Thus Bulma relaxed and walked up the mountain with Wukong chatting and laughing. Suddenly Sun Wukong turned his head back. Bulma was startled. Why did you stop? Wukong looked at the tiger's corpse behind her and said, this tiger has been around Baozi Mountain for a while. Oh, today I finally caught it. It can't be left here. I'll just take it back with me. Saying this, Sun Wukong had already hoisted the tiger onto his shoulders and continued walking in front of Bulma. This tiger weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. It sized several times that of Wukong. The massive body of the tiger contrasted sharply with Wukong's small figure, creating a striking image. Bulma was utterly astonished, thinking to herself, what a powerful little brat. Not only is his martial skill impressive, but he is also incredibly strong. Perhaps I can let him accompany me to find the Dragon Balls and protect me along the way. The two walked for a short while before reaching the mountaintop. The grilled fish made by Grandpa Gohan was wafting with delicious aromas. Sun Wukong shouted Grandpa back. Grandpa's son Gohan turned his head while grilling the fish. "Ah, you're back so soon." When he saw Bulma beside Wukong, he was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, Wukong, you really have a beautiful girl visiting." Grandpa's son Gohan immediately stood up and said to Bulma, "Welcome, welcome." Seeing the kind-looking Gohan, Bulma's previous wariness completely vanished. She immediately introduced herself respectfully. "Hello, Grandpa, my name is Bulma." Gohan responded with a cheerful smile. "Hello, I am Wukong's grandpa. My name is Son Gohan." As he looked her over, he said, "From your attire, you seem quite fashionable. You must have come from the city, right? There are many wild beasts on this mountain. Oh, what brings you here?" Bulma took out the radar and explained, "I came here to search for Dragon Balls." Gohan blinked a bit confused. "Dragon Balls, what are those?" To make it easier to explain, Bulma opened her bag and took out 2 Dragon Balls. "It's this." Gohan was surprised. "These 2 balls look exactly like the ones we have at home." Bulma nodded and continued, "These are the Dragon Balls. I found one in my family's warehouse, and out of curiosity about what it was, I began my investigation." Bulma quickly explained the function of the Dragon Balls. Son Gohan wasn't particularly interested in the Dragon Balls, but he was intrigued by her quest to collect them. "So it means that you need to collect 7 of these from all over the world for them to be useful." Bulma nodded yes. Son Gohan looked at Wukong and then back at Bulma. "Well, for a girl like you to collect these all over the world, it's truly too dangerous. How about I let my grandson accompany you? He'll definitely be able to protect you." Just moments ago, Bulma was contemplating how to trick him into going on an adventure with her, and now this old grandpa was voluntarily offering him to her, which made Bulma's face light up with joy. "Really, Grandpa?" Gohan didn't answer directly, but looked at Wukong. "Wukong, you are grown up now. It's time for you to go down the mountain and see the world. Why not take this opportunity to go on an adventure with her?" Saying this, Gohan leaned closer to Wukong's ear. "Make sure to protect her on the way, and it would be even better if you could marry her in the future." Wukong nodded. "Grandpa, can I go on an adventure with her? What about you? Will you stay here alone on the mountain?" Son Gohan smiled. "There's something I haven't told you. A few days ago, my teacher's sister introduced me to a job working on a boiler. It includes meals and accommodation plus 5 social insurances and 1 fund. Perfect for retirement. Once you leave, Grandpa can rest assured to go to work. By then, the money I earn will be saved up for you to grow up and marry a wife." Son Wukong. "All right then, not dead yet, and can go work at Flame Mountain. There must be some fate with the Supreme Old Lord." Bulma had a hearty meal of grilled fish under the hospitality of Wukong and his grandpa. In the afternoon, Wukong and Bulma bid farewell to Gohan and rode away from Baozi Mountain on a motorcycle. The journey went smoothly. When they reached a patch of woods, Bulma suddenly stopped the bike. Covering her mouth, she said a bit shyly, "Excuse me for a moment, wait for me." Son Wukong understood what she was about to do and nodded. "Don't go too far." Got it. Bulma disappeared into the grass. In your past life, you behaved like a foolish boy in front of Bulma, causing her to never consider developing a romantic relationship with you while you hadn't yet matured in height. Your life has restarted. Please change her impression of you. Task: please intervene immediately when she is in danger to prevent her from wetting her pants. Reward: combat power 10. Upon seeing this message, Son Wukong's body shook. Wow, another 10 points of combat power. If this task is completed, it would save him a year of effort. Just then a scream came from the bushes. Son Wukong didn't dare to delay and immediately ran towards the grass. When he pushed aside the grass, he saw a gigantic pterodactyl grabbing Bulma. Bulma was crying out loudly, bound in its claws. The dinosaur looked at Son Wukong and spoke human words. "Who are you? Are you this girl's accomplice?" Son Wukong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he drew his Rui Jingu Bang and pointed it at the pterodactyl. "Let her go." Inside the castle of the Bull Demon King, Bulma was holding a radar searching for the Dragon Balls. Soon she found one, joyfully cradling it in her hands. "Found it. Here it is. 1, 2, 3, 7. This is the 7-star ball." However, after her cheer, she realized she was alone. "Hey, where's Goku?" Bulma walked out of the treasure room holding the Dragon Ball. After a moment, she spotted Goku, who seemed to be having a conversation with the Bull Demon King. Shishi was standing beside them, appearing shy as she turned her head away, blushing. Bulma walked over to them. Goku, I found the 6th Dragon Ball. The Bull Demon King Goku and Shishi all turned to Bulma. Goku said, you found it so quickly. That's wonderful. Bulma grinned. Hee hee, you're right, we are so lucky. We're just one away from gathering them all. Son Wukong nodded. Yeah, let's hurry and find the last Dragon Ball. Bulma immediately replied, but our car is out of gas. If only we could refuel it. The Bull Demon King promptly responded, that's easy to fix. There's a large village nearby, and there's a gas station there. Just mention my name, and you can refuel for free. Hearing the Bull Demon King's tone, which sounded like a gang leader, Bulma quickly shook her head. That would be too much trouble for you. Don't worry, I have enough money with me. The Bull Demon King smiled. It's no problem, after all, we're family now. To celebrate extinguishing the fire, I'm preparing a feast tonight. Let's have a big meal together. Goku noticed that Bulma seemed uncomfortable here and asked, Bulma, do you want to stay for a night? Bulma felt that the Bull Demon King had a rather shady vibe and didn't want to stay. So she politely said, no, that would be too much of a waste of time. We still need to find the last Dragon Ball, so I won't bother you any longer. The Bull Demon King nodded in such a hurry. Then I won't keep you, I wish you a smooth journey. Bulma nodded, thank you. Then she took Goku's hand. Then we'll take our leave. Goodbye. After saying that, they walked down the mountain. The Bull Demon King immediately called out, wait. Bulma was startled. She hesitated, wondering what he wanted and if he wouldn't let them leave. She turned around to see the Bull Demon King pointing in another direction. You're going the wrong way. I said the gas station is in that direction, go downhill over there. Bulma nodded, oh thank you. The two then changed direction to leave. Watching their figures gradually disappear, Shishi shouted, Goku, don't forget to come find me. The Bull Demon King affectionately ruffled Shishi's hair, saying, Chi-Chi, Goku is so outstanding, you must work hard to learn to be a good wife, otherwise you might lose to that girl named Bulma. Shishi nodded earnestly. I understand, I will study hard, Dad. Soon several days passed. Bulma was driving the car when it suddenly stalled. Goku curiously asked, what's wrong, Bulma? Bulma scratched her head and said, oh, we've run out of gas again. Goku replied, out of gas? Then let's get out and walk. You've been driving for days, it's been tough for you. If you don't want to walk, I can carry you. Bulma smiled. That's not necessary, and we won't have to walk too far. According to the map, there's a small town just 5 kilometers ahead. Oh, is that so? That's great. The Outofka's car could be stored away in a universal capsule, which had changed many aspects of life. Thus Bulma put away the car and walked with Goku towards the next small town. After a moment, they arrived at a town ruled by a rabbit army. They headed straight for the gas station. They needed to not only fill up the car, but also fill the gas can, or they wouldn't be able to travel for hundreds of kilometers. Bulma handed money to Goku, saying, Goku, you stay here and watch the gas while I go buy some things. Goku nodded. Don't go too far. Although this is a city, it might not be safe. Bulma smiled and replied, don't be so cautious, this is a town, not a mountain. It's so bustling, how could it possibly be unsafe? After saying that, Bulma entered a nearby store alone. At the same time, 2 soldiers from the rabbit army appeared on the street, causing chaos. Children who blocked their path were kicked aside and a fruit stand was toppled, apples scattering all over the ground. The vendors behind quickly retreated. They wreaked havoc, knocking over stands and taking their goods just to avoid trouble, and no one dared to pursue them. Anyone who encountered them kept their distance. Even dogs that came near were kicked aside. Moments later, Bulma walked out of the clothing store in a new outfit holding 2 bottles of soda. With her new clothes and beauty, Bulma was the most dazzling girl on the street at that moment. She looked around and wondered, why has the street suddenly become so quiet and dreary? At that moment, she spotted 2 soldiers adorned with rabbit decorations causing chaos. They had knocked over a tea stall and porcelain shards littered the ground. The owner cowered in fear, trembling. Bulma couldn't help but frown. Those 2 guys are outrageous. The vendor selling cold drinks saw them passing by and immediately said, Miss, hurry inside and hide. They are bad people. Bulma was taken aback. Bad people? Is the town in such disarray too? The vendor quickly explained, you don't know. They are from the rabbit army, don't provoke them. Just as the vendor finished speaking, the 2 soldiers from the rabbit army looked in their direction. The vendor immediately tensed up and shrank back into their shop, peeking out. The 2 rabbit army soldiers exchanged glances and smiled. Hey, there's a little girl up ahead who looks quite cute. Yes, she seems pretty nice. Soon the 2 soldiers approached Bulma. Hey miss, come hang out with us. A glint of fierceness flashed in Bulma's eyes. Who are you? The tall officer chuckled. Turns out you're an outsider, no wonder you're not afraid of us. Let me tell you, in this town no one dares to mess with our rabbit army. Even the children hide from us when they see us. Bulma questioned, oh really? Then what do you want? The shorter soldier lewdly rubbed his hands together and laughed. We don't want anything. We just want to invite you to have some fun with us, Bulma sighed and replied, I don't have time to entertain you. If you don't want to get beaten, stay away from me, got it? After saying that, Bulma turned to walk towards the gas station. At that moment, the tall soldier pulled out a gun and pointed it at Bulma. You little girl, you're pretty bold, huh? Tired of living? Seeing the system's reward, son Wukong couldn't help but be taken aback. The art of sky dancing. Now I can fly on my own, so the Nimbus cloud won't be that important. Besides, with my not so pure heart, it's highly unlikely that I could ride the Nimbus cloud anyway. Son Wukong glanced back at the house where lights had already been turned on, and he could vaguely hear Bulma washing up. He thought to himself that at this moment Bulma wouldn't be able to ride the Nimbus cloud either. The reward for sending the sea turtle back could just be that Dragon Ball. It would serve two purposes. After pondering, Wukong said to the turtle, "Wait a moment, I'll go get you some water." Thank you, thank you." A moment later, Wukong brought a bucket of water back to the turtle and informed Bulma about sending the turtle home. Bulma felt the journey was too far and refused, saying, "No way, no way. I only have a month of summer vacation left, and I can't waste time sending it home. In addition to completing the task, there's also a Dragon Ball with Master Roshi. We must make a trip to Ros's place." Wukong said, "Bulma, why don't you use the Dragon Ball radar to take a look? Maybe there's a Dragon Ball near the seaside in that direction." "What are you talking about? That's too coincidental." Bulma was taken aback for a moment, but still picked up the Dragon Ball radar. After pressing a few buttons, Bulma's expression immediately brightened. "Wow, it's true. There really is a Dragon Ball 120 kilometers to the south, and it's right by the sea." Son Wukong smiled and said, "See, now doing good deeds and finding the Dragon Ball won't conflict. Let's go. You ride the motorcycle, and I'll run with the big sea turtle on my back." Bulma couldn't help but blink in surprise. "What? You want to run with the big sea turtle on your back? Even if you run very fast, the shore is 120 kilometers away. Given the road conditions, it would take 2 hours on a motorcycle. Moreover, you're carrying such a heavy sea turtle." Wukong smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can run just as fast as your motorcycle." Bulma put away the capsule house. The three of them sped towards the sea. Bulma watched as the motorcycle reached speeds over 70 km/h, and with Wukong sprinting ahead, she couldn't help but be astonished. Carrying a 400-pound tiger up the mountain is impressive enough, but I can't believe he can run with a sea turtle that weighs several times more and still keep pace with a motorcycle. This guy must be a monster. As Bulma was lost and thought the distance between them widened a bit, she quickly snapped back to reality and twisted the throttle to catch up with Wukong. 2 hours later, the trio finally arrived at the seaside. The sea turtle was exhilarated to see the long-lost ocean. "Great! We've finally reached the seaside, woo." The sea turtle excitedly rushed into the water. "Hey, you all wait here for a moment. You saved me, so I need to tell Master Roshi so he can repay you." Bulma put her hands on her hips curiously and asked, "Master Roshi? Isn't he a god who intends to grant us a treasure?" The sea turtle seemed not to have heard Bulma's doubts, and without answering dove straight into the sea. Bulma wasn't very interested in treasures since her family was wealthy, but her goal was the Dragon Ball, so she took out the Dragon Ball radar. Upon seeing the coordinates of the Dragon Ball, she was stunned. She immediately panicked and looked at Wukong. "Oh no, Wukong, it seems that the Dragon Ball is at the bottom of the sea ahead. I didn't bring a submarine, or what should I do?" Wukong waved his hand reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, Bulma. Even if the Dragon Ball is at the bottom of the sea, I can get it for you." Bulma looked at son Wukong in astonishment, blinking her eyes. "Wukong, I feel so lucky to have encountered you on this journey. If it weren't for you, I would have been eaten by a monster." Wukong smiled and replied, "You're just lucky. Just a reminder, when Master Roshi arrives, don't say anything silly, and I will definitely help you get the Dragon Ball." Bulma nodded trustingly. "Okay, I won't say anything." Not living by the sea, she rarely had the chance to see the ocean. Since they had to wait for a while, Wukong took off his shoes, rolled up his pants, and started playing by the sea. Seeing that Wukong was having fun, Bulma got interested too. "Wukong, keep an eye on my stuff while I change into my swimsuit to play for a bit." Wukong immediately interrupted, "No, don't change. What if Master Roshi sees you later?" Bulma curiously blinked her eyes. "Do you know Master Roshi?" Wukong thought for a moment and replied, "I've never met him, but I know of him. He is my grandfather's martial arts teacher, and he's a great person, but he's also a very lecherous old man, so don't let him take advantage of you. Also, even gods can be lecherous." Bulma looked at Wukong, and a slight smile suddenly appeared on her face as she covered her slightly flushed cheeks, playfully asking, "Wukong, are you jealous that I might wear a swimsuit in front of Master Roshi?" Before Wukong could answer, Bulma couldn't help but cover her face, lost in delight. "I can't help it. As a clever and beautiful girl like me, my charm is too great, and it really troubles me. If only you were a little older, then I could make you my boyfriend." Bulma seemed to have thought of something, and her cheeks turned even redder. Wukong looked at her flushed cheeks, wondering, what is she so enamored about? I remember that it seems no boy in her school pursued her, so she thought of gathering the Dragon Balls to wish for a boyfriend. But it's strange. Bulma is so beautiful. She could be considered the beauty of the Dragon Balls. How could no one be pursuing her? A moment later, both Wukong and Bulma heard a call from afar. They looked towards the sea. An old man in a floral shirt was slowly approaching them riding on the sea turtle. Bulma couldn't help but be surprised. Is this Master Roshi? What a trendy old man. Don't say anything. Oh. Bulma covered her mouth. Soon Master Roshi and the sea turtle reached the shore. Hi. Sorry to keep you waiting. Master Roshi jumped off the sea turtle and looked at Bulma and Wukong. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Wukong. I heard you saved my sea turtle, so let me give you a treasure as a reward. Saying that, Master Roshi pointed to the sky and shouted, Come forth, immortal bird. Nothing happened. A crow flew over the heads of the people, and Master Roshi stood there scratching his head in confusion. The sea turtle immediately reminded him, wasn't the immortal bird poisoned to death? Bulma blinked. Can the immortal bird die too? Master Roshi scratched his head saying, Oh dear, I forgot. I named it the immortal bird because I hoped it wouldn't die. Bulma looked as if she suddenly understood. Then what should I give you? Let me think. Wukong quickly interrupted Master Roshi. Grandpa, can you give us the bead hanging on your chest? What? Hearing the word bead, Bulma reflexively looked at Master Roshi. Sure enough, he had a Dragon Ball hanging on his chest. Upon seeing the Dragon Ball, Bulma's expression instantly brightened, yet she remembered Wukong's reminder and held back from speaking. The turtle hermit took out the Dragon Ball and said, Is this what you mean? I found it at the bottom of the sea 100 years ago and thought it was beautiful, so I made it into a necklace. It hasn't faded over the years. It must be a treasure worth its weight in gold. Seeing Goku's eager gaze, the large turtle immediately added, Since it's of no use to me, I'll just give it to him. He did bring me back from so far. The turtle hermit glanced at the large turtle and then at Goku. All right then, this orb shall be a gift for you as a token of gratitude. The turtle hermit handed the Dragon Ball to son Wukong. Goku weighed the Dragon Ball in his hands and directly passed it to Bulma. Here, take it. Bulma happily held the Dragon Ball in her palm. Great. It's actually a 3-star ball. If it were in the sea, finding it would be difficult. How lucky we are. In an instant, a spark of realization flashed through Goku's mind. He immediately understood the principle of the sky dance technique and mastered it proficiently. It was as if he had used it 1,000,000 times before. Having obtained the 4th Dragon Ball, Goku and Bulma bid farewell to the turtle hermit and set off on their journey once again. Bulma rode the motorcycle carrying son Wukong, laughing joyfully. Woohoo, this is amazing. We've quickly gathered 4 Dragon Balls. We're so lucky. The two chatted and laughed as they headed towards the next Dragon Ball. Soon 3 days passed, and they arrived near the 5th Dragon Ball. Bulma looked closely at son Wukong, somewhat puzzled. It's only been a few days, but why do I feel like you've grown taller? Son Wukong smiled and replied, Really? Maybe I'm just going through a growth spurt. Bulma thought for a moment. Many classmates could grow from a small height to 6 feet tall in just half a year at a certain age. Growing taller seems to happen within a certain time frame. So Bulma nodded and said, That's true. Boys tend to develop later. I guess it's your time to grow taller now. Goku nodded. That's right, well, I must be in my prime growing period. Bulma didn't dwell on Goku's height any longer and opened the radar to scan ahead. Great. Goku, we're almost there. According to the radar, there's a Dragon Ball 10 kilometers ahead. Goku floated up into the sky and looked ahead. I see the village now. Bulma looked up at Goku in surprise, curious. Hey, how can you fly? Son Wukong looked down at Bulma. This is called the sky dance technique. It's a martial art. Bulma blinked in astonishment. There's such a martial art. That's impressive. Son Wukong chuckled. Actually, it's just a simple trick. It's nothing special. Bulma showed a hint of interest and asked, You say the sky dance technique is a simple trick. Is it easy to learn? Can you teach me? Son Wukong scratched his head and said, Teaching you is no problem, but with your physical condition it might be hard for you to learn. Even if you do learn it, flying is much more tiring than walking. You might get exhausted after flying just a few hundred meters. Bulma twitched her mouth and waved her hand. All right, I won't learn it then. I knew it. If flying were easy to learn, people wouldn't have invented airplanes. That analogy is quite fitting. Bulma said proudly, Of course. I'm the #1 genius scientist on Earth. The two continued chatting as they walked towards the village ahead. As soon as they entered the village, they heard a girl's piercing scream in the distance. Oh no, please don't. Lord Oolong, please spare my daughter. I beg you. At that moment, a giant rose from the ground where the voice was coming from. Bulma saw the towering giant and felt her legs go weak. She quickly hid behind Goku and said, Goku, there's a monster. Can you handle it? He looked at the towering giant and naturally guessed it was Oolong. However, he was a bit puzzled. Since they encountered Oolong, why wasn't there a mission? Goku seemed to understand that dealing with Oolong was not a significant issue. Goku patted his chest and replied, Of course I can. I'm very strong. Bulma quickly said, Then I'll wait here. You go and defeat that monster. Goku, what a ruthless and heartless beauty. Seeing Goku's reaction, Bulma looked puzzled. What's wrong? Are you scared too? Goku shook his head. I'm not scared. What I mean is before you kill the monster, ask about the Dragon Balls first. Now they would surely be willing to trade the Dragon Balls for me to defeat that monster. Bulma's eyes lit up. I didn't expect you to be so clever. So now will you chase the monster away first? Goku nodded. Yes, if the monster runs away you can go over. Alright. Son Wukong drew out his Rui Bang and dashed towards the giant. He shouted, You bold monster, let go of that girl. Oolong, holding the little girl, paused for a moment, as did Oolong himself. Realizing what was happening, Oolong laughed heartily. Haha, you little brat, aren't you afraid I'll stomp you to death? Son Wukong gripped the Rui Bang tightly and swung it towards Oolong. Monster, take this. Seeing Son Wukong swing down with all his might, Oolong was startled. He immediately released the little girl and rolled aside to dodge the stick. However, the next moment the sight that met him sent chills down his spine. The Rui Bang struck the ground with a thunderous bang, sending countless tiles flying. With such a light swing from Goku, the power was still astonishing. Seeing this, Oolong dared not continue his attack on the girl and immediately transformed into a bird and flew away. The little girl looked at Son Wukong with excitement, saying, You're amazing. Thank you for saving me. Goku waved his hand casually and smiled. No need to be polite. Seeing Goku's face up close, the little girl's cheeks turned slightly pink. She shyly said, Thanks to you for saving me, I'll become your bride to repay you. Son Wukong was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. No need. At that moment, the villagers all opened their doors and came out. Young man, you're amazing. You drove off Oolong with just one swing. How brave. The girl's father said, Young man, thank you for saving my daughter. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. The neighbors praised Goku for being formidable and for driving off Oolong. Just as everyone was relieved, a villager suddenly sighed. It's hard to come across such a powerful warrior, yet we didn't hit him, and Oolong still managed to escape. My daughter is still in his hands, and her life and death are unknown. As soon as he finished speaking, another villager chimed in, Who isn't? My daughter has been taken for 2 months. I'm so worried. Yeah, my daughter too, my poor daughter. Warrior, if you can rescue my daughter, I'll give her to you in marriage. Me too, my daughter is even prettier. The villagers all hoped Goku would go rescue their daughters, proposing such conditions. Goku couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Is the local culture so bold? At that moment, Bulma walked over holding a Dragon Ball. Hey, hello everyone. Sorry to interrupt, has anyone seen this kind of orb? The villagers all looked at the Dragon Ball. Bulma continued, You don't need to marry your daughters to him, just help us find a similar orb, and we'll stay behind to help eliminate the monster. An old lady immediately shouted, Oh, I have an identical one at home. Not far from the village, the transformation of Oolong came to an end, reverting to his original form as a little pig, twisting and turning as he hurried home. After a moment, the sight of Oolong's home came into view, prompting him to stop. He glanced back, nervously relieved to find no one following him, and let out a deep sigh. Phew, thankfully I ran fast. This poor little pig almost got killed. With his emotions settled, Oolong stepped into his home. His home was quite grand, a large villa. Upon entering, he could see several girls living inside. Some were applying makeup, others indulging in delicious food, while a few practiced yoga, looking utterly content. As soon as they saw Oolong return, one girl greeted him while putting on makeup. Oolong is back. Oolong had just calmed his heart from the near-death experience and responded as calmly as possible, Yes, I'm back. The girl did not seem to care about his condition and was oblivious to his unease. As Oolong was about to enter to rest, suddenly a voice called out to him. Oolong, wait a moment. We're running low on cosmetics, so when you have time, bring some back. Oolong nodded, Okay, sure. Another girl added, Oolong, the fruits at home are almost gone. Please buy some more when you come back. By the way, I love durians and cherries, and also get some more milk tea. Oolong nodded again. Got it, I'll help you buy it next time I go out. After 2 girls spoke up, the other 2 girls also chimed in with their requests. Oolong, it's already summer, we all need new clothes. I'm out of money, so give me 1 million. Oolong twitched at the corner of his mouth. 1 million, that's a lot. Noticing Oolong's surprise, the girl immediately glared at him angrily. Oolong, what kind of expression is that? Oolong said, Please, can you all be a bit more frugal? You've already spent 5 million this month. The girl drinking milk tea put down her drink and looked at Oolong. Hey Oolong, are you complaining that we spend too much? We're girls, so what's wrong with spending a little money on us? The girl doing yoga put her hands on her hips, looking down at Oolong, threatening. Oolong, if you're unwilling, we will leave right now, and I'll expose to the villagers that you have no abilities at all. Over the years, you have extorted and robbed so many possessions from the village, they will surely come and beat you to death. Feeling the intense pressure, Oolong quickly explained, No, it's nothing, how could I complain? It's only natural for girls to spend a little money. They'll go earn it right away. That's more like it. However, noticing that Oolong had not left, one girl immediately raised an eyebrow. Oolong, didn't you say you were going to earn money? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Wulong, who had planned to rest for a moment, abruptly jumped and left the house dejectedly. Just as he walked out the door, a group of villagers marched toward their home from not far away. He focused and saw that the leader was the very person who had almost knocked him out just moments before. Wulong's hair stood on end as he exclaimed, "Oh no, how did they find us here?" He hurried back into his house and locked the door tightly. The girls, seeing his panicked expression, couldn't help but be curious. "Wulong, why are you back again? Weren't you going to earn money? Why did you lock the door? What's going on?" Wulong leaned against the door, beads of sweat on his forehead as he explained, "No, it's not good. There are people outside with many villagers." "What?" The girls inside were all a bit shocked. Soon the door was knocked on violently. Bang, 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 bang. Along with the loud knocking, voices from outside threatened Wulong. "Open the door, Wulong. If you don't want to die, hand over the girls you kidnapped. You don't think this broken door can stop us, do you? If you don't open the door, we'll smash it down." One girl muttered, "I think I recognize that voice. That sounds like my dad. Why don't we just open the door?" Just then a loud voice came from outside. "Let me handle it. I'll smash the door open." Wulong's heart tightened. He recognized that voice as the one from the powerful son Wukong. Knowing that one swing from him could dismantle his house, Wulong shouted, "Hero, spare me. I'm opening the door right now." As he spoke, the door to Wulong's home swung open and the villagers surged in. "Shishi, Daddy's here to pick you up." "Haha, it's Mommy. Mommy's here to pick you up." "Lily, don't be afraid. Daddy's here." However, the girls did not want to go back with their parents. "You don't need to worry about us. Exactly, living here is far more comfortable than farming." In an instant, the parents longing for their daughters were left speechless. At this moment, Wulong finally walked over with a pitiful expression. He bowed to the villagers, saying, "I'm very sorry for kidnapping your daughters. But rest assured, I haven't laid a finger on them. I just wanted one gentle and obedient girl. They are too extravagant. Please take them all back." The villagers, seeing Wulong's true form, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. So Wulong really is a little pig. He managed to fool us for so many years. Unbelievable. Moments later, Bulma successfully obtained the 5th Dragon Ball. The two did not linger, replenishing their supplies before setting off. The path to the next Dragon Ball involved a stretch of water. Luckily, Bulma had a speedboat in her capsule. She steered the speedboat, taking Goku toward the next Dragon Ball's location. While driving, she laughed, "Goku, you are truly amazing. That blow even cracked the tiles. If it had hit a person, they would have been reduced to pulp. Even so, that strike would likely haunt Wulong for the rest of his life." Goku chuckled and said, "I knew he wasn't a monster, but a transformed human. I had no intention of killing him from the start." Bulma exclaimed, "Really? You could tell that? That's impressive. You know, when I saw such a big figure, I was terrified. However, his transformation technique is quite deceiving. Oh, why did you refuse to take him with you?" Son Wukong laughed. "That kid, aside from transforming, has no skills at all. Bringing him along is just a waste of resources." "That's a good point." At this point, Bulma turned to son Wukong, a teasing smile appearing on her lips. "Goku, those little girls all like you and are eager to marry you. Why didn't you agree?" Goku quickly shook his head. "Bulma, don't joke around. Ooh, I don't like girls like that. Don't like girls like that." Bulma's face showed a hint of expectation. "Then what do you think of me?" Wukong, having lived 2 lives, though not much older than Bulma, possessed a maturity that surpassed hers. Hearing her words, he instantly understood her thoughts. "You are smarter, prettier, and more talented than them. Even if they combined, they couldn't compare to you." Hearing such high praise from Wukong, Bulma couldn't help but tremble with joy. At the tender age of adolescence, it was her first time being complimented by a boy, and she felt an overwhelming delight. "As expected of you, Wukong, you truly have an eye for talent." Wukong replied blandly, "I'm just speaking the truth." Bulma's eyes formed crescent moons as she giggled. "Say it again. I love hearing it." Wukong. They were just 2 Dragon Balls away from gathering them all. Wukong had some doubts about whether the Dragon Balls could grant the kind of wish Bulma spoke of. After a while, they finished their water route and reached the shore. To confirm their direction, Bulma took out the radar and the map. "We still have quite a distance to the next Dragon Ball." According to the map, it seemed there was a barren wasteland ahead. It looked like this stretch of road would not be easy to traverse. Wukong said, "What are you afraid of? The car is fixed, the fuel tank is full, so let's just go." Bulma smiled as she glanced at Wukong, asking, "Do you know why I want to gather the Dragon Balls?" Wukong blinked and replied, "I know you want a boyfriend, right?" Bulma immediately said, "That's right, that's my goal for setting off. However, along the way, I've found that you're quite impressive as well. You are strong, very reliable, and have a good eye. How about you become my boyfriend when you grow up?" Wukong was taken aback for a moment. Bulma's taste was finally improving. He nodded and said, "All right. But are we still looking for the Dragon Balls?" Bulma immediately replied, "Of course we are. We've already found 5. Not looking would be a waste." Upon hearing that Bulma wanted to continue searching for the Dragon Balls, Wukong asked again, "So what will your wish be if we gather them all?" Without hesitation, Bulma said, "I want an endless supply of strawberries." Wukong scratched his head, but your family isn't short on money for strawberries, right? Yes, but no matter how wealthy my family is, I can't have strawberries all year round. Wukong. They switched cars and continued their journey. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The car ran out of fuel, and the motorcycle's gas also ran dry. The two switched to walking. Wukong walked while surveying the surroundings. This seemed to be the general location where Yamcha was stationed. So hot, so hot. Bulma complained while walking. I didn't expect the car to run out of fuel, and we still haven't crossed this wasteland. What bad luck. Wukong encouraged, just hang in there, we'll soon get past this area. If you're tired, I can carry you over. Bulma waved her hand. No, that would only make it hotter. If you ask me, let's set up the house here and rest for the day before moving on. Wukong thought for a moment and nodded sure. Moments later, the capsule house opened. Bulma laid down on the sofa inside, holding a cold drink and feeling the air conditioning finally recovering. I finally feel alive again. Wukong also wanted to rest for a while and take a nap. Suddenly, a system notification flashed in his mind. In his previous life, Bulma wasted all her youth on that scoundrel Yamcha. Task: please make Bulma completely disappointed in him. Reward: Kamehameha. Wukong's gaze sharpened. He originally planned to prevent Bulma from getting involved with Yamcha and intended to take care of him alone at night without Bulma seeing him. But the task was issued, and it required making Bulma disappointed in him. How was he supposed to accomplish that? Just then he heard shouting outside. People inside the house, listen up. If you want to walk out of the desert alive, hand over your capsules and valuables. Bulma's whole body trembled as she immediately sat up straight. What's going on? Are we encountering robbers? Wukong nodded. Definitely. Stay inside the house, don't go out. I will take care of them. Bulma nodded. Just a few robbers, I know you can handle them, go. Wukong stepped out of the room. Bulma quietly got up and approached the window, peeking through a small crack to see Wukong, soon spotting the robbers Yamcha and Puar. Yamcha was wearing an orange-green martial arts uniform with his black hair blowing in the wind. Bulma's eyes lit up. Wow. A handsome guy is robbing us. At that moment, Yamcha suddenly attacked Wukong. Wukong slightly tilted his head to avoid Yamcha's kick, then retaliated with a spinning kick, striking Yamcha in the face, sending him flying. Disappointment instantly clouded Bulma's eyes. Such a fierce appearance, yet he was sent flying by a single kick. Turns out he's just a decorative pillow. Bulma thought with Wukong's skills, he could probably kill him in an instant. Killing monsters was one thing, but killing a person didn't quite align with the law. Bulma wanted to stop him, but hesitated. Although the robber was somewhat handsome, he was merely a criminal taking advantage of the situation. Who knows how many people he had robbed? If Wukong weren't stronger than him, she would surely have been robbed clean, losing even the Dragon Balls. Killing him wouldn't matter. Just then a voice suddenly came from the side. Don't move, or I'll fire. Bulma looked in the direction of the voice. She saw Puar carrying a rocket launcher, aiming it at Wukong and steadily moving closer to Yamcha. Soon Yamcha took the rocket launcher. However, he had just lost a tooth from Wukong's kick and his once handsome appearance had vanished, becoming quite comical. Damn it, you knocked out my tooth. Yamcha shouted arrogantly, pointing the rocket launcher at Wukong, angrily saying, if you don't want to be killed by me, hand over your capsules and all your valuable items. Wukong laughed. No capsules, how about my fists? Still daring to talk back? Then I'll fire. Bulma, unaware that Wukong could withstand a rocket launcher, sensed trouble. She quickly ran toward the door, thinking she couldn't let Wukong be reckless. It was just some external items, giving them up wouldn't be a big deal. However, just as she ran out the door, there was a violent explosion at Wukong's position and billowing smoke engulfed him. Bulma screamed in panic. Wukong, with tears streaming down her face. Staring at the smoke, she froze in place, horrified. At that moment, a gust of wind blew, clearing the smoke entirely. Wukong stood there unscathed. Without any obstructions, Yamcha also saw Bulma, and upon seeing her, his legs went weak. His legs went soft. Young master. Puar hurriedly supported Yamcha as they fled. At this moment, Wukong turned back to look at Bulma. Didn't I tell you to stay inside? Why did you come out? It's so dangerous. Bulma excitedly wiped her tears away, saying, you idiot, don't you recognize a rocket launcher? You scared me into thinking you were dead. Seeing Bulma's tears, Wukong was taken aback for a moment. Was Bulma crying? He explained to her, look, I'm fine, aren't I? At that moment, Bulma suddenly lunged at him, excitedly hugging him. Task: please make Bulma completely disappointed in Yamcha complete. Reward: Kamehameha has been credited. In an instant, the technique of Kamehameha appeared in Wukong's mind. Combined with the sky dance technique, Wukong also gained a deeper understanding of Chi. After resting for a day, the two set out on their journey once more. Days later, the weather grew increasingly hot. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow while looking at the map. It's strange, isn't this Cool View Mountain? Why is it getting hotter? Son, Wukong explained, up ahead it's already become Flame Mountain. Your map is outdated. Is this really called Flame Mountain? Bulma blinked in surprise. Son, Wukong nodded. Yes, the entire mountain is engulfed in flames, hence the name Flame Mountain. Bulma suddenly understood. She glanced at the radar and muttered, no wonder it's so hot. I hope the Dragon Balls aren't in the burning mountain. Son Wukong replied. He had guessed correctly. At that moment a cry for help suddenly echoed from ahead, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. Help! Help! Wukong and Bulma turned to look into the distance. They saw a little girl running, being closely pursued by a Trex. This girl was of course Chi-Chi. Bulma immediately shouted, Wukong, quick, save her. However, before they could act, Chi-Chi screamed, don't come near me, get away. As she spoke, Chi-Chi placed her hand on her head and flung the blade from her head. The blade shot out at an incredible speed, then returned along the same path, attaching itself back to Kiki's helmet. In an instant, the Trex's head was severed, its blood-soaked head falling before Chi-Chi, who screamed in terror once more. Daddy, I'm scared. In her panic, Chi-Chi pressed a device on her helmet, and a beam of light shot out, instantly refining the Trex's corpse. Seeing this scene, Bulma stood frozen. That little girl looked so frightened, yet she just killed a Trex. It's truly incredible. Wukong nodded in agreement. Suddenly a message from the system appeared. In your past life, Chi-Chi fantasized about dating you, marrying you, and having children. Her love for you was fiery and unwavering, yet due to your immaturity, you offered her no reciprocation. Ultimately, you lost Kiki's cuteness, innocence, and romantic idealism. Your life has been rebooted. In this life, please let her feel your care. Task: help Chi-Chi extinguish the flames of Flame Mountain. Reward: current battle power X2. Wukong was taken aback by the system's task. He was already planning to extinguish the fire. This was like getting a reward for free. But why would the system do this? It was compensating for the original story's failure to bring him and Bulma together, yet now it issued a task to compensate for Chi-Chi from his past life. Do these two tasks not conflict? Can Chi-Chi and Bulma both be gained? Wukong couldn't help but mutter, only children make choices, good adults want it all right. Alright, so this is how the system plays. But since I can already use the Kamehameha, I shouldn't need Master Roshi, right? As Wukong pondered, Chi-Chi ran over to Bulma and him crying. Seeing that she was blocked, Chi-Chi exclaimed, who are you? While asking, she placed her hand on the blade she had just used. That blade had just dismembered a Trex. It was extremely dangerous. Bulma's expression tightened as she quickly hid behind Wukong. Wukong quickly subdued her, don't let her make a move. However, Wukong did not move to subdue her. Instead, he waved at Chi-Chi with a friendly gesture. Hello, Chi-Chi. Seeing Wukong's friendly gesture and hearing him call her name, Chi-Chi was startled and her hand naturally stopped. Her clear big eyes blinked curiously. Why, you know my name? Do you know me? Son Wukong nodded. Although I've never met you, I guess you must be the daughter of the Bull Demon King Chi-Chi, right? Kiki's expression brightened. Oh, you don't look like a local. How do you know my dad? Wukong explained, my grandpa is Sun Wufan, and he is a brother to your father. He once mentioned to me that the Bull Demon King has a beautiful daughter. We are at Flame Mountain, and I should have guessed correctly, right? Hearing Wukong's words, Chi-Chi hurriedly nodded. Yes, that's right. Oh, I am the daughter of the Bull Demon King Chi-Chi. As she spoke, Chi-Chi lowered her hand from the blade, her wariness dissipating. Bulma watched this unfold and finally sighed in relief. She looked at Wukong with curiosity and said, it's quite a coincidence that your grandfather and the Bull Demon King are brothers. Son Wukong nodded. Yes, perhaps this is fate. Oh, I see. With that, Bulma turned to Chi-Chi and asked, Chi-Chi, I see you wandering around without a direction. Where are you trying to go? Chi-Chi looked up at Bulma and replied, Dad asked me to find Master Wu Tien to borrow a banana fan. He said the banana fan can extinguish the fire of Flame Mountain. Banana fan. Kiki's eyes sparkled. Dad said the banana fan is a treasure. With one wave it can summon wind, with 2 waves clouds gather, with 3 waves it rains. With that the fire of Flame Mountain can be extinguished, and we can return to the castle. Bulma couldn't help but become interested. It's incredible that such a treasure exists in this world that can summon wind and rain. Chi-Chi nodded. Yes, I also heard about it, but I haven't seen it myself. Just then Bulma remembered something important. She took out 2 Dragon Balls from her bag and asked, Chi-Chi, I want to ask you something. Have you ever seen these kinds of orbs? These are called Dragon Balls, and we are currently collecting them. When Chi-Chi saw the Dragon Balls in Bulma's hand, she excitedly nodded and said, you also have these orbs. I've seen similar ones before. There is one in my family's castle, and if you need it, I can give it to you. But now that it's on fire, I can't get into the castle. Bulma couldn't help but exclaim, what? The Dragon Ball is really in your family castle? Chi-Chi nodded. Yes, I played with it for a while, and it has a 5-point star on it. I remember it very clearly. Bulma immediately looked at Sun Wukong. Wukong, I see she's a bit confused and can't even find her way. She might never find Master Wu Tien herself. Why don't you take her to find him? What do you think? Wukong nodded. Sure, that's easy. Actually, Master Roshi is Master Wu Tien. What? You mean that old pervert is Master Wu Tien? Bulma blinked in surprise. Just then the ground suddenly trembled. Suddenly an axe flew towards them. Sun Wukong moved with incredible speed, leaping up and catching the axe that was thrown at them. Bulma immediately gave a thumbs up. Wukong, well done. I'm so glad to have you. Several people turned towards the sound of the tremor only to see the bull demon king charging towards them with an imposing aura. Damn it, who are these villains? Let go of my daughter. Dad, don't be rash. They are not bad people. Kiki immediately shouted. What? The bull demon king's steps came to an abrupt halt. He looked at Wukong and Bulma, then scrutinized the two. Wukong's Rui Bang instantly caught his attention. He couldn't help but ask, "Oh, is that Rui Bang behind your back?" Wukong nodded. "Yes, this is Rui Bang." Kiki immediately interjected, "Dad, I was going to surprise you. He is Wukong, and his grandfather is your senior brother Sun Wufan." The bull demon king was overjoyed. "What? You are actually Sun Wufan's grandson. What a fateful encounter." Wukong respectfully greeted, "Hello, Uncle Bull Demon King." The bull demon king laughed heartily. "Ha, time flies so fast. It has been over 10 years since I last saw your grandfather. How is he doing lately?" Wukong nodded. Grandpa is doing well." The bull demon king asked. "However, it's several thousand miles from here to Baozi Mountain. What brings you here? Could it be that your senior brother sent you specifically to visit me?" Wukong glanced at Bulma beside him, then looked back at the bull demon king explaining, "Grandpa asked me to come out with her to look for the Dragon Balls, and we happened to pass by here." "Dragon Balls? What are those?" Bulma took out the Dragon Ball again and explained. The bull demon king suddenly realized, "Oh, so it's this thing. I have indeed seen it in my castle. I can give it to you, but there is a big fire on the mountain right now, and we need to extinguish it before we can retrieve the Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, I sent Kiki to borrow the banana fan, and she hasn't even made it out of Fire Mountain yet. Moreover, we have no idea where the teacher is living now." Bulma couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Is the bull demon king out of his mind? Kiki is just a little kid who doesn't even know the way, yet he let her go to borrow the banana fan from Master Roshi, who is thousands of miles away. However, upon a second thought, she just witnessed the little girl effortlessly take down a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although she is small, her combat power is as fierce as Wukong's. If she knows the way, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Bulma withdrew her dismissive thoughts about Kiki. Compared to Kiki, she felt utterly powerless and was indeed foolish to run all over the world to search for the Dragon Balls. Speaking of Master Wu Tian, Wukong immediately explained, "I know where Master Roshi is. We met him a few days ago." "What? You have seen the teacher?" Wukong nodded confidently, "Yes." The bull demon king was overjoyed and danced with excitement. "That's great. Ha ha, we can retrieve it from the castle now." Bulma immediately said, "Don't celebrate too early. Master Roshi lives by the sea at least several thousand kilometers away. A round trip will probably take half a month." At this, the bull demon king was left dumbfounded. Several thousand kilometers. The teacher lives quite far away. If only I had the flying nimbus of the teacher, that would be great. At this point, Bulma turned to Wukong. "Wukong, I think we should stop looking for the Dragon Balls here. Anyway, I don't want to make a wish anymore. I have less than half a month before school starts, so you should come back to West Capital with me. How can we just go back? As long as we extinguish the fire, our combat power can double. It will be a huge profit." Wukong immediately shook his head and said, "Don't worry, Bulma. We don't need to find Master Wu Tian. Oh, I have a way to extinguish the fire." The bull demon king and Kiki both looked at Wukong. They asked in unison, "What method?" "Kamehameha." Moments later, they arrived at the foot of Fire Mountain. Here it was even hotter, and the heat waves made them all sweat profusely. Wukong thought about how to extinguish the fire without destroying the bull demon king's castle. At this moment, he stood on the wall searching for an angle to extinguish the fire. The others were all focused on watching Wukong. Kiki said earnestly, "Please, Wukong." The bull demon king questioned, "Wukong, can you really use that technique?" "To be honest, even I can't perform Kamehameha." Bulma also looked at Wukong with curiosity and said, "To be honest, on the journey here, all the dangers were handled by Wukong. Although I know he is very strong, I still don't really believe he can extinguish that fire with his bare hands." Just when everyone held a skeptical attitude and waited, Wukong found the right angle. He placed his hands on his waist, and his whole aura surged, flowing down to his hands. In an instant, a dazzling light sphere appeared in the palms of his hands. The bull demon king couldn't help but brighten his eyes. "Yes, it's Kamehameha." Kiki opened her eyes wide upon seeing the light. "Wow, is this the Kamehameha that releases energy?" Bulma didn't say a word and held her breath, staring intently at Wukong. Haim. Huh. Me. At this moment, the light in Wukong's palm reached its peak, and as he pushed his hands forward, the light sphere transformed into a fierce Kamehameha that shot out. The blinding white light illuminated the sky, even overshadowing the red glow reflected from Fire Mountain. In the next moment, a violent wind swept through Fire Mountain, and under the terrifying shockwave, all the flames were extinguished. After launching the Kamehameha, Wukong felt entirely drained of energy. At this moment, compared to Master Roshi, his combat power was still insufficient, and his energy bar was not long enough. However, precisely because of this, the fire was extinguished and the castle was preserved intact. At that moment, both the Bull Demon King and Kiki excitedly shouted, "Wow, that's amazing! No wonder you are Sun Wufan's grandson. Great! The fire is out." Bulma was stunned and swallowed hard. What a shock! So this is Kamehameha, it's incredible. Task, help Kiki extinguish the fire on Fire Mountain completed. Reward combat power doubles. Current balanced combat power detected 34. Reward for doubling combat power is being distributed. Distribution complete. Current combat power 68. In an instant, Wukong felt a surge of power fill his body once again, feeling exceptionally refreshing. Wukong clenched his fist. The feeling of his combat power doubling was truly wonderful, but his current combat power was still too low. If this reward could be used later, that would be even better. Not far away, Yamcha, who was hiding in the corner, was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. That guy, no wonder he is Sun Wufan's grandson. His strength is terrifying. Pure nodded. Yes, he is simply not human in strength. Young master, we should not seek revenge on him. But I really can't accept it. Yamcha clenched his fist angrily. Pure immediately made a suggestion. Young master, his martial arts were learned from his grandfather Sun Wufan. Why don't you try to apprentice to Master Roshi? Apprentice to him? What a joke. With my own efforts I can defeat him. Pure asked, Young master, what are you going to do? Go home and train. Inside the castle of the Bull Demon King, Bulma was holding a radar searching for the Dragon Balls. Soon she found one, joyfully cradling it in her hands. Found it. Here it is. 1, 2, 3, 7. This is the 7-star ball. However, after her cheer, she realized she was alone. Hey, where's Goku? Bulma walked out of the treasure room holding the Dragon Ball. After a moment, she spotted Goku, who seemed to be having a conversation with the Bull Demon King. Shishi was standing beside them, appearing shy as she turned her head away, blushing. Bulma walked over to them. Goku, I found the 6th Dragon Ball. The Bull Demon King, Goku, and Shishi all turned to Bulma. Goku said, You found it so quickly. That's wonderful. Bulma grinned. Hee hee, you're right, we are so lucky. We're just one away from gathering them all. Sun Wukong nodded. Yeah, let's hurry and find the last Dragon Ball. Bulma immediately replied, But our car is out of gas. If only we could refuel it. The Bull Demon King promptly responded, That's easy to fix. There's a large village nearby, and there's a gas station there. Just mention my name, and you can refuel for free. Hearing the Bull Demon King's tone, which sounded like a gang leader, Bulma quickly shook her head. That would be too much trouble for you. Don't worry, I have enough money with me. The Bull Demon King smiled. It's no problem, after all, we're family now. To celebrate extinguishing the fire, I'm preparing a feast tonight. Let's have a big meal together. Goku noticed that Bulma seemed uncomfortable here and asked, Bulma, do you want to stay for a night? Bulma felt that the Bull Demon King had a rather shady vibe and didn't want to stay. So she politely said, No, that would be too much of a waste of time. We still need to find the last Dragon Ball, so I won't bother you any longer. The Bull Demon King nodded. In such a hurry. Then I won't keep you. I wish you a smooth journey. Bulma nodded. Thank you. Then she took Goku's hand. Then we'll take our leave. Goodbye. After saying that, they walked down the mountain. The Bull Demon King immediately called out, Wait. Bulma was startled. She hesitated, wondering what he wanted and if he wouldn't let them leave. She turned around to see the Bull Demon King pointing in another direction. You're going the wrong way. I said the gas station is in that direction. Go downhill over there. Bulma nodded. Oh, thank you. The two then changed direction to leave. Watching their figures gradually disappear, Shishi shouted, Goku, don't forget to come find me. The Bull Demon King affectionately ruffled Shishi's hair, saying, Chi-Chi, Goku is so outstanding. You must work hard to learn to be a good wife, otherwise you might lose to that girl named Bulma. Shishi nodded earnestly. I understand, I will study hard, Dad. Soon several days passed. Bulma was driving the car when it suddenly stalled. Goku curiously asked, What's wrong, Bulma? Bulma scratched her head and said, Oh, we've run out of gas again. Goku replied, Out of gas? Then let's get out and walk. You've been driving for days, it's been tough for you. If you don't want to walk, I can carry you. Bulma smiled. That's not necessary, and we won't have to walk too far. According to the map, there's a small town just 5 kilometers ahead. Oh, is that so? That's great. The Outofka's car could be stored away in a universal capsule, which had changed many aspects of life. Thus Bulma put away the car and walked with Goku towards the next small town. After a moment, they arrived at a town ruled by a rabbit army. They headed straight for the gas station. They needed to not only fill up the car, but also fill the gas can, or they wouldn't be able to travel for hundreds of kilometers. Bulma handed money to Goku, saying, Goku, you stay here and watch the gas while I go buy some things. Goku nodded. Don't go too far. Although this is a city, it might not be safe. Bulma smiled and replied, Don't be so cautious, this is a town, not a mountain. It's so bustling, how could it possibly be unsafe? After saying that, Bulma entered a nearby store alone. At the same time, 2 soldiers from the rabbit army appeared on the street, causing chaos. Children who blocked their path were kicked aside and a fruit stand was toppled, apples scattering all over the ground. The vendors behind quickly retreated. They wreaked havoc, knocking over stands and taking their goods just to avoid trouble, and no one dared to pursue them. Anyone who encountered them kept their distance. Even dogs that came near were kicked aside. Moments later, Bulma walked out of the clothing store in a new outfit holding 2 bottles of soda. With her new clothes and beauty, Bulma was the most dazzling girl on the street at that moment. She looked around and wondered, why has the street suddenly become so quiet and dreary? At that moment, she spotted 2 soldiers adorned with rabbit decorations causing chaos. They had knocked over a tea stall, and porcelain shards littered the ground. The owner cowered in fear, trembling. Bulma couldn't help but frown. Those 2 guys are outrageous. The vendor selling cold drinks saw them passing by and immediately said, "Miss, hurry inside and hide. They are bad people." Bulma was taken aback. "Bad people? Is the town in such disarray too?" The vendor quickly explained, "You don't know. They are from the rabbit army. Don't provoke them." Just as the vendor finished speaking, the 2 soldiers from the rabbit army looked in their direction. The vendor immediately tensed up and shrank back into their shop, peeking out. The 2 rabbit army soldiers exchanged glances and smiled. "Hey, there's a little girl up ahead who looks quite cute." Yes, she seems pretty nice." Soon the 2 soldiers approached Bulma. "Hey miss, come hang out with us." A glint of fierceness flashed in Bulma's eyes. "Who are you?" The tall officer chuckled. Turns out you're an outsider. No wonder you're not afraid of us. Let me tell you, in this town no one dares to mess with our rabbit army. Even the children hide from us when they see us." Bulma questioned, "Oh really? Then what do you want?" The shorter soldier lewdly rubbed his hands together and laughed. "We don't want anything. We just want to invite you to have some fun with us, Bulma sighed and replied, "I don't have time to entertain you. If you don't want to get beaten, stay away from me, got it?" After saying that, Bulma turned to walk towards the gas station. At that moment, the tall soldier pulled out a gun and pointed it at Bulma. You little girl, you're pretty bold, huh? Tired of living?" A tall officer pointed a gun at her, while a shorter soldier rushed in front of Bulma, blocking her path. "You little girl, you really don't know how high the heavens are, and how deep the earth is. Let me tell you, once you arrive in this town, you must abide by our rules. Even a dragon must bow down, and a tiger must lie flat. Do you know why those people on the street are so obedient? Because those who dared to confront us have already been dealt with." With that, the 2 soldiers moved closer to Bulma. However, Bulma was not afraid and immediately shouted, "Wukong, come quickly." Just as she finished speaking, a figure transformed into a streak of light and rapidly approached, crashing directly into the 2 soldiers. Once Wukong's figure came into view, the 2 rabbit soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, their guns flung several meters away. Seeing this scene, the street vendors and shop owners on either side were stunned. The butcher hurriedly hid his meat cleaver, ignoring his stall and retreating far away. The owner of the fruit stand had just tidied up the overturned stall when it accidentally collapsed again, scattering oranges and apples all over the ground. The owner of the tea stall sat on the ground in shock, staring foolishly at son Wukong and Bulma, as well as the 2 toppled rabbit officers. The dog that had just been kicked looked intently at them, its eyes seemingly filled with a hint of malicious glee. The owner of the ice cream shop suddenly broke out in a sweat. It's over, you all have caused a big disaster." Passers-by, already few on the street, began to flee. "Run! Oh no, something big is about to happen." Seeing how the 2 officers frightened everyone like this, Bulma couldn't help but be astonished. Is it really necessary? After all, this is a town. Is there no law? At that moment, all the shops on the street closed their doors and stopped doing business. Bulma blinked. Everyone has hidden away. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. She looked at Wukong and asked, "Wukong, did we provoke someone really powerful?" Wukong did not move, waiting for a mission. However, it seemed that nothing regrettable happened here, as the system had not issued a mission for a long time. He simply drew out his Rui Bang and smiled. "Bulma, don't worry, no matter what kind of guy it is, leave it to me to handle." Bulma nodded vigorously. "Wukong, I knew you would say that. You always make me feel safe." At that moment, a rabbit-themed vehicle stopped in front of the 2. A rabbit wearing sunglasses swaggered down. "What a shame, where are the ones who dared to resist our rabbit army?" The 2 rabbit soldiers immediately stood up, pointing together at son Wukong and Bulma. Leader, it's them." The rabbit leader snorted coldly. Truly useless to lose to a woman and a little brat." As he spoke, the rabbit leader walked toward Bulma and Wukong. However, Wukong was well aware of the skills of the opponent and dared not gamble on whether he would be turned into a carrot. Without a word, he struck first, swinging his Rui Bang at the rabbit leader. With a loud bang, the rabbit leader fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The 2 rabbit soldiers were also shocked. "Boss, are you okay?" "Leader, how are you?" Even without using full strength, Wukong's swing could still shatter mountains and split rocks. Seeing that the rabbit leader had taken a blow from him and not died, and even remained conscious, Wukong couldn't help but feel surprised. "You've got some skill. You're the first one to survive my swing without dying. It seems I need to finish the job." With that, Wukong raised his Rui Bang again. Unexpectedly, the rabbit leader immediately bowed and admitted his mistake to Wukong. I was wrong. I won't do bad things again. Spare me, Wu. The two subordinates beside him were taken aback and also bowed to Wukong and Bulma, admitting their mistakes. We know we were wrong. We won't do bad things again. Seeing this scene, Bulma was momentarily stunned. Then she put her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Hee, I think you're not repenting. You just know you're about to die. In your past life, you were too kind. Even though the rabbit army had done many bad things, in the end, you didn't kill them. Your life has restarted. They are just scared, not truly regretful. After you leave, they will still be a disaster for others. Mission: exterminate the rabbit army. Reward: combat power 10. Another 10 combat power. The system restored its previous simple style. Bulma, turn your head. Bulma was momentarily stunned, then seemed to realize something and covered her eyes, turning her head away. The next moment, a Kamehameha formed in Wukong's hands. Fortunately, you encountered me. Had you met someone else, you might not have survived. Hearing this, the three of them were taken aback, then horrified. In the midst of panic, the empty Kamehameha had already blasted off. A flash of white light, and the three were entirely blasted into dust, leaving a large crater in the ground. After the light faded, Bulma turned back in shock. Wukong, was it really necessary to use this technique to kill them? Wukong casually clapped his hands. I was afraid their blood would dirty this place, and I was also afraid they would die too painfully, so I incinerated them all. Bulma twitched her mouth and then gave a thumbs up. Hey, you're truly a living bodhisattva. You're too kind, Bulma. The street vendors and shopkeepers saw the rabbit army being slaughtered, and not only were they not afraid, but they cheered. At this moment, Bulma's car was fully fueled, and the gas cans were also filled. The gas station owner, to thank them, even refunded their fees. The two did not linger here. Bulma pressed the gas pedal and took Wukong away. Mission: exterminate the rabbit army completed. Reward: combat power 10 has been credited. Although the increase in combat power was a bit less given his current strength, this rate of growth was already astounding. Having a low level requires proper development. Son Wukong was not a greedy person, and he was very satisfied with such growth. He felt the growth of his strength again, and a smile appeared on his face. This means my combat power is now 78 points, almost catching up to the turtle hermit. I can't even imagine how strong I will be if I can continue doing tasks like this until I grow up. The two hurriedly made their way to the location of the last Dragon Ball. As they passed through an area filled with giant mushrooms, a robot blocked their path. Inside the robot was a dog-headed person, obviously one of Pilaf's gang. Ashio. I've caught you. If you don't want to die, quickly hand over the Dragon Ball. Bulma was momentarily stunned, then grinned wickedly. Wukong, go beat him up. Sure thing. Even with a mech, Asu could never be a match for Wukong. In just 3.5 minutes, the mech was dismantled by Wukong. Pilaf and his gang were merely a bunch of clowns, having committed no serious misdeeds. Thus, Wukong did not resort to excessive force, only leaving Asu bruised and battered. Then he and Bulma drove off together. Bulma was driving, humming a tune, already planning with Wukong about collecting the Dragon Balls, and returning home feeling immensely joyful along the way. Wukong, once we gather the Dragon Balls, you should come back with me to West City. Then I'll help you enroll in school, and we can go to class together. Hearing about school, Wukong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. School? I think I'd rather not. I'm not good at studying, and I have no foundation, so I won't keep up. Bulma laughed. That's all right, I'll tutor you after school. Wukong thought for a moment and replied, I can go back with you, but I don't want to go to school. How about I stay home to train while you go to school? Bulma pondered for a moment. That's fine. If my classmates find out my boyfriend is a little guy, I'd be afraid of being mocked. Wukong. Bulma continued. Then you better grow taller quickly so you can pick me up from school. I want to show off in front of my classmates. Can height be controlled? Wukong replied somewhat helplessly, I'll try my best. At that moment, a system task flashed through Wukong's mind. In your past life, you and Krillin were as close as brothers. Unfortunately, due to his lack of strength and your own shortcomings, he was killed twice, causing you to fall into madness twice. Your life has been reset. In this life, cherish the time spent cultivating with him, study hard, train diligently, and take good rest. Help him become stronger, and let yourself become stronger too. Task: hurry to Master Rose's place to apprentice. Reward: 2 good brother candies. After consuming the candies, the speed of cultivation improvement will increase by 50, lasting for 8 months, with an 8-month shelf life. For those other than the host, the combat power gained from consuming the candies can also be synchronized to enhance the host. Wukong's eyes lit up. Good brother cultivation candy, as the name suggests, is meant for Krillin. Giving 2 candies clearly meant one for Krillin and one for himself. This means his cultivation growth speed would increase by 50 OI plus an additional 1. 5 times Krillin's combat power. It seems that visiting Master Roshi is a must. After figuring this out, Wukong looked at Bulma and said, Bulma, I've thought it over. After we gather the Dragon Balls, I still won't go back with you. I want to train at Master Rose's place. Bulma slammed on the brakes, looking at Wukong in surprise. You want to train at Master Roshi's? Wukong nodded. Yes, I must become stronger. I want to always have the ability to protect you when danger arises. Hearing that he wanted to train, Bulma began to feel a bit unhappy, but when she heard it was to protect her in the future, a smile immediately appeared on her face. All right then, after I'm returned to West City, you can go to Master Roshi's. Wukong nodded. Okay. Suddenly Wukong thought of something. By the way, Bulma, I think for the Dragon Ball, let's not wish for endless strawberries. I suddenly had an inspiration. This should be a better wish. Bulma looked at Wukong curiously and asked, what wish? Wukong said, when I'm not around, I hope you can protect yourself too. So, I want to wish with the Dragon Balls for you to become stronger. Bulma blinked. Make me stronger. A spark of interest flashed in her eyes. If I could be as strong as you, then no one would be able to bully me in the future. That should be quite wonderful, right? Wukong smiled. Although the Dragon Balls can make someone stronger, there should be certain limitations. But no matter how much the enhancement is, I think it would be enough for you to protect yourself. Moreover, having certain martial arts skills would improve your physique. Hearing that her physique would improve, Bulma immediately became excited. That's great. I can become stronger without the hard work of training, and I can also improve my figure. Let's decide on that. Saying this, Bulma stepped on the accelerator and sped off. Wukong had already made a plan. After snatching Pilaf's Dragon Balls and making a wish, he would ask them for a plane, send Bulma to West City, and then go to Master Roshi to train. In the distance, the scout Xiaowu saw what happened, put down her binoculars, and took out her phone to report to Pilaf. Report, my king. Not good. Asu couldn't snatch the Dragon Balls even while piloting the mech, and was instead beaten up. On the other end of the line, Pilaf responded. If even the mech couldn't handle them, it seems those two are not to be underestimated. No wonder they were able to gather 6 Dragon Balls so quickly. Once they leave, quickly bring Asu back. Since they can find so many Dragon Balls, they must have a professional radar. So we just need to set up a trap and wait for them to come to us. Xiaowu said, as expected of Lord Pilaf, truly brilliant. Soon Bulma and Wukong continued on their way while Xiaowu took the opportunity to bring back the bruised Asu, flying back to their lair in the mech. Asu saw Pilaf and immediately apologized. I'm truly very sorry, King Pilaf. Pilaf laughed. It's alright, you got beaten up, which allowed me to assess their strength. Saying this, Pilaf pointed to the computer-like Dragon Ball radar. They are heading towards us. I've placed the Dragon Balls in the deepest part. If they come in looking for the Dragon Balls, they will surely fall into my trap and have nowhere to escape. Xiaowu immediately shouted, report, my king. They are inside, and they are following the arrows we drew. Pilaf couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are these two idiots? How could they walk into such a trap? Moments later, the final wall descended, trapping Wukong and Bulma in a secret chamber. Xiaowu saw this scene through the surveillance and excitedly shouted, my king, they are locked up. Asu glanced at the surveillance and exclaimed, as expected of the king, as long as we gather the Dragon Balls, the whole world will fall into your hands. Pilaf laughed. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly, truly delightful. Wukong, audacious and skilled, brought Bulma to Pilaf's castle. However, they ended up in a dead end. Just as they were about to turn back, a wall fell behind them, blocking their path. Bulma panicked. Oh no, Wukong, this is a trap. Wukong remained unfazed and asked, which direction is the Dragon Ball? Bulma looked at the radar and pointed to the stone wall. It's right ahead, but unfortunately, it's a dead end. Wukong looked at the stone wall blocking their way. He stepped forward, forcefully crashing into it. Boom. In an instant, the stone wall collapsed, revealing a corridor before them. The astonished Bulma was taken aback for a moment, then joyously exclaimed, wow, it's that simple. That's amazing, Goku, you are incredible. Goku smiled and said, you are a girl, so once you gain power after making your wish, make sure not to act recklessly. Bulma blushed and replied, I would never. I am a proper young lady. The two continued on their way. Bulma said, oh no, Goku, the Dragon Balls are moving. Goku glanced at the radar and reassured her, don't worry, I have a plan, just keep going. Bulma nodded and walked alongside him. Not long after, televisions suddenly lit up on both sides of the corridor, displaying the face of Pilaf. You two rascals, how could you destroy my buildings? Your behavior is truly despicable. However, this section of the building is made of concrete with a thick layer of steel plates. It's very sturdy. I command you to hand over all the Dragon Balls, or I won't hold back. Bulma stuck her tongue out at the television. So, it was you trying to steal our Dragon Balls. I won't give them to you. You look so abstract, ha ha ha. You vile woman, how dare you mock the appearance of this great king? At that moment, Goku turned his back to the camera and gave Bulma a signal saying, Bulma, just give him the Dragon Balls. Bulma was taken aback. Why, oi? Goku pointed to a mechanism in the corner saying, we're trapped here. If he releases poison gas, the Dragon Balls will be taken away too. While speaking, Goku winked at Bulma. Hearing Goku's words, Pilaf laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you guessed right. I am already prepared to release the poison gas, and our gas masks are ready. However, since you are so perceptive and willing to hand over the Dragon Balls, I will let you go for now. Bulma noticed Goku's wink and understood his scheme, so she nodded in agreement. She reluctantly said, "Fine, I don't need a boyfriend anyway. They'll just give them the Dragon Balls." With that, Bulma pulled out a backpack, unzipped it, and revealed 6 Dragon Balls. Soon Pilaf controlled a mechanical arm to take the backpack full of Dragon Balls. The next moment, Pilaf's laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha, this king can finally rule the world." Bulma quickly shouted, "Hey, we gave you the Dragon Balls, now let us go." Pilaf replied with a grin, "Don't worry, after I make my wish and dominate the world, I will let you go." Bulma turned to Goku and asked, "What should we do next? We can't let them make their wish first." Goku whispered, "Don't rush. Just keep an eye on the radar. As soon as the Dragon Balls come together, let me know and I'll break through the wall to snatch them back." Bulma immediately pulled out the Dragon Ball radar and switched it on. Outside the castle in the plaza, Pilaf and his gang had arranged the 7 Dragon Balls. Pilaf laughed loudly. "Haha, I've finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. The world is now under my control. Xiao Wu arranged the Dragon Balls properly. I am about to summon." After Ashio arranged the 7 Dragon Balls, Pilaf loudly recited the summoning incantation, "Come forth, Shinran, grant my wish." In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. The Dragon Balls emitted dazzling golden light, and a beam of golden light spiraled upward, transforming into a massive green dragon. At that moment, a large hole suddenly exploded in Pilaf's castle, and Sun Wukong rushed out with incredible speed, directly colliding with Pilaf and sending him flying. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Ashio, who had not yet recovered from her injuries, took a step back in fright, while Xiao Wu panicked and pulled out a gun. However, Wukong gave them no chance. Before they could react, he swiftly approached and knocked them both unconscious with 2 punches. At that moment, Shinran spoke. "To the one who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. Any wish can be granted." Sun Wukong looked up at Shinran and said, "Shinran, can you grant Bulma powerful strength? Ideally, it should reach the combat power of a celestial being." Shinran was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "That is not possible. I can enhance a person's strength, but it cannot exceed the power of the celestial being that created me, nor can it surpass that person's talent limit." Sun Wukong was not surprised. Bulma was not skilled in combat and did not like fighting. Giving her some strength was merely to ensure she could protect herself among ordinary people. He did not expect Bulma to participate in combat. Thus, Wukong directly said to Shinran, "Then let Bulma possess strength at her talent limit." Shinran nodded, "I understand." Afterward, Shinran's eyes flashed red and said, "Your wish has been fulfilled." Sun Wukong was taken aback. "Is it done just like that?" At that moment, Bulma shot out like a beam of light from the castle. "Ha ha ha, I suddenly feel a surge of energy throughout my body. Goku, did you see? Look how fast I can run." Wukong nodded, "Yes, I saw it." Shinran said, "Your wish has been granted, so goodbye." With that, Shinran transformed into golden light and dove into the Dragon Balls, scattering them across the globe, and the sky regained its brightness. As the sun gradually set, Bulma and Wukong stood together. She gazed at the sky and sighed. "I thought it would be very difficult, but with you collecting the Dragon Balls was like playing on easy mode. The journey ended so suddenly, I feel empty inside. I really don't want to leave." Wukong laughed. "This time collecting the Dragon Balls, you gained immense power, and you also have a future boyfriend, so don't be ungrateful." Bulma nodded, "That's true. Now I'm also quite strong, and not only can you come to West Capital to find me, but once I have a break, I can also go to Kame House to play with you." At that moment, Pilaf flew in front of them in a massive mech. "Damn you little brats, how dare you steal my wish? I will kill you." Bulma was momentarily stunned, then mischievously rolled up her sleeves. "Goku, let me give this a try." Sun Wukong was taken aback, then said, "Be careful with your strength, don't break it. We can use their mech to fly back to West Capital." Bulma's eyes sparkled. "That's a good idea. I didn't bring a plane. I am an expert in electronic machinery. In ancient times, there was Pao Ding carving up an ox. Now there's Bulma dismantling mechs. Let me show you my strength." With that, Bulma dashed toward the mech at lightning speed. The mech was so clumsy it couldn't even touch Bulma. But Bulma was much more agile. Her figure flickered continuously and her hands danced rapidly at the connection points of the mech. In the blink of an eye, the mech was dismantled into pieces. Not only did parts fall to the ground, but soon Pilaf was also ejected from the mech in a daze. "Wah wah wah. You are too bullying." Not long after, Wukong and Bulma boarded a mech together, flying toward West Capital. Pilaf watched them leave, and as they disappeared, tears streamed down his face. "Damn it, just wait. Once I gather the Dragon Balls and conquer the world, I will make sure to punish you severely." After Bulma returned to West City, Sun Wukong rested at her home for a few days and accompanied her in play. A few days later, Bulma started school, and he bid her farewell, setting off alone for the Kame House. After explaining his purpose to Master Roshi, he agreed. However, upon realizing that Bulma had not come with him, Master Roshi felt disappointed. "Teaching martial arts is exhausting, and I cannot do it for free. Sun Wukong rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a wad of cash asking, "How much do you want? Just name a figure." Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback. "Where did you get so much money? You didn't rob anyone, did you?" Sun Wukong quickly explained, "How could that be? I would never do such a thing. Bulma's family is very wealthy, and she gave me a lot of money to ensure I had enough to eat while training." Master Roshi then nodded in realization. "I see. However, charging students is something ordinary people do. I have a very indifferent view of money, so I do not charge any fees. If you want me to teach you martial arts, you must bring a lively and cute girl along." Sun Wukong had already anticipated this outcome and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I understand." Master Roshi rubbed his hands together with excitement and said, "Then hurry," and set off. At that moment, a small boat came into view. A small, bald-headed boy with a lewd smile paddled his boat to Kame Island. This person was none other than Krillin. Sun Wukong and Master Roshi both turned to look at him. Krillin secured the boat, shouted lightly, and leaped with his bag in hand, jumping from the boat onto the shore. After a few rolls, he lost control of his strength, and Krillin headfirst plunged into the mud. Master Roshi looked at the embarrassed Krillin and said, "What's this guy doing? Wukong, pull him out." Sun Wukong hurriedly helped him out. After thanking him, Krillin looked at Master Roshi and asked, "Excuse me, are you Master Roshi?" "Precisely." Krillin respectfully bowed and said, "Hello, I'm Krillin from a distant village. Please allow me to train with you." Master Roshi said solemnly, "Oh, you've worked hard. But unfortunately, I do not easily accept disciples. You may leave now." Krillin immediately opened his bag and took out a large-sized photo book, handing it to Master Roshi. "Master Roshi, this is a gift for our first meeting." Master Roshi was instantly captivated by the cover of the photo book. This actually accepting a disciple is something I could consider." Saying this, Master Roshi took the photo book and eagerly started flipping through it. Seeing the joyful expression on Master Roshi's face, Krillin knew he had succeeded. "So, Master, do you like it?" After a brief look, Master Roshi turned back. "Your name is Krillin, right?" Krillin nodded respectfully, saying, "Yes, Master, what are your instructions?" Master Roshi said, "There is a condition to following me for training. You must bring a lively and cute girl. Coincidentally, Wukong has just come to seek apprenticeship too. You two just need to bring back a beautiful girl." Krillin immediately nodded, "Yes, Master Roshi." Master Roshi smiled and said, "Good, you two set off immediately. By the way, to make it more convenient, you should take the flying nimbus to set off." After saying this, Master Roshi shouted into the sky, "Flying nimbus." In an instant, a golden cloud flew before him. Master Roshi explained, "This is called the flying nimbus. As long as you sit on it, you can fly freely in the sky." Upon seeing the golden cloud, Krillin curiously asked, "This thing looks like cotton candy. Can you really sit on it?" Master Roshi nodded, "Of course. I will show you." Saying this, Master Roshi jumped onto the flying nimbus. He directly slipped off the nimbus and fell to the ground. "Ouch, my back." Master Roshi cried out in pain after landing. Krillin quickly helped him up and asked with concern, "Master Roshi, are you all right?" Master Roshi scratched his head in confusion. "How strange, why can't I get on?" A nearby sea turtle said, "I remember you said that only those with pure hearts can ride the flying nimbus. It's normal that you can't get on now." Hearing this, Master Roshi immediately understood, over the years under the guise of health, he had become too lecherous. He looked at Krillin. "Krillin, you try." Krillin nodded and jumped towards the flying nimbus. As a result, like Master Roshi, he fell without any delay and landed with a splash. Krillin looked puzzled. "This thing can't be ridden, can it?" Master Roshi looked at Wukong and said, "Wukong, you try." Sun Wukong also attempted to jump onto it, but he fell off as well. For a moment, the three of them fell silent. Master Roshi sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it, you may leave now. Your hearts are not pure. I will not teach you martial arts." Krillin immediately explained, "How can that be? I just want to become strong and gain the girl's admiration." Master Roshi nodded. "No wonder, that is indeed impure of heart. However, the fact that looking at beautiful women can indeed prolong life is something I can overlook." After saying this, Master Roshi turned back to Wukong and asked, "Wukong, your heart is also not pure. Tell me why. I'll consider whether I can accept you as a disciple." Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, "I think I should know. It must be that I'm not devoted enough to the girls. Now I have a girlfriend and also a fiancé who I'm betrothed to." "What?" Both Master Roshi and Krillin were stunned. Krillin couldn't help but ask, "How did you manage to have two girls like you? Are both of them blind?" As he said this, Krillin seemed to realize something and disdainfully said, "I see, your girlfriend must be ugly and out of shape, so she clung to you, right?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "No, I have high standards for aesthetics. I don't pay attention to ordinary girls. They are all very beautiful." Hearing this, Master Roshi thought of Bulma, who had come here last time to find the Dragon Balls, and immediately asked, "Wukong, that blue-haired girl who came with you last time, is she your fiancée?" Sun Wukong shook his head, saying, She is my girlfriend and my fiancée is not her. She is a bit younger, considered a childhood betrothal. Master Roshi swallowed hard. You, my friend, are impressive to have such a stunning and beautiful girlfriend at such a young age. Well, I agree to teach you martial arts, but can you tell me how you managed it? Hearing that Master Roshi had seen Wukong's girlfriend and praised her beauty, Krillin felt somewhat defeated. Son Wukong thought for a moment and summarized, attracting girls mainly relies on 2 points. First, to be handsome. At the very least, you shouldn't look ridiculous. Second, to provide emotional value. Satisfying the first point allows room for the second point to play out. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Master Roshi twitched his mouth. His looks something one can control. This isn't an explanation, it's boasting. He could only helplessly say, "You've just spouted a bunch of nonsense. Alright, do you still want to be my disciples?" Both of them answered in unison, "Of course we do." Master Roshi took out a capsule and released an airplane, asking, "Who can pilot an airplane?" Krillin immediately raised his hand, saying, I can pilot." Master Roshi threw the airplane keys to Krillin, saying, "Take my plane and go bring back the girls." Thus the two took off in the airplane, leaving Kame House. Halt! Stop the vehicle immediately. Along a desolate mountain road, several police cars raced in hot pursuit of a blonde girl. She was no innocent. She was the infamous thief Lan Chi. Hijacking airplanes, robbing trains, looting banks. These were all her handiwork. She had committed countless crimes. "If you don't stop now, we'll open fire," an officer shouted through a loudspeaker from the pursuing vehicles. Lan Chi clenched her teeth, having long since twisted the motorcycle's throttle to its limit. Yet she could not shake them off. Just after rounding a sharp bend, the wind swept her hair across her nose, tickling it. Startled by the sudden itch, Lan Chi gasped inwardly, "Oh no." She slammed on the brakes. At that very instant she sneezed. Achoo. In a flash, her golden hair turned sapphire blue. The fierce, rapacious woman instantly transformed into a gentle, refined lady. Seizing the opportunity, the pursuing officers closed in and surrounded her. "Lan Chi, you are under arrest. Surrender quietly. No tricks, or we'll shoot you on the spot." Blue-haired Lan Chi stood stunned, stumbling backward in panic. Who are you? What do you want?" One officer growled. "Who do you think we are? Don't play dumb. We're obviously the police." Lan Chi blinked innocently. "What did I do?" Another officer snapped, still pretending. "You just robbed a bank. The money's still in your possession. Do you really think you can deny it? Enough talk. Submit peacefully." Lan Chi looked down in astonishment. Indeed, a large sack of cash still sat on her motorcycle. Lan Chi sensed grave danger and burst into tears. "Wah! Help! Somebody save me." At that moment, Sun Wukong descended from the heavens. Without a word, he swiftly overpowered the officers. Then he approached Lan Chi and asked, "Are you unharmed?" Lan Chi beamed with relief. "Thank you for saving me. How can I ever repay you?" Sun Wukong replied, "I must cultivate for a time. Come with me and cook for us." Lan Chi blinked in surprise. "That's all I need to do?" Sun Wukong nodded. "Yes, staying for several months at least." Her eyes lit up. "Wonderful. It's the perfect chance to hide from them. Please take me with you." Soon Krillin piloted his aircraft down, and the three soared once more toward Master Roshi's turtle school. As Krillin flew, he stole a glance at Lan Chi, then turned to Sun Wukong and whispered admiringly, "You've got real talent, bringing back such a stunning girl." Sun Wukong sighed and said, "It's not my doing, it's fate. Had she been ordinary, I wouldn't have brought her here to turtle school." Krillin froze. "What do you mean?" Sun Wukong smiled mysteriously. "You'll understand soon enough." At turtle school, Master Roshi nearly bled from sheer excitement upon seeing Lan Chi. "Magnificent. You've truly outdone yourselves, bringing back such a beautiful young woman." Sun Wukong asked, "So, does this mean our apprenticeship is officially accepted?" Master Roshi swallowed hard and declared, "Excellent. Absolutely excellent. From this moment onward, you two are officially my disciples. Quest: arrive at turtle school to complete apprenticeship. Completed. Reward 2 Brotherhood candies." Instantly, Sun Wukong felt something unfamiliar in his pocket. He pulled them out, 2 unremarkable-looking candies. "These are the Brotherhood candies." Sun Wukong frowned. They seemed crudely made. Meanwhile, Master Roshi welcomed Lan Chi warmly. "Welcome to my humble abode." Lan Chi bowed politely. "Hello, I'm Lan Chi. Your 2 grandsons rescued me." Master Roshi scratched his head. "Ah, you're mistaken. They aren't my grandsons." Lan Chi, "Oh, then, they're both my younger brothers." Lan Chi nearly fainted. "Heh, you're quite the joker, sir." "Ha ha ha. Just kidding, just kidding." "Heh heh, I know." As the two chatted, Sun Wukong's mind flickered again with the quest prompt. In her past life, Lan Chi had been rejected by Tien Shinhan. Heartbroken, she left turtle school, was arrested, imprisoned, and though she knew her friends possessed the power to free her, she never reached out for help. After release, she reformed, but never returned. Instead, she chose solitude, living out her days alone. One ill-fated encounter had cost her everything. Now her life has reset. You resolve to help her, to give her a true home. Since you've resolved to make her yours, no one else shall lay claim to her. Quest trigger Lan Chi's transformation as soon as possible. Let Master Roshi and Krillin witness her true nature. Reward all attributes increased. A Dao Heart 10, Insight 10, Stamina 10, Charisma 10. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, so she'd ended up in prison after vanishing. Later everyone simply forgot her. No one checked and no one cared. She must have been heartbroken. How utterly tragic. Even without the quest, rescuing her is non-negotiable. Sun Wukong glanced again at the system interface. This was the first time it had offered attribute growth. Dao Heart and Insight were indispensable for cultivating true mastery, stamina, determined endurance in battle. The system, recognizing his shortcomings, had begun tailoring special training. As for charisma, well, he hardly lacked it, but such enhancements were always welcome. And so Sun Wukong quickly devised a plan. He scanned the surroundings and spotted several dandelions. Instantly, he plucked one and blew gently toward Lan Chi and Master Roshi. Just as Lan Chi was considering learning martial arts from him, the dandelion fluff drifted near. Her nose tingled. She couldn't hold back. She cried out in alarm, "Everyone get away now." Sun Wukong obeyed, instantly darting far off. Krillin and Master Roshi, baffled, wore leering grins, still wondering why she'd warned them. Achoo! The sneeze erupted, and in an instant Lan Chi's hair blazed gold once more. All gentleness vanished from her eyes, replaced entirely by ferocity and greed. Baring her teeth, Lan Chi swept her gaze across the scene. "Where am I? This doesn't look like a prison." She glared at Master Roshi and Krillin, both wearing unmistakably lewd expressions. Without hesitation, Lan Chi drew her gun and opened fire. "Who are you people, eh?" As she spoke, she squeezed the trigger. Bullets rained toward them. Krillin dove behind Master Roshi, who, bewildered and unprepared, took the full volley. Both collapsed onto the ground, battered and humiliated. At that very moment, another dandelion drifted past Lan Chi's nose. Achoo! In an instant, her hair shifted back to sapphire blue. Staring at the smoking barrel, shame washed over her face. She scratched her head awkwardly. "I'm sorry. I seem to change personality every time I sneeze. Why do you both look so awful? Did I do something terrible again?" Krillin shook his head vigorously. "No, not at all." Lan Chi hesitated. "Then, perhaps I should leave." Sun Wukong stepped forward. "Lan Chi, maybe you shouldn't train with us after all. Why don't you go cook instead?" Lan Chi nodded. "All right. I almost forgot. I promised to cook for you. I'll get right to it." With that, she dashed toward the kitchen. Quest trigger Lan Chi's transformation to reveal her true nature to Master Roshi and Krillin completed. Reward Dao Heart 10, Insight 10, Stamina 10, Charisma 10, all attributes updated. In that instant, Sun Wukong felt invigorated, clear-headed, energized, and profoundly focused. Krillin, watching him from the side, suddenly found him strikingly handsome, at least marginally more so than himself. "Wukong, I finally understand why girls are drawn to you. Because this island is too small, cultivation requires space, especially for the Kame Sennin's training, which also requires farming and tasks with a sense of purpose like delivering milk. Therefore, they need to move to a larger island." After lunch, Kame Sennin packed up the house, and they took a plane to search for a bigger, more suitable island. Fearing that Lan Chi would sneeze and unleash a barrage with her machine gun, Kame Sennin and Krillin kept their distance from her. Lan Chi squeezed in next to Wukong in the back row. Soon the three arrived at a gigantic island. This was the very island where the Ox King and Gohan had trained with Kame Sennin. With preparations complete, training was finally about to begin. Wukong took out some candy given by the system and ate one. Krillin saw this and immediately came over. "Hey, what good stuff are you eating? Why not share?" Wukong glanced casually at Krillin and then pulled out another piece of candy. Seeing it was just a piece of candy, Krillin scoffed. "I thought it was something good, but it's just a piece of candy. Don't eat it then." As he said this, Wukong was about to take it back. Eat, I didn't say I wouldn't eat." While speaking, Krillin snatched the candy, tore off the wrapper, and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste is average. The next day, training could finally begin. Kame Sennin started his earnest teaching early in the morning. Practicing martial arts is not about winning in fights, nor is it to win the favor of girls. Martial arts should make people healthy, so life can be joyful. However, when faced with someone threatening oneself or others with improper advantages, as martial artists, we should also stand up. Do you understand? Understood. The two nodded in unison. Then let's begin today's training. You first jog a lap with me. Thus, Wukong and Krillin commenced their formal training. As evening approached, the afterglow of the sunset dyed the sky red. Kame Sennin said, "It's getting dark. There's a delicious dinner waiting for us inside. Starting from tomorrow, strict training will commence. Before dinner, I will test you both once more." Saying this, Kame Sennin picked up a stone, wrote the character for turtle on it, and threw it forcefully into the forest. Krillin asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Kame Sennin smiled and said, I wrote the character for turtle on that stone. Go find it and bring it back. You have 30 minutes. Whoever finds it will get dinner. If you don't find it in 30 minutes, neither of you will eat dinner." Hearing this, Wukong and Krillin dashed towards the direction of the stone. Moments later, Sun Wukong found the stone. However, although he was a bit hungry, he hesitated about whether to hand it over. He knew that Lan Chi's cooking tonight might include pufferfish, and he didn't want to spend all night in the bathroom. At that moment, Krillin saw Wukong. As he walked towards Wukong, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Wukong, are you even human? You actually found such a small stone in the forest." Sun Wukong laughed, "Just lucky." Krillin's eyes gleamed with cunning as he questioned, "But is it really that stone? Let me see." Such childish trickery couldn't fool Wukong. He could already see the greed in Krillin's eyes and the hidden mischievousness. He held up the stone. "Yes, look, it has the character written on it." Krillin took the stone and pretended to examine it closely. In reality, his legs were already gathering strength. In the next moment, Krillin suddenly dashed away, running straight back to Kame Sinin's house. Wukong pretended to chase after him, shouting, "Damn it, you bastard, stop right there." As Krillin ran, he laughed. "Ha ha ha, I'm doing this for your own good. Be more aware, the competitive world is very cruel." Wukong chased a few steps and slowed down just as he reached Kame Sinin's house. Krillin successfully arrived first. Kame Sinin took the stone and said with a big smile, "Krillin wins this round, come in and eat." Krillin laughed, "Ha ha ha, thank you, master." Thus, Wukong could only go hungry while Krillin and Kame Sinin sat down to eat. Krillin raised his glass for a toast, saying, "Come on, master, let's have another drink." Kame Sinin downed a glass and ate a piece of meat, then gave a thumbs up to Lan Chi. "Wow, this is delicious. Lan Chi's cooking is truly excellent." Lan Chi replied, "I'm glad you like it." Krillin also ate a piece of fish, exclaiming, "This is simply fresh and spicy, melting in the mouth. Lan Chi's cooking is really good." Saying this, Krillin turned his head and chewed vigorously at Wukong, saying, "What a pity. Such a delicious dinner, Wukong, you won't get to eat it." Hearing Krillin's words, Lan Chi was momentarily stunned. She looked at Wukong and asked, "Wukong, why aren't you eating?" Krillin quickly replied, "Because he failed today's test, so the master told him he can't eat dinner tonight." Lan Chi nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, that's so strict." Kame Sinin and Krillin continued eating. Suddenly, Kame Sinin asked, "Lan Chi, what kind of fish is this? Why is it so delicious?" "This is my first time eating it." Lan Chi smiled and said, "Hee, I bought this at the market on this island. The shopkeeper called it pufferfish." Kame Sinin and Krillin were both startled, their faces turning pale. "What? Pufferfish?" That night, both Krillin and Kame Sinin spent the whole night in the bathroom. Lan Chi, due to her desire to maintain her figure, didn't eat meat at night, so she fortunately had no issues. But Wukong, having skipped dinner, was restless during the night, his stomach growling. Suddenly, Lan Chi walked in with a plate of roasted meat and a bowl of rice. "Can't sleep because you're hungry. Come and eat a little. Ooh, I made some food for you." Just as Sun Wukong was about to thank her, Lan Chi put her finger to her lips. "Shoo, eat quietly, don't let Kame Sinin find out." Thank you, Lan Chi." Lan Chi smiled and said, "You're welcome, but since we have to share a room due to limited blankets, your stomach keeps rumbling and keeps me awake." Sun Wukong's heart warmed, and he whispered, "Lan Chi, you're so good to me. If by the time I grow up you haven't married, I'll earn money to support you." Lan Chi smiled warmly, gently touching his head, and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to grow up." The next morning, Sun Wukong asked, "Can we start training?" Kame Sinin and Krillin were exhausted, and Kame Sinin helplessly said, "Rest for a day, we'll train again tomorrow." Just then, Lan Chi set a table full of breakfast. "Everyone come eat." Seeing Lan Chi and the food she prepared, both Kame Sinin and Krillin turned green. No, I can't eat." Krillin said, "It's starting to hurt again, I need to go to the bathroom." Little did he know Kame Sinin rushed in first. Krillin was holding his stomach, waiting at the bathroom door. "Master, hurry up." Meanwhile, Wukong and Lan Chi had already reached the dining room, enjoying breakfast. After Sun Wukong finished eating, he walked out of the dining room, while Krillin was still guarding the bathroom door. Wukong teased him, "Krillin, today's breakfast is really good. Are you sure you don't want to try it? I guarantee it's not poisonous and it's very delicious." "No need." Krillin turned his head defiantly. Now he regretted fiercely, thinking he shouldn't have snatched the stone from him yesterday. Gurgle, gurgle. "Master, hurry up." Cultivation quickly fell into a rhythm. Running, moving bricks, delivering milk, plowing, swimming, dodging hornets. Cultivation was busy yet not monotonous. In the afternoon, Master Roshi brought the three of them under a tree where he had set up 3 hammocks in advance while they were practicing. Master Roshi said, "Now it's time for a nap. Everyone lie down and have a good sleep." The 2 of them laid down. Master Roshi continued to remind them, "Work hard, study well, enjoy life, eat and drink properly, and rest well. This is the principle of our turtle school's cultivation." Clint asked, "Master, is resting well, so we can cultivate better in the afternoon?" Master Roshi replied, "You could think of it that way." Our turtle school's cultivation is about balancing relaxation and effort. One cannot abandon everything for cultivation, otherwise life loses its joy. Look at me, I'm over 300 years old and still full of vitality. Krillin nodded and complimented as expected of Master Roshi. Living long is a gain. You've been receiving social security for over 200 years. No one can compare to you. At that moment, the blonde-haired Lan Chi happened to walk by. Krillin and Master Roshi tightened up at the sight of her golden hair. Unexpectedly, Lan Chi took a bottle of soda and walked directly to Wukong, handing it to him. It's hot while cultivating, isn't it? This is for you. Wukong took the soda in shock. Thank you. Lan Chi said casually, I won't disturb you any longer. Drink up and make sure to rest. After saying that, Lan Chi turned and left. Krillin, stunned, took a bite of dog food and couldn't help but quietly say to Master Roshi, Master, did you notice? That's the blonde-haired Lan Chi who actually brought Wukong a soda. Could it be that she likes Wukong? Lan Chi, who was leaving, heard Klin's whispers and her ears instantly turned red. Suddenly, she pulled out a submachine gun, aiming it at Klin. Klin, shut up. As she spoke, several bullets hit the tree trunk, startling Klin into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Lan Chi left after warning him. Klin and Master Roshi looked at Wukong with strange expressions, not saying a word. Wukong immediately explained, why are you looking at me? I saved her. She thanked me by giving me a bottle of soda. Isn't that normal? Master Roshi seemed to understand and stroked his chin. While that's true, I'm not foolish. Suddenly, Master Roshi said, Wukong, I'll teach you all my martial arts, but you must teach me how to woo girls, okay? Klin hurriedly raised his hand. I want to learn too. Son Wukong took a sip of soda and said, well, mainly it relies on looks. Master Roshi and Klin instantly blushed. Klin angrily said, damn, what are you bragging about? Master Roshi had followed them in training a few days ago, but later just watched them practice, and eventually they practiced on their own. One day, Gohan came to Master Rose's house. He originally returned to Baozi Mountain to visit Wukong, but found him absent. So he came to visit his master. Coincidentally, he saw Wukong working hard on his training. Knowing Wukong was under his master's guidance reassured him. However, due to Wukong's tale, he specifically instructed Master Roshi about certain matters, then left to tend to the boiler. Although the training was rigorous and demanding, the rest time was also abundant, so overall it wasn't too tiring. After all, they had verbally agreed a few days ago that Bulma would be his future girlfriend, and Wukong felt he couldn't just leave her to her own devices. So on his days off, he would fly to West City to check on Bulma. An ordinary person suddenly gaining strength could easily become arrogant. Thanks to the Dragon Balls, Bulma had gained a bit of strength. When she got angry, she no longer just shouted. Besides her verbal abilities, her physical capabilities had also significantly improved. Good news, Bulma was no longer infatuated. Bad news, she had become the top bully at school. 8 months flew by. The good brother Candace expiration date had ended. Thanks to the sharing of the candy, Klin's cultivation had greatly improved, enhancing his self-defense capabilities. Your battle power has increased by an additional 76, current balanced battle power 244. Normally, Klin's battle power gained from training was around 50, but with the help of the good brother candy, he gained an extra 50. In an instant, Son Wukong felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Yes, he had become stronger again. Although he couldn't compare to the later stages at this time, Wukong's strength had already surpassed Master Roshi, comparable to the original Piccolo Daimao, capable of dominating the novice village. The world's #1 martial arts tournament was about to begin, and the training had come to an end. Master Roshi inspected their training results and found them quite satisfactory. That evening, Lan Chi prepared a large feast and accidentally made 20 servings of barbecue. Including Wukong, the three of them ate until they were full. The next day, they were called up early. Master Roshi said, all right, today is finally the day. Next, we will set off to South City to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Are you all ready? Ready. X2. Then let's go. At that moment, Lan Chi hurriedly ran out. Wukong, Klin. Wait a moment. The three of them turned their heads. Master Roshi said, Lan Chi, please watch the house for us. Lan Chi nodded and said, okay, everyone perform well and strive for a ranking. By the way, wait a moment. Saying this, she ran into the house and shortly came out with 2 sets of clothes, handing them to Wukong. This is? Klin asked in confusion. Lan Chi smiled and said, I noticed your training outfits have become ragged, so I made you both new clothes. Try them on. I took Wukong's old clothes to measure the sizes while washing them, so they should fit well. Klin joyfully exclaimed, wow, that's great. Thank you, Lan Chi. You're so nice to Wukong, I didn't expect to also benefit from it. Lan Chi's ears turned red instantly. At that moment, Lan Chi suddenly snatched the martial arts outfit meant for Klin. I just remembered you're 5 centimeters shorter than Wukong, so this outfit is a bit too big for you. I think both sets should go to Wukong, one for combat, and after it's worn out, the other for later. Lan Chi took back 1 set of clothes, and Klin instantly felt 1,000 points of damage, standing there speechless. Wukong took the other set of clothes from Lan Chi's hands and said, Klin, Lan Chi is joking with you. Look, there's no hole for a tail in the back. Krillin blinked, taking the clothes and stupidly chuckling. I knew Lan Shi wouldn't be so biased. Hearing about the tail hole, Master Roshi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He thought, oh no, Gohan said on the night of the full moon he would turn into a giant gorilla. I forgot about this. Forget it, cutting off the tail affects balance. He will be unaccustomed for a few days, which will affect the competition. After all, the martial arts tournament is held during the day, so there shouldn't be any accidents. Thus, they quickly boarded the plane. At the venue of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, the registration officer was taken aback upon seeing Wukong and Krillin wanting to register. What? You can't be serious. Are these two kids really going to participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament? The turtle sage nodded. That's right, hurry up. Krillin and Wukong quickly stepped forward and provided their names at the registration desk. After seeing them write down Krillin and son Wukong, the three then left. The turtle sage walked to the back entrance of the competition arena and said, I can only accompany you this far, but you must work hard. Both of them nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Master Wu Tien, we will give it our all. At that moment, a system notification flashed in Wukong's mind. In your past life, Krillin was your best brother. Unfortunately, as an Earthling, his talent was limited, and in the later stages, he couldn't keep up with the cosmic level of power, having to withdraw from the ranks of martial artists with the gap between your strengths growing ever larger. Yet compared to other Earthlings, he was remarkably strong, but ultimately, he became like a beast of burden, living a life that was far from affluent. Your life has restarted. You feel that it's unfortunate for your good brother to miss out on the tides of the cosmic era, and as the strongest Earthling, he should not remain nameless. You decide to help your good brother Krillin become recognized as the strongest Earthling from a young age, accumulating wealth and fame, enjoying a life of luxury and glory. Mission: help Krillin win the championship of this world's greatest martial arts tournament. Reward: Insight 50. Son Wukong stared in astonishment at Krillin's bald head, thinking to himself, this kid has triggered the task to help him again. It's truly too good to be true that you're my brother in this life. After all, you are my good brother, so being nice to you is nothing. However, let's make it clear in advance, I'm giving you this fame and fortune, but the number 18 in the future will belong to me. It's settled. Soon Wukong and Krillin entered the competition venue. The internal selection round began. Wukong observed the martial artists, and his mindset gradually became a bit lofty. After all, his strength now rivaled that of the Demon King Piccolo, and he felt a hint of disdain towards these utterly ordinary martial artists. However, for some reason, despite already being the strongest in the novice village, he could faintly sense something ominous. Son Wukong remained quite clear-headed, realizing that the reason the turtle sage had to disguise himself as Jackie Chan to win the championship was probably to prevent him and Krillin from becoming overconfident. But then again, even the Saiyans were used to riding the wind, and ordinary people couldn't help but show off when they caught a favorable breeze. Son Wukong quickly reined in his dismissive attitude, reminding himself that he could not let his mindset become inflated, otherwise he might end up like Vegeta, unable to keep up. He had a vague feeling that he seemed to have missed something crucial. However, when he tried to think earnestly about it, that feeling vanished without a trace. Wukong could only temporarily give up pondering what key thing he had overlooked. It was Krillin's first time participating in the world's greatest martial arts tournament, and he was quite nervous. Wukong patted Krillin on the shoulder and said, Krillin, if the opponent isn't strong, remember to hold back your strength and don't accidentally kill anyone. Krillin blinked. Wukong, what are you talking about? Those guys are much taller than us. I'm actually worried that they might kill me. Son Wukong replied, don't underestimate yourself. Oh, after training with Master Wu Tien, we've become much stronger. We just haven't realized it yet. Krillin thought for a moment and quickly came to his senses. You're right. After all, our Master Wu Tien is known as the god of martial arts. However, just as Krillin regained his confidence, two tall, bald men walked over. It's really you, Krillin. It's been a long time since we last saw you after you left the Dorian Temple. Krillin's face instantly turned pale upon seeing the two bald men who were greeting him. He had been bullied by them since childhood and was very afraid of the two. His newly built confidence crumbled again. As senior brother, the slightly chubby monk asked with a laugh, by the way, how come you're here? The taller monk was even more arrogant, stroking Krillin's bald head and laughing. You aren't thinking of participating in the world's greatest martial arts tournament, are you? Krillin lowered his head weakly and said, I am here to participate in the martial arts tournament. The tall monk laughed. What a joke. Didn't I tell you that you have no hope at all? Krillin adopted a very low posture, not daring to refute at all. The chubby monk immediately asked, by the way, Krillin, what number are you? Krillin didn't even dare to lift his head. He quietly said, number 93. The tall monk suddenly froze for a moment and then burst into laughter. Ha, this is hilarious. You actually happen to be my opponent. This is truly exciting. After saying that, the two monks turned and swaggered away. Son Wukong said, so they are your senior brothers. Their attitude is truly terrible. Krillin's expression clearly became much more dejected. He quietly said, "At the Dorian Temple, I was often bullied by them. No, I can't do this. That senior brother is ridiculously strong. I think I should just give up the competition." Sun Wukong immediately said, "What kind of joke are you making? You and I are disciples of Master Wu Tien. We can't disgrace ourselves. Trust me, you can take them down with just one finger now." Krillin was taken aback. "Are you serious?" Sun Wukong nodded. "Of course, if you don't believe me, just go try it, and you'll understand." At that moment, the referee announced, "Contestants 93 and 94, please come to the stage." Krillin was immediately startled. He said anxiously, "It's my turn." Wukong immediately said, "Go ahead, Krillin. Show them what you've got. They are no match for you. You will definitely make it to the finals, and maybe you can even win the championship." Although Krillin couldn't even dare to think about it with the referee urging him, he could only muster the courage to step onto the stage. On the other side of the arena, Krillin's tall and thin senior brother also stepped onto the stage with an arrogant expression. "Krillin, it's been so long since we've seen each other. I'm going to take great care of you." Krillin swallowed hard and assumed a seemingly flawed starting position. The referee shouted, "Begin." The monk from the Dorian Temple suddenly threw a punch at Krillin. However, to Krillin, this punch seemed to move in slow motion, gradually approaching him. Krillin couldn't help but be surprised. How weak? Could it be that I've really become very strong? In that instant, Krillin stepped hard on the ground, jumped into the air, and rolled to dodge the punch. In the next moment, Krillin jumped back down, sending a kick to the back of the tall monk. Bang! With a dull sound, the tall monk flew backward like a cannonball, crashing hard into the stone wall of the martial arts tournament, embedding himself deeply into it, with stones flying and dust swirling. For a moment, all the participants in the tournament were stunned. Just then, the monk embedded in the wall fell down. The staff quickly checked his breath. "Someone, he's still breathing. Hurry and take him to the hospital." The referee reacted quickly and immediately announced, "Contestant 94 is unconscious. Contestant 93 wins." The crowd erupted in cheers, looking at Krillin with disbelief in their eyes. What just happened? Did that little guy just kick his opponent into the wall? I can't be seeing this right. That wall is made of granite. Someone rubbed their eyes as if trying to confirm the reality. The turtle hermit was astonished by the sight, genuinely happy for him. Incredible, Krillin has grown to this extent, truly astonishing. Another senior brother from Dorian Temple, witnessing this scene, turned pale, and the towel in his hand unconsciously fell to the ground. How did that kid Krillin become so powerful? Oh no, I have to hurry and leave with my senior brother. We've bullied him for so long, it would be disastrous if he sought revenge. After saying that, he rushed to check on his senior brother. Not far away, Lan Fong, who was watching, saw this scene, and her originally charming smile vanished, her red lips slightly parted. This little bald head, he turns out to be so formidable. She instinctively touched her slender waist and couldn't help but pray, "I hope I don't have to fight him even more so. I hope he doesn't meet me in the top 8. Yamcha, hiding in the crowd, spat out his drink. "Are you kidding me? I thought avoiding that long-tailed brat was enough, but this little bald head is also so strong. Now I might not even have a chance at second place." Upon hearing the referee announce his victory, Krillin was bewildered and pointed at himself. "I won." The referee looked at Krillin and said, "You won, but be careful not to go too far. If you kill your opponent, you will be disqualified." Krillin immediately understood. Goku was right. He had grown stronger, frighteningly so. The senior brother, who once silently endured bullying, was no longer his match. Krillin's eyes regained their brilliance as he nodded, saying, "Got it, I will be cautious." Seeing Krillin's politeness, the referee continued to call out the next pair of contestants. Krillin looked at his hands, his eyes shining with determination. "After my training with teacher Wu Tien, I have become the complete Krillin." The following selection rounds went exceptionally smoothly. Both Goku and Krillin began to showcase their prowess, defeating their enemies almost in one round. Soon the selection round concluded and both entered the official competition, the battles of the top 8. The finals were also moved to the external arena. After the drawing of lots, the arena was filled with spectators, a sea of people. The referee stepped onto the stage and announced loudly, "Dear audience who have traveled far, thank you for your patience. The finals of the world's first martial arts competition are about to begin. Let me announce the matchups. Krillin versus the Slob. Jackie Chan versus Yamcha. Nemu versus Lan Fong. Sun Wukong versus Jilin. Now the first match is about to commence. Krillin and the Slob, please come to the stage." Although the Slob is a bit disgusting, Krillin regained his confidence and easily defeated him with his solid skills. Nemu also triumphed over Lan Fong, who tried to win with her beauty. Naturally, Sun Wukong easily defeated the dinosaur man Jilin. Meanwhile, Jackie Chan discovered that Yamcha had great potential in their duel and invited him to join the Turtle Hermit School to learn martial arts. Yamcha, realizing his identity, was instantly thrilled. Sun Wukong and Krillin both shone brightly. They were students of teacher Wu Tien, and figures Yamcha greatly feared. In that moment, he clearly understood the turtle hermit's strength. Losing to him was not shameful. Therefore, after some hesitation, he agreed and went to the turtle hermit's house to become his disciple. Ultimately, the four who advanced were Sun Wukong, Jackie-chan, Krillin, and Namu. The semifinals featured Krillin versus Namu and Sun Wukong versus Jackie-chan. The battle between Krillin and Namu was imminent. Namu stood nervously at the edge of the stage, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Seeing such a stiff competitor sweating, the turtle hermit Jackie-chan looked puzzled. He used his mind-reading technique to sense Namu's thoughts. The images he saw were of a dried-up river, cracked earth, and barren fields. Namu kept silently reciting in his heart, "Mom, little brother, and all the villagers, I will definitely win at the tournament when the 5-0 reward and buy enough water to take back." After reading Namu's thoughts, the turtle hermit decided to help him. However, this would be after the match. This person has decent strength. Do I hope he can teach Krillin a lesson? Krillin shouldn't have it too easy right after coming down the mountain, or he might become arrogant. At that moment, Krillin and Namu both stepped onto the stage, and the staff struck the gong. The referee shouted loudly, "The 6th match begins now." Krillin, brimming with momentum, shouted and charged towards Namu. That swift kick aimed directly at Namu's face, but Namu was no pushover. Just as Krillin was about to land the hit, he narrowly dodged the kick. Krillin felt a sense of astonishment within. He thought, Teacher Wu Tien was right. There are indeed greater heights beyond this world. As the finals approach, I have finally encountered a true expert. Klin's lips curled into a slight smile. But that makes it interesting. After dodging Klin's kick, Namu performed a somersault in midair and counterattacked, kicking Klin with the force of gravity. Feeling the extraordinary force of this kick, Klin's pupils suddenly contracted. Such speed. He didn't choose to receive it heat. Instead, he retreated to evade its sharpness. In the moment Namu's attack missed, Klin stepped forward forcefully and charged again. His fists fell like a torrential downpour, cascading down like countless raindrops. However, although Namu's expression was urgent, he did not dare to slack off in his movements, hastily waving his arms to block Klin's attacks. In just a few breaths, the two exchanged over 100 punches. Normally, watching a match would involve snacking while chatting and analyzing. Yet this incredibly thrilling duel made the audience hold their breath, daring not to exhale. The entire venue fell into an unprecedented silence, with even the sound of a pin dropping audible. After the round ended, the two retreated to catch their breath, both pondering their next moves. The referee began to commentate at this moment. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Klin and Namu are both formidable contenders, engaging in a spectacular offensive and defensive battle, neither yielding an inch. The audience erupted in applause and cheers. In the blink of an eye, another round began. Namu took the initiative to launch an attack. Facing such a strong opponent, Klin decided to test his own strength, choosing to cross his arms defensively in front of his chest. Bang! Namu's fist struck heavily against Klin's defense, the tremendous impact forcing Klin back several steps. The arena floor bore shallow marks from his feet. As expected, he took this kick heat. The audience gasped at this scene. That kid actually took such a powerful kick. He's impressive. In the background, Jackie-chan couldn't help but exclaim, "Klin is growing at an astonishing rate." Kellen shook his slightly numb arm, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Indeed, you are a master who has reached the semifinals. My arm is all numb now. However, that makes it all the more interesting." Namu said seriously, "Little friend, you are quite strong. But I must win. The villagers are waiting for me to return with the prize." Kellen once again assumed his starting stance. "Don't underestimate me, though I haven't unleashed my full strength yet." As he spoke, Kellen charged toward Namu once more. Namu and Kellen exchanged powerful blows for several rounds, forcing Kellen into a corner. In the next moment, Namu leaped high into the air and shouted, "Namu Umitba Sky Cross Palm." As he spoke, Namu crossed his hands, unleashing his ultimate move against Kellen. This technique primarily utilized the enhancement of gravity. The higher one jumped, the greater the gravitational boost to their power. Seeing him charging with such astonishing speed, Kellen's heart skipped a beat. Behind him lay the edge of the arena with no space left to retreat. A glint of determination flashed in Kellen's eyes. "I cannot lose to you. I still have to battle Wukong. It's time to show my true skills." As he spoke, Kellen shouted, "Iron Head skill." In an instant, instead of retreating, Kellen charged forward, stepping hard on the ground and spinning rapidly toward Namu. Iron Head skill versus Sky Cross Palm. Their ultimate strikes collided in an instant, a clash of sheer power. Bang! In the end, Namu was slightly outmatched. Kellen broke through his cross palm, sending Namu flying, while Kellen landed steadily on the ground. Once Namu landed, he found himself outside the arena. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. The referee shouted loudly, "Winner! Incredible, Kellen has won." Namu has unfortunately fallen out of the arena. What an exciting match. Kellen advances to the finals. Seeing Krillin manage to break through such a powerful dive attack, Master Roshi broke into a slight sweat. This kid, so strong. I won't lose to him, will I? After winning, Krillin gave a peace sign to Wukong. Wukong, I won, ha ha. Wukong was also happy for him and immediately jumped onto the stage to celebrate. Congratulations, Krillin. They cheered for a moment, and Krillin smiled, saying, Wukong, it's your turn next. You must win too. Let's see who is the strongest in the world. Wukong nodded. All right, definitely. The defeated Nanwu stood up, worry filling his eyes. However, out of respect for the martial artist, he smiled and shook hands with Krillin. Little friend, I accept my defeat with grace. Congratulations on your victory. Krillin politely nodded. Thank you. After shaking hands, Nanwu returned to the backstage to pack his things, preparing to leave. However, he was troubled about how to explain to the villagers when he returned. Just then, Master Roshi, also known as Oolong, walked over. Are you leaving? Aren't you going to watch the rest of the match? Nanwu was taken aback and replied, Mr. Oolong, I have to go. I can't waste time here. Oolong took out a universal capsule and handed it to Nanwu. Mr. Nanwu, take this back with you. Nanwu was taken aback. Is this the universal capsule? Master Roshi nodded. Yes, but it's empty. You can fill it with water, and it will be easy to take back to your village. Nanwu was astonished. How could you? I never told anyone that I needed water. Oolong glanced around. Everyone was over at the arena, then revealed his true identity. I am Master Wu Tien. I can see through such simple matters. Nanwu exclaimed, What, you are actually Master Wu Tien? Oolong quickly covered Nanwu's mouth. Lower your voice, you almost let everyone hear. Only then did Nanwu realize he had lost his composure. He couldn't help but ask, Why did you disguise yourself to enter the competition? Oolong explained, You know, both Krillin and Wukong are my disciples. They came to compete. However, their level of improvement during training has far exceeded my expectations. They are still young, and I worry that if they win the championship, they might become arrogant. Thus, I disguised myself to let them know that there are greater powers beyond them. Nanwu nodded. You truly deserve to be a master of your generation. It's an honor to know you. Nanwu looked at the capsule in his hand, a bit troubled as he said, However, even though you gave me the capsule, I don't have money to buy water. Master Roshi laughed. That's just your worry. This isn't a drought area. All water sources are generally free to use. If you say you have to pay for water, people will laugh at you. Nanwu was taken aback. What water is free? Master Roshi took him to the back courtyard of the Martial Arts Association, where there was a well. You can get water here. If you need to fetch water multiple times, and it's inconvenient to come here, there's a stream where you can collect water, but it might be a bit inconvenient to walk. Master Roshi thought to himself, this person can't even afford water, let alone any transportation, so he probably walked here. While he was thinking, he suddenly had a bright idea. Oh right, I thought of a treasure. Saying this, Master Roshi shouted to the sky, Nimbus cloud. In an instant, a golden cloud flew over. Master Roshi looked at Nanwu and said, Only those with pure hearts can ride the Nimbus cloud. If you can get on it, it will be very helpful for transporting water. Just then the announcer suddenly called out, Please welcome contestants Sun Wukong and Oolong to the stage. Master Roshi immediately said, Oh no, it's my turn to compete. You should try stepping on it quickly. Nanwu knew he couldn't waste his time. Though worried he might fall, he still jumped up. However, the Nimbus cloud caught him steadily. Seeing this, Master Roshi let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that he could ride the Nimbus cloud. It seems that the Nimbus cloud isn't broken, it's that I and my two disciples are not pure enough. Sigh. I'm a bit worried. I hope my two disciples don't go down the wrong path. Nanwu discovered he was sitting on the Nimbus cloud excitedly saying, Master Wu Tien, I'm on it. What's next? Master Roshi said, The Nimbus cloud can understand your words. Let it help you carry water. I'm sorry, I have to compete now, excuse me. After saying this, Master Roshi hurriedly ran back to the stage. Watching Master Roshi's departing figure, Nanwu jumped off the Nimbus cloud and bowed deeply. Thank you, Master Wu Tien. Once the water issue in the village is resolved, I will return the Nimbus cloud to you. Sun Wukong ascended the martial arts platform, and at that moment Jackie Chan hurriedly joined him on stage. Sun Wukong assumed his starting stance, contemplating how to defeat him and pave the way for Krillin. Disguised to participate in the competition, it was all for his and Klin's future growth. Letting him win wasn't a big deal, but he at least couldn't betray his good intentions. However, before he could gather his thoughts, the referee's shout of start completely interrupted his train of thought. Jackie Chan initiated the attack, and Sun Wukong began to counter. The speed was astonishing, with afterimages appearing in the air. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed as they exchanged offensive and defensive moves, showcasing their extraordinary skills. The intensity of their sparring was clearly at a higher level than before. The audience witnessing such a meticulous duel between masters sharpened their focus. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Both of these fighters are exceptional. The host couldn't help but express his excitement. It's incredible, both Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan are formidable. Their skills are truly refined, showing no flaws in their combat. So impressive. After a few exchanges, Master Roshi began to feel anxious. Oh, this kid's strength seems to surpass mine. After just a few exchanges, my arms felt numb, yet he was completely unfazed, breathing evenly, as if he was in complete control. After a moment's pause, Master Roshi prepared to unleash his ultimate move. Seeing Jackie Chan adopt the pose for the Kamehameha Sun, Wukong mirrored his stance. At that moment, a golden cloud floated across the sky. Sun Wukong caught sight of the flying nimbus and momentarily froze. Is that the flying nimbus? He looked closely and saw a dark-skinned monk seated atop it. It seemed to be Nam, who had just been defeated by Krillin. Nam looked down and waved at the platform, clearly saying goodbye to Master Roshi. In an instant, Sun Wukong understood it must have been Master Roshi who sent him the capsule and the flying nimbus. Just as Wukong looked away, a full moon came into view. In that moment, Wukong felt his heart racing and his consciousness began to spiral. In the next instant, his body swelled and transformed into a giant ape. Seeing this scene, those around were left dumbfounded. Master Roshi looked up and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Oh no, I didn't expect the moon to rise this evening, and today just happens to be a full moon. What a miscalculation. The host, witnessing Sun Wukong transform into a terrifying giant gorilla, was also frightened half to death. But he held on to his professional spirit and began to comment. What on earth is happening? Sun Wukong has turned into a giant ape. Wow, so terrifying. What kind of martial art is this? This is truly remarkable. In the back, Rin and Wolf watched this unfold, their curiosity piqued. Can this guy also transform with the full moon? What do we do? Seeing Wukong turn into a giant ape, Krillin began to sweat. Wukong, what's wrong? Is this your transformation technique? At that moment, Sun Wukong had fully completed his transformation, roaring as a giant ape and starting to wreak havoc. Master Roshi seemed to devise a plan and immediately shouted, "Universal Shockwave." In an instant, two beams of light shot towards Wukong, but as soon as the light touched the giant ape, it bounced back. Master Roshi exclaimed, "Oh no, my Universal Shockwave was actually bounced back." Just then, the giant ape, Wukong, tore down the martial arts arena debris and building materials scattering everywhere. The referee dodged the falling stones while exclaiming, "Wow, this is too dangerous. But as the referee, I can't just flee my position." Master Roshi said, "The unluckiest one here is me. If I escape outside the arena, I will lose the match." Seeing this, Krillin couldn't help but jump onto the platform. Wukong, return to your original form quickly. Your attack is dangerous for everyone. Master Roshi shouted, "Get away." This isn't his technique. He turns into a monster upon seeing the full moon and has lost his sanity. Krillin was shocked again. What do we do? Watching Wukong roar and destroy everything, he stepped down from the platform into the buffer zone with the audience getting closer and closer to them. Master Roshi was alarmed. If anyone got hurt, it would be a serious issue. He gritted his teeth. There is only one way left. While speaking, Master Roshi took off his coat, his muscles bulging. He suddenly distanced himself from the giant ape and stood in one corner of the platform, preparing to gather his energy, his hands forming a flower bud shape. Seeing this gesture, it was clearly the pose for the Kamehameha. Krillin was alarmed. "Stop. You'll kill Wukong." However, Klin's attempts to stop were in vain. To Krillin, Jackie Chan showed no signs of holding back and was ready to obliterate Wukong. He hurriedly shouted at the giant ape, "Wukong, run." Hearing Klin's call, the giant ape, Wukong, paused for a moment. However, in the next instant, he didn't turn towards the audience, but instead turned towards Krillin, his enormous fist crashing into the ground, as if to crush Krillin. Krillin felt a tightening in his heart. Oh no, he's coming for me. Just then, Master Ros's ultimate move was finally fully charged. Ultimate power Kamehameha. In an instant, a blinding white light engulfed everything. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes. Krillin covered his head and also closed his eyes. After the Kamehameha, the giant gorilla vanished. At that moment, the referee crawled out from the rubble and said, "This is truly unbelievable." Jackie Chan executed an astounding Kamehameha, knocking down the transformed Sun Wukong, who has disappeared. Krillin couldn't find Wukong, and tears streamed from his eyes as he cried out, "Wukong." In the next moment, he glared at Jackie Chan. "You bastard, you killed Wukong. You murderer, bring Wukong back." Jackie Chan's Master Roshi's bulging muscles shrank, and he pointed towards the edge of the rubble, saying, "Don't panic, look closely, he's not dead." Krillin was momentarily stunned and looked in the direction Master Roshi pointed. He saw Wukong lying on the ground, completely naked, looking as if he were sleeping with his tail sticking out. Krillin was overjoyed. Great, Wukong is still alive. Jackie Chan smiled. Of course, if I killed him, I would lose the match. I figured out that he would transform upon seeing the moon, so my Kamehameha didn't push Wukong away, but rather the moon. The moon is gone. The audience, the host, and the other contestants all looked up at the sky. The sky was clear and the moon was indeed missing. Wow, it's true, the moon has really disappeared. Jackie-chan said, this way he won't be able to transform into a giant gorilla. After saying this, Jackie-chan looked at the referee. Now that he's outside the platform, shouldn't you declare me the winner? The referee immediately shouted. Oh no, contestant Chung Long has done something remarkable. He actually pushed the moon away. Oh, what incredible power this is. Seeing the moon disappear, Krillin was both shocked and relieved. He was relieved that Wukong was not dead. He was shocked that such a powerful expert could exist in this world capable of pushing the moon away with mere mortal strength. Yamcha was also completely astonished by this scene. He couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Master Roshi. Son Wukong can only extinguish the fire of a mountain, while Master Wu Tian can push away the moon. No wonder, he is his master. Although this move was outrageously powerful, the audience was not convinced once they learned he had pushed the moon away. In fact, people in the crowd began to curse. Damn it, what are we going to do about moon gazing in the future? The mooncake is inedible now. The werewolves can't transform anymore. Without the moon, there's no elegance left. Listening to the noisy curses, Chung Long, Master Roshi couldn't help but urge, referee, hurry up and announce the verdict. I have won. As long as the match ended, he wouldn't be criticized and it wouldn't affect him. After all, they were cursing Chung Long, not him. Master Roshi, hurry up and finish the match, shed the disguise and feel light. The referee immediately exclaimed, congratulations, contestant Chung Long wins. At that moment, Wukong, who was lying on the ground, slowly woke up. Why is it so cool? He looked down and realized he wasn't wearing any clothes. When he looked up again, he saw countless spectators staring at him. He quickly covered his private parts, looking extremely embarrassed. Oh no. Knowing the plot well, Wukong understood that he had accidentally seen the moon transformed into a gorilla and ripped his clothes. The moon was pushed away by Master Roshi, and that was what allowed him to transform back. To be fair, it was partly his fault, as he had forgotten about the transformation during the day when he couldn't see the moon. At this moment, Son Wukong couldn't help but feel grateful. If Master Wu Tian's Kamehameha had targeted him, it might not have hurt him, but would have provoked his uncontrollable self. However, with the moon pushed away, he wouldn't have to worry about transforming into a gorilla for many years, so he could relax about it. Just then, Krillin brought over a set of clothes and handed them to Wukong. I'm so lucky, good thing Lanchi made 2 sets of clothes. Wukong, hurry up and put them on. Wukong's face lit up and he quickly took them. Krillin, block the audience for me. Okay. Krillin quickly stood in front of Wukong, and Wukong hurriedly changed into the clothes. After changing, Wukong realized that unlike the original story, he was already outside the arena. He scratched his head and said, I thought I had to continue fighting. It turns out I have already lost. Krillin nodded and said, yet Chung Long is really strong. He can push the moon away with the Kamehameha. It seems I am far from his match. Suddenly, Son Wukong remembered his task to help Krillin win the championship. He immediately said, Krillin, perform well. Old man Chung Long just pushed the moon away, almost exhausting all his energy. As long as you hold on in this match, you will win by depleting his stamina. Hearing Wukong's words, Krillin couldn't help but brighten up. Oh right, although it's a bit unfair, but who told me I'm lucky? Saying this, Krillin patted Wukong on the shoulder. Brother, thank you for depleting his stamina. After I win against Chung Long and get the championship prize, I'll treat you to a meal. Son Wukong nodded, sure, I'll be waiting. Soon Krillin stepped onto the arena. Krillin was now full of energy and immediately started attacking Chung Long. Chung Long quickly blocked and evaded. However, after a few exchanges, he found himself unable to muster much strength. Having just pushed the moon away, he had almost exhausted all his energy. Chung Long thought it was not good, but Krillin pressed on relentlessly, leaving him no choice but to take the blows. The referee looked at the intense battle between the two and couldn't help but passionately comment, wow, Krillin is truly an offensive fighter. His attacks are extremely fierce, leaving not a single gap. Chung Long is clearly struggling to cope. Hearing the referee's commentary, Chung Long cursed, what nonsense. You say I'm struggling. As he spoke, Chung Long stepped back to create distance, then positioned his hands in a flower-like shape. Kamehameha. Krillin was startled, not good. He had no time to think and quickly assumed the posture for the Kamehameha. Chung Long was a step ahead and sent out the Kamehameha. However, this time the Kamehameha fizzled out like a damp firecracker, emitting only a faint spark before vanishing. The referee explained, oh no, it seems Chung Long has just exhausted too much energy. The Kamehameha has no power left. This is really bad. On the other end, Krillin was taken aback at this scene, but then remembered Wukong's words. He smiled at Chung Long and said, hee old man Chung Long, you don't have much stamina left, do you? This championship belongs to me now. As he spoke, Krillin thrust his hands forward. Came. Huh. Me. Huh. Master Roshi was alarmed and immediately dodged. However, while he avoided it, the Kamehameha shot toward the audience behind him. Master Roshi exclaimed, oh no. Seeing this, Krillin was equally startled and immediately aimed high. Fortunately, his maneuver worked. As the Kamehameha left the arena, it slightly adjusted its trajectory upwards and avoided the audience. At that moment, Krillin, Oolong, Master Roshi, and even the spectators nearby all breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, that was intense. Just now I was only 0.03 millimeters away from the Kamehameha. A new round began. At this moment, Krillin charged at Oolong again, but unexpectedly, Oolong's body turned into an afterimage. Krillin was momentarily dazed, and at that moment Oolong appeared and kicked him in the abdomen. Krillin cried out in pain, clutching his stomach as he fell to the ground. The referee immediately shouted, "Contestant Krillin has been knocked down." Then he started the countdown. 1918. But after counting only 3, Krillin surprisingly stood up. He looked at Master Roshi and smiled faintly. That kind of attack won't work on me." Master Roshi couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh no, this kid is growing quickly, and combined with the fact that I exhausted too much energy in the previous match with my current stamina, I can't win against him." While Master Roshi was still pondering, Krillin charged at him once more. The two engaged in another fierce battle. Although Oolong defended vigorously, it was merely defense and could not yield an effective counterattack. He fought while retreating and was soon cornered. Krillin used this opportunity to seal off his escape route. In the next moment, Krillin employed the same tactic again and launched a Kamehameha at Oolong. With no other choice, Oolong stepped back and fell to the ground. The referee shouted, out of bounds. Oolong has been disqualified. Contestant Krillin wins." Krillin walked to the edge of the arena and extended his hand towards Oolong. "Senior Oolong, you are very strong. If it weren't for the excessive fatigue from your last match, I wouldn't have been able to win against you. This time, I have taken advantage." Oolong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly. He gratefully shook Krillin's hand and stood up. "You are indeed a sensible lad." With that, Oolong jumped off the arena. Krillin shouted after him, "Anyway, thank you for not killing Wukong. Because of my agreement with him, I must give my all. Next time, I will definitely defeat you with my own strength." Oolong paused, turned around, and a look of satisfaction filled his eyes. He smiled at Krillin and then left the crowd alone. At that moment, a message flashed in Wukong's mind. Task: help Krillin win the championship of this martial arts tournament completed. Reward: Insight 50. In an instant, Sun Wukong felt his mind unusually clear. The knowledge he had learned before, as well as his understanding of martial arts, seemed to be automatically organizing in his mind, and his comprehension of martial skills deepened. The crowd began to cheer for Krillin. Seeing Krillin enjoying the cheers and applause as a good brother, Sun Wukong jumped onto the arena to celebrate with Krillin. However, at this moment to Wukong, everyone seemed to be in slow motion. They were cheering, they were rejoicing. After Wukong's insight increased, countless realizations surged in his heart. He felt a special sensation. It seemed that his combat power had increased too rapidly, without properly encountering an opponent of equal strength, resulting in poor experience in fighting strong enemies, which was a significant disadvantage. Originally, Sun Wukong could achieve victory despite being weaker, improving himself in battle. However, if Vegeta's combat power was even slightly lower than his opponent's, he had almost no chance of winning. Now he had become a fake Wukong. Although he had power boosts, blindly pursuing increased combat strength led him into a trap, which was something Vegeta often did. A cold sweat broke out on Wukong's forehead. He remembered that when he came to participate in the martial arts tournament, he felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was and thought it was just his own arrogance. At that moment, with his enhanced insight, he finally understood where his unease stemmed from. It turned out that his path had become narrower. There are always greater heights and stronger people. The wisdom passed down from ancestors holds absolutely no flaws. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he realized this so quickly. In the future, he must never underestimate the honing of combat skills. Soon the referee brought the prize money of 500,000 and handed it to Krillin. The champion of this martial arts tournament is Krillin. Oh, let us cheer for him. Krillin. The crowd soon erupted into enthusiastic applause. Krillin held the 500,000 his excitement, making it hard for him to contain his joy. In this era, 500,000 was still quite valuable, almost equivalent to 10 million in purchasing power 20 years later. After receiving the prize money, Krillin came down from the arena with Wukong. He looked around, but couldn't see Master Mutant Rose's figure. Where did Master Tien go? Strange. Wukong smiled and said he must have gone to the restroom. He'll definitely be back soon. You seem to have said you would treat me to a meal. Are you ready? Today I'm going to eat you poor. Krillin laughed back. I'm not afraid. I just don't believe you can eat 500,000 worth of food. Wukong rubbed his stomach. He had not consumed much energy, and indeed couldn't eat that much. Then at least 10,000 worth of food. Krillin was taken aback. What? You want to eat 10,000 worth of food? At that moment, a little girl approached Krillin and Wukong. She pulled out a beautiful card and looked up at Krillin, asking, Mr. Krillin, can you give me an autograph? Krillin was surprised for a moment. The card had a crooked drawing of a little person. Although very abstract, it was clear that it depicted a bald head. Krillin earnestly left his signature for her, and the little girl happily left. Although the girl had gone, Krillin stared blankly at her departing figure. Wukong shook Krillin, saying, "Hey Krillin, don't be in a daze, tell me how it feels to be an idol." Krillin regained his focus and excitedly said, "It's so damn awesome." At that moment, Master Mutant Roshi rushed over. Upon seeing him, Krillin eagerly asked, "Master Wu Tien, where have you been? Did you watch our match?" Master Mutant Roshi smiled and said, "You both did well, and I am very pleased. Especially you, Krillin, you won the championship, which is truly remarkable." Krillin scratched his head shyly and said, "Hee, you make me feel embarrassed with what you said. Actually, I know that Elder Long consumed too much energy fighting Wukong, otherwise I wouldn't have won against him, and I might not even be able to defeat Wukong. This time I won. Besides having some strength, it was all luck. This world truly has greater heights and stronger beings." Master Mutant Roshi immediately agreed, saying, "You are right. There are many powerful individuals in this world, and there are always those stronger than you. One cannot become complacent due to these small achievements in martial arts. True cultivation has just begun." Krillin and son Wukong nodded in unison. "Master, we understand." Meanwhile, Master Mutant Roshi couldn't help but start to complain internally. To teach them has really been a labor of love, exhausting this old man. Krillin took out his prize money and said, "Master, I won the prize, let's go eat together." Master Mutant Roshi said, "I saw a good martial arts talent in the audience. Wait a moment." Krillin and Wukong were both stunned for a moment. Soon Master Mutant Roshi led Yamcha over. Upon seeing Yamcha with Master Mutant Roshi, Wukong's eyes flashed with realization. This was not someone he spotted from the audience. Clearly he had fought with him in the arena and felt a sense of admiration. After entering, Yamcha immediately greeted Wukong and Krillin. "Hello son Wukong, this is our second meeting." Without hesitation, Wukong extended his hand and said hello. Master Mutant Roshi was surprised for a moment. "Oh, you two know each other?" Yamcha scratched his head, smiling wryly. Yes, it's some bad memories. It was during the robbery when he beat me up." Soon the group arrived at the restaurant. Wukong didn't eat too much, but still consumed around 10,000 worth of food. Krillin couldn't help but feel pain, saying, "Wukong, you really can eat. I was thinking about saving more of this prize money for when I marry a wife in the future." Wukong patted Krillin's shoulder and said, "Don't be so stingy, you are now the world champion. When you grow up and gain fame, you'll earn endless money." Krillin's eyes focused. "Right? In the future, I want to win championships and become an idol so many girls will like me." Wukong said, "Congratulations, Krillin, you finally remembered your original intention." Master Mutant Roshi rubbed his hands happily and said expectantly, "Krillin, if you become rich in the future, you must find a beautiful girl for your teacher too." Krillin immediately laughed, saying, "No problem, I'll invite all the models from the photo shoots over." Hearing Krillin's big talk, Master Mutant Roshi nearly had a nosebleed, laughing heartily. "Ha! Krillin, you are truly my good disciple." Yamuti's expression darkened slightly upon hearing their conversation. Son Wukong couldn't help but ask curiously, "Yamuti, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" Krillin asked curiously, "Aren't topics between men usually about women? You're avoiding this topic. You can't possibly be suffering from kidney deficiency, can you?" Pure immediately explained, "That's not it, young master. The young master just has gynophobia." Krillin scratched his head. "Gynophobia? What is that?" Son Wukong explained, "I know there's a condition where one becomes weak at the knees upon seeing a woman. He probably has that issue." Krillin was startled and quickly stepped back 2 paces. "Oh no, you can't be from Nantung, can you?" Pure further explained, "No, that's not it. The young master doesn't like men either." The turtle hermit, known for his antics, frowned at this moment. "If you have such a condition, then you can't train with me." Yamuti was shocked and asked why not. Krillin immediately clarified, "Because Lanchi is currently living in the turtle hermit's house." After Krillin said this, son Wukong realized he needed to take Lanchi away. It wasn't that Yamuti feared women, but rather that if he wasn't at the turtle hermit's house, she would be prone to the turtle hermit's advances. Son Wukong stood up immediately and said, "Don't worry, I'll go back and bring Lanchi with me. No one is watching over my Baozi mountain right now, I'll let her stay with me." The turtle hermit initially wanted to keep him, but thought it over and realized that Lanchi couldn't take advantage of the situation. It was also time for Yamuti, the new disciple, to undergo his initiation, and it was time to find a gentler girl. As for the gynophobia, the turtle hermit could only chuckle. Yamuti simply lacked experience and had interacted too little with girls. As long as he took him to a nightclub, he would probably end up enjoying it more than anyone else. Bringing girls to him shouldn't be a problem. He thus remarked, "It's good to take Lanchi away. Her temperament is too unstable. Taking her away will save me from being on edge all day." Yamuti immediately showed a grateful expression and said to Wukong, "Thank you." Son Wukong waved his hand and replied, "You're welcome, it's the least I could do." At that moment, the turtle hermit turned to Yamuti. "Well, Yamuti, don't get too happy too soon. It's not that easy to join my turtle school. Only if you bring me a cute and pretty girl to stay on the island for a while will I agree to teach you martial arts. What? Yamate couldn't help but feel intimidated. Teacher Tien, you're not joking, are you? How could there be such an outrageous requirement to join? The turtle hermit shrugged. Is this request really outrageous? Krillin and Wukong joined on the same day, and Roshi was brought back by them. Yamate looked at Wukong and Krillin in disbelief, as if asking them. They both nodded emphatically and sincerely. Krillin said, that's right, Teacher Tien has high standards for accepting disciples. Wukong and I put in a lot of effort just to bring a girl to the island, and only then did Teacher Tien agree to teach us. Yamate was stunned. Not to mention bringing a girl to the island, even just seeing a girl would leave him weak at the knees. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to learn at the turtle hermit's house. Before the turtle hermit could say anything about solving his gynophobia, Pure thought of a solution first. He looked at the turtle hermit and asked, as long as it's a pretty and cute girl, is that okay? The turtle hermit nodded immediately, of course. You won't do anything excessive, right? Pure asked with some concern. The turtle hermit replied earnestly, what could I possibly do? Looking at beautiful women can bring joy and extend life. As an old man, wanting to see beautiful women more often to live a few more years, what's wrong with that? Pure reluctantly nodded. Just looking is fine, then that's not a problem. While speaking, Pure suddenly transformed into a graceful and sexy beauty. Teacher, do you think if I turn into a girl, the young master would be willing to learn martial arts from you? Son Wukong and Krillin were taken aback by this scene. Kellen's expression suddenly brightened, and he asked, is this a transformation technique? That's amazing. Yamate's emotions remained unchanged upon seeing the beauty Pure turned into, as he was too familiar with Pure. He explained to Krillin and the others, yes, Pure's transformation can take the form of anyone or anything. Previously, Pure had also tried transforming into a beauty to help me overcome my gynophobia, but unfortunately, I wasn't afraid because I knew he was Pure. When facing a real girl, I still couldn't calm down. Krillin and Wukong nodded in understanding. However, upon seeing the girl Pure transformed into the turtle hermit's eyes nearly popped out. This is simply incredible. From now on, Yamate will be my disciple. Yamate's mouth twitched as he thought, the teacher can't be a lecher, right? This feels so embarrassing. However, he recalled Wukong and Kellen's impressive display on the arena today and thought about how the turtle hermit even gifted that Namu golden clouds to help them. Yamate couldn't help but convince himself that the turtle hermit was merely superficially lecherous, but essentially upright. This made him seem a bit more amiable. He felt that doing this to become the turtle hermit's disciple was worth it. Yamate's gaze unconsciously became resolute. After a hearty meal, Krillin suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but ask, by the way, Wukong, after you bring Roshi to your place, then you plan to return to train, or are you going to let a girl stay on the mountain alone? Son Wukong shook his head. No, I'm not planning to return to training. Krillin was taken aback. What? You're not going back to the turtle hermit to train? Son Wukong nodded. Yeah. Krillin looked confused and asked why not. The turtle hermit looked at Krillin and said, Krillin, even if you and Wukong return to the turtle hermit to continue training, it will just be repeating the previous training. Your strength has reached this level. Oh, in fact, I have little left to teach you. But still remember, there are always people stronger than you and worlds beyond your own. Do not become complacent. What each of you can grow into next will depend on your own training. Krillin was taken aback for a moment. But he suddenly realized that training with the turtle hermit, though it seemed short, was more effective than enduring years of beatings at the Dueling Temple. After all, I just became the world champion. This achievement, although it has some luck involved, at least puts me in the top 3. If I want to go further, I need to forge my own path. Krillin nodded firmly. I understand. As he spoke, Krillin thought about the life of wandering and couldn't help but touch his pocket. He took out the remaining 4,000 prize money, split half of it, and placed it on the table, looking at Wukong. Wukong, since both of us are going out to train, we need to prepare a bit. When out and about, being without money makes it difficult to get by, whether it's for food or lodging. Let's split the remaining prize money, 20,000 each. He pushed the money towards Wukong. Wukong quickly pushed it back and said, no, it's fine, Krillin. Don't forget, I have a wealthy girlfriend. I don't lack these small amounts of money. Krillin looked at Wukong in astonishment, stunned. A sour taste appeared in Klin's eyes. Woo, how could I have forgotten? Wukong, I truly envy you. Although I won the championship, apart from this little prize money I just received, I have nothing else. And you not only have your own house, but also a fiancé and several girls who like you. Woo. Comparing like this, I feel so miserable. Klin became aggrieved. Son Wukong smiled, patting Klin on the shoulder to comfort him. Klin, my house isn't worth much either. After all, it's just a house in the countryside, a little backup left to me by my grandfather. Besides, having a wealthy girlfriend isn't everything. It's a well-known fact that relying on others for sustenance isn't a good way to live. You know that as well. For men, the most important thing is to strive for self-improvement. But you truly have a bright future ahead. Think about it, you have already become a world champion. As long as you continue to work hard and maintain your title for 3 more years, I believe you will become exceptionally wealthy in the future. Just don't forget us then. Krillin seemed to have heard Wukong paint a bright future for him for the second time today. But it sounded quite plausible, so he didn't refute it, and instead smiled lightly, brushing over the topic. Son Wukong had already thought of it. He might just become the future Satan. But unlike Satan, he had strength and would truly be the strongest person on Earth. Son Wukong seemed to envision that scene. If Krillin could be as comical as Satan, he wouldn't be able to help but laugh. Krillin nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard in my training. When the martial arts tournament comes in 3 years, I will win the championship again. Son Wukong chuckled. Keep it up. By the way, Krillin, I recommend you go to a place called Karen Tower. I've heard that climbing to the top of Karen Tower allows you to drink the super holy water, which greatly enhances your abilities. Upon hearing about Karen Tower, Master Roshi's eyes lit up. Oh right, I almost forgot. That Karen Tower is indeed a great place for training. It took me a lot of effort to climb up there back in my day. Krillin immediately became interested. Really? Does drinking the super holy water really enhance one's abilities? Master Roshi replied. Instead of worrying about the super holy water, think about how to climb up there. Climbing Karen Tower itself is a form of training. Let me tell you, the height of that Karen Tower is simply despairing. You must eat and drink well before climbing and be fully prepared, or else you'll face repeated failures, which can be truly frustrating. Krillin looked at Master Roshi with great interest. How long did Master Tien take to climb up? Master Roshi scratched his head. That was hundreds of years ago. I've long forgotten how long it took me to get up there. I only remember staying on top for 3 years. Krillin curiously asked, what were you doing up there for so long? Master Roshi smiled. You'll understand once you get up there. Krillin. Night fell, and everyone stayed overnight at the hotel. The next day, everyone returned to Master Roshi's house together. Wukong and Launch had already packed their things early and stored them in the universal capsule. Then Wukong took Launch to Baozi Mountain. Krillin finished packing his bag and headed to Karen Tower. Yamcha followed Master Roshi alone, starting his formal training. They parted ways, each believing in a bright future. Launch was still on the wanted list, as she couldn't appear in public often. Even if she was no longer being pursued once she turned blonde, she couldn't suppress her desires. No matter how much money she had, even if she had an endless supply of money, the moment she saw airplanes, trains, and banks, she couldn't help but want to rob. The desire in her genes is simply different from others. Hence, Wukong could only temporarily settle her on the mountain. After ensuring Launch was settled, Wukong left. He was very clear about his mission. Next, he needed to collect the Dragon Balls and dismantle the Red Ribbon Army. The downfall of the Red Ribbon Army was closely related to the future appearance of Android 18. He couldn't afford to overlook it. Son Wukong planned to wait until he grew up to wish for immortality and whatnot. For now, the dragon hadn't much use. He thought that if Bulma couldn't make use of the Dragon Balls either, then, after collecting them this time, he would wish for Launch to no longer have the desire to rob. That way she could become a normal person and live like a normal person. Launch was considered one of his own. The fruits of his labor should be used on his own people. After leaving Baozi Mountain, Wukong flew towards West City, preparing to get the Dragon Radar from Bulma. Then he would set off to find the Dragon Balls and dismantle the Red Ribbon Army. If Bulma wanted to come along, he would take her for a bit of fun. As he was flying, a system message flashed through his mind again. In his past life, Launch fell for Tien after meeting him at the martial arts tournament. However, Tien only liked dumplings and was indifferent to women, which left Launch feeling dejected. Your life has been rebooted. Since you've decided to change Launch's fate, you should do more for her, at the very least to help her leave Master Roshi's house. Task: take Launch away from Master Roshi's house. Reward: transformation technique, full version. Son Wukong was taken aback. Oh, I can even receive such skills as a reward. Seems quite good, but I feel like I've completed this task in advance. Will I not get the reward? At that moment, a message flashed through Son Wukong's mind. Task: take Launch away from Master Roshi's house completed. Reward: transformation technique, full version has been granted. In an instant, an intangible understanding surged into Son Wukong's mind. He quickly grasped the principle of the transformation technique. So the principle of the transformation technique is also a change in one's aura. Son Wukong's gaze sharpened. Completing the task ahead of time and still being able to receive the system's reward is quite nice. Son Wukong thought of Oolong. His transformation only lasted 5 minutes, and he had to rest for a minute to use it again, which was rather useless. After organizing the knowledge of the transformation technique, a faint smile appeared on his face. Now I know why Oolong could only transform for 5 minutes. It's not just that his technique isn't proficient enough, his aura is too weak, even weaker than an average person. This technique is akin to the instant transmission on planet Yardrat. It's merely a type of aura manipulation, including techniques like the giant body technique, clone technique, forced separation technique, etc. all stem from different applications of aura. The stronger the aura, the better the effects of these skills. Of course, asking Sun Wukong to create new techniques would be exceedingly difficult. He wouldn't be able to do it. The people of planet Yardrat, due to their lack of strength, developed these non-combat skills for self-preservation. Those skills are the accumulation of many generations over the years. In truth, creating each skill is quite challenging. However, combat skills are relatively easier to create, such as Aura Slash and Kamehameha. But the power of combat techniques depends on strength. Lacking strength, no matter how many fancy techniques one has, they are useless. And Sun Wukong's goal is to continuously become stronger. If he wastes time researching and training in those strange skills, his path of growth will go awry. Sun Wukong tried the transformation technique. It could only fool people and offered no help to his strength. He retracted his thoughts and flew towards West City again. In the western capital, at the Capsule Corporation, Mrs. Brief was watering the flowers when suddenly a gust of wind blew, causing her to quickly hold down her skirt. The wind had not yet died down when Sun Wukong appeared before her and greeted her. "Hi, Mrs. Brief." Mrs. Brief squinted and smiled. "I knew it. How could there be such a strong wind?" "So it was Wukong who came again. But why didn't you ring the doorbell this time?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed. "Haha, sorry, Mrs. Brief. This time I didn't come through the front door." "No need to apologize. Actually, it's fine not to come through the front door. I don't mind at all." As she spoke, Mrs. Brief smiled and looked Wukong over. "You seem to have grown a bit since the last time. Have you finally started to develop?" Sun Wukong replied with a smile. "Boys will always grow up." Mrs. Brief nodded and said, "It would be nice if you could grow to 1.80 meters in one go, then you could go on dates with me. But Bulma hasn't come home from school yet, so wait here for a bit. Would you like something to drink?" Wukong was no stranger to this place and was quite familiar with Mrs. Brief. If he said anything, she would bring him a glass of brandy. Wukong could only say, "A glass of cola, please." "All right." Mrs. Brief still had a smiling demeanor as she turned around, swaying her hips to pour the drink. Wukong sat on a garden chair waiting for her. A moment later, Mrs. Brief came over with the cola. "Wukong, I'm so glad you could come. Do you know? Recently, Bulma has been skipping classes frequently. She said she has already mastered all the knowledge of high school in advance and finds it too boring to be cooped up in school every day. She even said that a year has passed and the Dragon Balls have been restored, and when you come, she wants to find the Dragon Balls with you." Sun Wukong was taken aback. "Find the Dragon Balls? Does she have any wishes?" Mrs. Brief thought for a moment and said, "She doesn't really have any wishes, just simply doesn't want to be in school. You know how competitive it is at her school. At her age, many girls brag about their boyfriends. But Bulma's boyfriend is you, and since you're so short, she can't show you off at all, and she's too shy to invite you to school to support her, so she often says that her mood for school lately feels like going to a grave." Sun Wukong. Although Mrs. Brief mentioned that he was too short, he knew she was just a straightforward person and didn't mean to hurt his pride. So he didn't take her words to heart. Besides, he still hadn't fully developed. It wasn't that he couldn't grow taller. However, Sun Wukong thought about it and agreed with Mrs. Brief's words. In his past life, he had also attended high school and university. At school, girls with boyfriends were truly happy. Someone would buy them breakfast, someone would rush to get food in the cafeteria and save seats. This way, especially when seen by classmates, the girl's vanity would be satisfied. And Bulma boasting about having a boyfriend, yet nobody had seen him, might even be mocked for having a cloud boyfriend. But on second thought, Bulma had thick skin, as she probably wouldn't be upset. This time, taking her to find the Dragon Balls would be a good way to cheer her up. Just then, he suddenly sensed Bulma's aura. Turning around, he saw Bulma wearing goggles diving down on a flying motorcycle. She made a graceful emergency stop and jumped off the flying motorcycle. "Bulma." Hearing Wukong's voice, Bulma responded with surprise. "Off." She took off her goggles and noticed Wukong. Her expression immediately brightened. "Hey Wukong, what are you doing here? I heard you were bored at home, so let's go find the Dragon Balls." Bulma's face lit up. Sure. Sun Wukong immediately said, "Then you pack your things, bring the Dragon Ball radar, and let's set off." "All right." Bulma nodded. Just as she was about to go gather her things, Mrs. Brief stopped her and asked, "Bulma, do you have any wishes for collecting the Dragon Balls this time?" Bulma thought for a moment and said, "Not really any serious wish." "Why?" Mrs. Brief covered her cheeks, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "Then can I go with you? I want a handsome boyfriend." Bulma immediately shouted, "No way." Then she pulled Wukong, saying, "Wukong, come with me to pack things, that don't stay here. It's easy to learn bad habits from her." "Oh, okay." Wukong followed Bulma to her room. Mrs. Brief looked at Bulma's departing figure and sighed with some worry. "Oh dear, she's getting more disobedient. It seems my daughter has entered her rebellious phase." After packing her clothes, Bulma and Wukong went to the laboratory to find the Dragon Ball radar. Coincidentally, Dr. Brief was tinkering with things in the laboratory. Bulma and Wukong didn't want to disturb his experiment, so they didn't interrupt him. However, Dr. Brief didn't mind being disturbed at all. After finishing his experiment, he casually looked at a photo book and noticed Bulma and Wukong taking the Dragon Ball radar, looking like they were about to go out, which made Dr. Brief show a hint of curiosity. He took the initiative to greet them. Bulma, where are you two going? Bulma looked at the doctor and said, Dad, I'm going to find the Dragon Balls with Wukong, and can you help me ask for leave from school? Oh, are you going to find the Dragon Balls again? If you gather them this time, remember to bring a beautiful girl back for your dad. Bulma couldn't help but shout again. You two are really a match made in heaven. After saying that, she grabbed Wukong's hand. Let's go. Wait, don't rush you, I have something to give you. Bulma and Wukong paused in their steps. After saying that, Dr. Brief handed a capsule to Bulma. Bulma asked curiously, what is this? Dr. Brief said seriously, when you go out, be sure to pay attention to safety measures. Suddenly feeling a wave of paternal love, Bulma couldn't help but feel warmth in her expression. She took the capsule, didn't even ask, and stuffed it into her bag. Thanks, Dad. Goodbye, Dad. After saying that, the two walked out of the laboratory. Dr. Brief watched the two figures leave, murmuring, that kind of thing is not something I can teach you, you'll have to learn it yourself. In that year, Bulma mastered flying a plane. For long-distance adventures, being able to fly was clearly much more convenient. And so Bulma flew the plane, while Wukong lay back in his seat sleeping. Thus began their journey. 2 hours passed, and Bulma flew the plane north. Wukong, wake up, it's time to get up. Wukong, still in a deep sleep, stretched and rubbed his eyes. Bulma, where are we? Bulma pulled out the Dragon Ball radar and handed it to Wukong. I'm not sure where this is, but the radar shows there's a Dragon Ball nearby. Why don't you go down and take a look? Wukong took the radar, and indeed there was a Dragon Ball nearby. Knowing the Dragon Ball is around here, why are you making me go down without quickly landing? Bulma said, I'm a bit worried. It seems there are a lot of people down there, possibly even soldiers. Do you think they might be looking for the Dragon Ball? Son Wukong looked down through the plane's glass. He could clearly see some soldiers in red sashes and villagers searching for something in the vicinity. Son Wukong immediately said, to avoid damaging the plane, you should circle around here. I'll go down, find the Dragon Ball, and come back up. Bulma replied, yes, that's exactly what I meant. After saying that, Son Wukong opened the parachute door and jumped down. Once he landed, he activated the Dragon Ball radar. Location locked, zoom in a bit more, zoom in a bit more. He kept pressing the radar while moving closer to the location of the Dragon Ball. A few minutes later, Wukong found the exact location of the Dragon Ball. He casually moved aside a few stones and reached into the crevice where he felt something unusual. With a firm grasp, an orange Dragon Ball landed in the palm of his hand. Found it! Wukong exclaimed excitedly as he held up the Dragon Ball for identification. This is the 6-star ball. At that moment, 2 villagers nearby saw him. Wow, what did you find? Could it be the Dragon Ball? The 2 hurried over, but Wukong had already stored the Dragon Ball away. However, the 2 could clearly sense that it was indeed the Dragon Ball. One of them stepped forward and asked, Kid, who are you? What was that thing you found just now? Can I take a look? Son Wukong looked at the 2 and said, what I found is the Dragon Ball. Is there a problem? The 2 were taken aback. Is it really the Dragon Ball? Suddenly, a man with a hat pulled out a gun and aimed it at Son Wukong. You're a quite lucky little brat that you found the Dragon Ball for us. Now I command you to hand it over, or he'll shoot you dead. Son Wukong's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Hey, with that attitude, it's no wonder you guys are being enslaved by the Red Ribbon Army to find the Dragon Balls. With that, Son Wukong launched a powerful punch, sending the man flying with a scream. His body crashed into a rock and fell silent. The farmer who had come with him was startled and immediately pulled the trigger at Wukong. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets shot towards Wukong in succession. Son Wukong casually waved his hand, and the 3 bullets were instantly caught in his grasp. The man was taken aback, exclaiming, what? He can catch bullets with his bare hands. Son Wukong didn't hold back and threw the bullets back at him. Here you go. With 3 dull thuds, the man's forehead was pierced by 3 blood holes, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. After dealing with the 2 farmers, Son Wukong directly flew into the sky, heading towards Bulma's plane. At that moment, a red-haired officer witnessed the scene. He immediately shouldered a rocket launcher and fired at Wukong's target, the plane. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and Bulma's plane instantly exploded into a brilliant firework. Seeing this, Son Wukong's heart sank. He never expected the rocket launcher could hit a plane flying high in the sky. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Bulma! However, before he could grieve, Bulma had already fallen out of the smoke, her clothes still trailing a wisp of smoke. Son Wukong was visibly stunned for a moment. Bulma was screaming for help while smoking and plummeting to the ground. Wukong's expression brightened. He slapped his forehead and said, Look at my brain, I almost forgot that Bulma is a master now. He flew over to catch Bulma before she hit the ground. Bulma, are you okay? Bulma got down from Wukong's arms and stood on the ground pouting. Do I look fine? Son Wukong nodded. You do? The plane exploded, yet you're still bouncing around. Isn't that fine? Bulma was taken aback for a moment. Wow, I actually withstood a rocket launcher hit. I'm really impressive. Wukong said, last time's wish to make you stronger has taken effect. This level of damage can no longer kill you. Bulma seemed to feel a burning sensation on her back, and after taking off her jacket discovered that it was already on fire. She tossed the jacket aside, brushed off the dust on her hands, and looked around. At that moment, a red-haired officer approached them carrying a rocket launcher. Bulma saw the rocket launcher on his shoulder and instantly rolled up her sleeves. A rocket launcher. Damn it, so it's that guy who destroyed my plane. Wukong, don't stop me, let me take care of him. Wukong nodded, yes, I won't stop you. As Bulma approached the officer, the red-haired officer laughed upon seeing that they were both unharmed. Hee hee, who are you two? You were hit by my rocket launcher and are still fine. Bulma angrily retorted, you bastard, why did you blow up my plane? The red-haired officer chuckled. Hee hee, of course it's for the Dragon Balls. But why are you two collecting Dragon Balls? Also, we searched for 20 days without finding the Dragon Balls, yet you found them as soon as you arrived. Hearing that they had searched for over 20 days without success, Bulma couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, even though you blew up my plane, I'm suddenly not angry anymore. After searching for over 20 days, I must say your radar is really garbage. The red-haired officer revealed a slight smile. Yes, it seems the radar you have is much more accurate than our Red Ribbon Army's radar. Bulma laughed. Of course this radar was created by me, a genius. How could your garbage scientists compare? At this point, Bulma suddenly realized something. She looked seriously at the red-haired officer and asked, wait, did you say you are from the Red Ribbon Army? The red-haired officer nodded. That's right, I'm an officer of the Red Ribbon Army. You can call me Colonel Silver. Bulma's forehead broke out in a sweat, and she immediately looked at Wukong. Wukong there from the Red Ribbon Army. How about we just hand over the Dragon Ball and the radar? The red-haired officer smiled slightly and lowered his rocket launcher. I didn't expect you to know about our Red Ribbon Army. It seems this young lady is quite astute. Wukong furrowed his brow. Bulma, he destroyed our plane, and you didn't say you wanted to take care of him. Your stance is changing too quickly. Bulma immediately retorted, what do you know? The Red Ribbon Army is the largest arms organization in the world, different from past enemies. It's not something just the two of us can handle. The red-haired officer laughed. That's right, this young lady is correct. The Red Ribbon Army is an international military organization that you cannot provoke. If you don't want to die, quickly hand over the Dragon Ball and your radar. Saying this, Colonel Silver reached out and walked towards Bulma. Wukong kicked at his face, sending Colonel Silver flying with a distorted expression. Colonel Ian's body crashed against the rock, landing on the ground with a thud. With a kick of his leg, he lost all breath. Seeing that Colonel Ian seemed to be kicked to death by Wukong, Bulma's heart sank. It's over, he's dead, we've caused a huge disaster. Son Wukong waved his hand saying, what disaster have we caused? They are the ones who commit evil without restraint. Dealing with them requires bold and ruthless measures. Bulma exclaimed, you really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. The Red Ribbon Army is spread all over the globe. We're doomed. Son Wukong shrugged and replied, we've killed them, don't worry so much. In my view, it's not us who are doomed, it should be them. If we overthrow the entire Red Ribbon Army, it would count as eliminating harm for the people. Bulma exclaimed in surprise, overthrow the Red Ribbon Army. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Wukong immediately said, Bulma, don't forget what just happened. If it weren't for gathering the Dragon Balls last time, granting you a certain level of combat power, you would have been blown to pieces by the rocket launcher just now. Thinking of the plane that was just shattered, Bulma couldn't help but shiver. Wukong was right. If it weren't for the wish made with the Dragon Balls that made her stronger last time, she would have been a goner just now. However, thinking of the colossal Red Ribbon Army made Bulma uneasy. Suddenly, she looked at the Dragon Ball in her hand and thought of a good idea. By the way, Wukong, I suddenly have a plan. What plan, eh? Bulma said, let's gather the Dragon Balls and have Shenron eliminate the Red Ribbon Army. Before Wukong could respond, Bulma began to feel pleased with herself. Ha ha, I'm so clever to think of this plan. Son Wukong twitched his mouth. He thought, clever my foot. To eliminate the Red Ribbon Army using Shenron, that's just wasteful. However, Wukong did not reject her plan. Telling her that she could destroy the Red Ribbon Army herself, she might not believe it. When they gather the Dragon Balls, if they find out that the Red Ribbon Army has already been destroyed, she wouldn't think so anymore. This wish is not something that can just be done. However, he couldn't let Bulma take action. It was fine for him to be eyed by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, but if she was targeted, who knows what unexpected changes might occur. So Wukong said, Bulma, save your strength for self-defense from now on. Any matter that requires action should be left to me. Bulma seemed to sense Wukong's concern and gently nodded, I understand. Our plane has been destroyed. How are we going to get out of here? Son Wukong looked around and said, there should be a branch of the Red Ribbon Army nearby. Let's hijack a plane. Bulma's mouth twitched. Hijack a plane from the Red Ribbon Army. Isn't that too dangerous? Aren't you able to fly? How about you carry me? Sun Wukong thought for a moment, picked up the radar, and said, the next Dragon Ball seems to be in the far north. If you're not afraid of the cold, I'll carry you. Bulma was taken aback and quickly took the radar to look. Good grief, they were almost at the North Pole. Bulma's expression darkened. Oh no, I didn't bring winter clothes, but I'm going to freeze to death. Sun Wukong laughed. Don't worry, you're very strong now. This little cold shouldn't be able to freeze you to death. Bulma immediately retorted, it's just not freezing me to death enough. Besides, even if the cold won't freeze me to death, it'll still be cold. Sun Wukong shrugged and said, so I need to go hijack their plane. A moment later, Wukong managed to grab a universal capsule that contained a military plane. Bulma's face fell. Oh, we've completely offended them. There's no turning back now. Bulma piloted the plane, taking Wukong towards the direction of the next Dragon Ball. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Report, Commander Hong, I need to interrupt. Commander Hong turned his head with a cigar in his mouth. What's the matter? There's a problem with the Dragon Ball that Colonel Tien was in charge of finding. May I ask the commander to come to the command room? Commander Hong followed the intelligence officer to the command room. There was a huge radar there. Commander Hong said, isn't that Dragon Ball in motion? It should have been found right. This is strange. Look, the Dragon Ball Colonel Tien is responsible for is moving north. That's General Bai's area of responsibility. He didn't go looking for the Dragon Ball that General Bai was responsible for, did he? Commander Hong frowned. What's going on? Have we contacted him by phone? Reporting to the commander, Colonel Tien's phone was not reachable. Just then another intelligence officer rushed in. No, it's bad. Colonel Tien is dead, and someone hijacked a fighter jet. Commander Hong was shocked. What? Someone actually dared to steal something from my Red Ribbon Army. They're really asking for it. Who is that person? Reporting to the commander, a photo has come through, but seems to be a little kid. A little kid dares to oppose my Red Ribbon Army. Are you kidding? The Black Adjutant immediately ordered, contact General Bai first, have him take care of that little brat and retrieve the Dragon Ball. The intelligence officer immediately nodded. Yes, sir. Just then Commander Hong noticed that the Black Adjutant was standing beside him. He immediately became furious and said, didn't I tell you not to stand next to me? It makes me look shorter. The Black Adjutant immediately stepped back. I'm sorry. While Wukong and Bulma were searching for the Dragon Balls, Krillin had already started climbing Korin Tower. Come on, come on. Krillin was climbing with all his might. However, he had been climbing for a long time, as if he had climbed several mountains in a single day, but still couldn't see the top of the tower. Soon night fell. He was already somewhat tired and his stomach began to growl. Krillin opened his backpack and tied himself to the tower with a rope. After that, he took out bread and water to replenish his energy. After eating, he fixed the rope again to prevent himself from falling, and once secured, he fell asleep. The next day, the sun rose. Krillin woke up leisurely. Is it dawn yet? He looked up and still couldn't see the end. I still can't see the top. This Korin Tower is really high. I must keep climbing. After saying that, Krillin untied the rope and put it back in his backpack, continuing to climb. By noon, Krillin was utterly exhausted, but at that moment he saw a different scene. It seems I've reached the top of the tower. Krillin's face lit up with joy, and he felt a surge of power within him. So he climbed up swiftly. Upon reaching the top of Korin Tower, Krillin rested while catching his breath and surveyed his surroundings. This place is quite clean. Oh, I wonder what the sage looks like. Suddenly he saw many water jars. So many jars, is this the super holy water? After saying that, Krillin lifted the lid of a jar to take a look. It seemed to be just ordinary water with no abnormalities. Moreover, with so many jars of water here, it felt entirely unremarkable. Krillin also felt that this didn't seem like super holy water. At that moment, a voice came to Krillin's ears. Come up the stairs here. Krillin immediately followed the voice and climbed up the stairs. Once he got up, a cat appeared before his eyes. Krillin was taken aback. So it's a cat. May I ask, is the sage here? Krillin said, you managed to climb up here, though you're short. Your speed is impressive. Krillin frowned. As if you're taller than me, where is the sage? Krillin replied, it's me. Krillin was shocked. You are the sage? Krillin countered, what do you have a problem with that? Krillin shook his head. No, not at all. I've made it up here. I heard there's super holy water that can increase power. Can you give it to me? Krillin smiled. The super holy water is in this bottle of mine, or if you can take it, you can have it. Krillin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, is it that simple? That's right, it's that simple. Krillin replied. Krillin smiled slightly and said, I'm coming. Saying that, Krillin lunged towards Krillin. In the far north, the cold wind howled as if piercing through the airplane, causing Wukong and Bulma to shiver uncontrollably. Wukong, I'm freezing to death. It's so cold here. Wukong shivered as he replied, I didn't expect it to be this cold either. Can't you see I'm shaking too? Are we close to the Dragon Balls yet? Bulma glanced at the radar and said, we're almost there, just around this area. If we're almost there, let's land and warm up in the village. All right. With that, Bulma piloted the plane down. After landing, Wukong sensed a faint aura approaching. Bulma, someone is coming. Bulma's expression brightened. Really? Yes. Wukong nodded. Bulma immediately said, hurry, help me grab a coat. Wukong. Bulma has learned to be bad, asking me to steal now. If you don't hurry, I'm going to freeze to death. Got it. With that, Wukong walked toward the direction of the aura. A little girl with red hair came into view. She froze for a moment upon seeing Wukong shivering. Hey, you're dressed so lightly, aren't you afraid of freezing to death? After a moment, Bulma and Wukong arrived at the home of the red-haired girl. Her name was Sinuo, a villager from the area. Bulma and Wukong warmed themselves by the stove. Soon Sinuo brought each of them a bowl of porridge. Here, drink this to warm up. Thank you, Bulma said happily as she took the bowl and began to drink. Wukong did the same, holding the bowl and slurping it down. Once Bulma recovered, she remarked, where's this place? It's so cold. Sinuo replied, this is Galu village. Where are you from? I came from West City. West City? Sinuo looked puzzled. I haven't heard of it. But since you're dressed so fashionably, it must be a big city in the West, right? Yes, West City is a major metropolis in the West. I can't believe you haven't heard of it. Does your village not have internet? Sinuo rested her chin on her hands, looking at them curiously. I don't know. Bulma sighed. Looks like I guessed right, you truly don't know about West City. Your village is indeed a bit behind the times. But many people at your age have never left their hometown, unlike Bulma, who has traveled the world and seen many sights. She is indeed better than most girls. Sinuo asked curiously, so what are you doing here? Bulma straightforwardly replied, we are here to find the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Upon hearing the words, Sinuo darted to her mother's side like a startled mouse. Her mother was also taken aback. She shielded Sinuo and asked cautiously, are you from the Red Ribbon Army? Bulma then realized why they suddenly became frightened as she quickly waved her hands. No, you misunderstood. We are not from the Red Ribbon Army. On the contrary, we are looking for the Dragon Balls, and we are in conflict with the Red Ribbon Army. This time we are gathering the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon and eliminate the Red Ribbon Army. Sinuo and her mother both froze for a moment. You want to eliminate the Red Ribbon Army? Wukong and Bulma nodded simultaneously. Then Sinuo's mother burst into laughter. Don't joke around, the Red Ribbon Army is very powerful. With just the two of you, how can you possibly deal with them? Bulma hurriedly explained, I know no single person can take on the Red Ribbon Army, that's why we plan to use the power of the Dragon Balls. Sinuo's eyes glimmered with interest. What exactly are the Dragon Balls, and what do they do? Bulma took out a Dragon Ball they had just found and said, this is a Dragon Ball. However, each Dragon Ball has a different number of stars on it. As long as you gather 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon and fulfill any wish. Sinuo's mother suddenly understood. I see. It seems that the Red Ribbon Army has ulterior motives. They spare no effort in forcing the villagers to help them find the Dragon Balls. Bulma nodded, that's right. People like that must not be allowed to find the Dragon Balls. There's one nearby. Sinuo replied, I know my father was forced by them to look for the Dragon Balls. Since the Red Ribbon Army does not have enough people, they are forcing the young men in the village to go find them. Don't worry, I will clean them up, Wukong said as he looked at Sinuo. Sinuo immediately retorted, they are very powerful, you can't defeat them. Bulma interjected, don't underestimate people, little girl. Wukong is actually very powerful. Sinuo immediately pointed toward the window saying, being powerful won't help. Just look, that's their base. Our village chief is being held hostage by them. Wukong looked through the glass at the distant base. The village chief is a hostage. Sinuo nodded, yes, that's right. A few days ago they came and took the village chief, threatening the men in our village to find the Dragon Balls for them. They declared that anyone who dares to resist would be killed. It seems your village chief is a good leader to be so beloved by you all. Sinuo earnestly replied, yes, the village chief is really nice. Over the years our village has relied on him to lead us to prosperity. Wukong patted Sinuo's head and said with a smile, don't worry, the village chief will be fine. I will help you deal with the Red Ribbon Army and bring the village chief back. Sinuo looked at Wukong in disbelief, realizing he was patting her head, and her face turned red without her noticing. A girl's blush outshines any sweet talk. Wukong quickly withdrew his hand, thinking it was a bit excessive to not let even this little girl off. At that moment, a system message flashed through Wukong's mind. In your past life, you saved Sinuo and her village. You became the great hero of their village. Sinuo admires you greatly, as she wants to leave the village with you when she grows up. But she is just a rural girl and cannot open her mouth. After you left, she never returned. Your appearance became an unforgettable memory for her. Your life has been restarted. You feel she shouldn't have regrets. Task: destroy Marsluta, rescue the village chief, and save the village. Reward: you can survive for 30 minutes in an oxygen-deprived environment. The system is truly ruthless, not allowing me to overlook this little girl. Upon seeing the task reward, Wukong couldn't help but feel pleased. Surviving in an oxygen-deprived environment, this reward is simply fantastic. Although it's only for 30 minutes, there's so much that can be done in that time, whether flying or instant teleportation, it can help him out of a jam. This has nearly changed the Saiyans' deficiency of not being able to survive in space. Earlier, son Wukong was contemplating the wish he would make to ensure his survival in the universe. Now, as long as he completes the task, there would be no need to waste the Dragon Balls in the future, which is quite good. However, Wukong glanced at Sinuo, her eyes shimmering with excitement. He naturally saw through the little girl's current thoughts. What to do with such overwhelming charm? Being liked by girls wherever he goes is indeed a delightful trouble. At that moment, the door to Sinuo's home was forcefully opened. Several soldiers from the Red Satin Brigade marched in, guns drawn. Sinuo and her mother immediately stepped back, while Wukong moved to the doorway. One of them pointed a gun at Wukong and questioned, "Little brat, I heard you killed General Tien, took the Dragon Balls, and even stole their aircraft." Son Wukong nodded. "That's right, it was me." The men behind him immediately braced themselves, aiming their guns at Bulma, Sinuo, and Sinuo's mother. "If you don't want to be killed, hand over the Dragon Balls." Son Wukong spread his hands. "Not this again," so cliché. As he spoke, Wukong transformed into a streak of light darting around. Once he stabilized, several soldiers from the Red Satin Brigade were knocked down to the ground. Because Sinuo was in front of him, Wukong refrained from killing. However, even so, Sinuo was stunned by the scene. What just happened? Bulma stepped forward chuckling. He just threw 4 punches and 6 kicks, defeating them all. Sinuo was taken aback. "Really? So impressive. I didn't see anything." Bulma put her hands on her hips and said, "Wukong, look at how smitten that little girl is. Hurry and go destroy that Marsluta and rescue the village chief." Son Wukong immediately nodded okay. With that, he dashed out. However, just a minute later, he returned. "Wait, going out like this, I'll freeze to death." Bulma couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, didn't you say that being stronger means you're not afraid of the cold?" Son Wukong shivered and said, "Maybe I'm still not strong enough." Sinuo took out her thick coat, her face flushed, and said, "Of course you're cold dressed like this, let me lend you my clothes." So Wukong put on the thick cotton coat and charged toward Marsluta once more. Watching Wukong completely vanish into the snow, Sinuo finally snapped back to reality and closed the door. Seeing Sinuo's dazed expression, Bulma couldn't help but smile slightly. "Hey little girl, are you crushing on my Wukong?" Sinuo's face suddenly flushed red. "No, I'm not." "If you're not, why are you blushing?" Bulma teased, causing Sinuo to blush even more hastily, burying her head. Watching her awkwardness, Bulma burst into giggles. She considered herself much more mature than her, finding it amusing to see little Sinuo blushing and flustered. At the same time, she recalled her own past state, seemingly having gone through a similar infatuated phase, foolish and easy to deceive. Looking back now, she felt that her past self was both amusing and laughable. Suddenly, Bulma noticed the Dragon Ball radar and paused. "That Wukong fellow didn't even bring the radar. Can he find it?" Sinuo curiously asked, "Can such a small device really locate the Dragon Balls?" Bulma nodded, "Of course. Don't underestimate this little thing. It was crafted by a genius girl, and its technological content is quite impressive. With it, the location of the Dragon Balls can be pinpointed with an error of no more than 1 meter." Sinuo knew all too well the value of this radar. The Red Satin Brigade's headquarters has a radar, but its accuracy is limited to a few kilometers around. Bulma's radar surpasses theirs significantly. Sinuo couldn't help but look at Bulma with admiration, her eyes sparkling, saying, "Bulma, you're amazing." Bulma smiled faintly. "You flatter me. For me, the Dragon Ball radar is just a trivial matter. However, since Wukong forgot to bring it, I feel it's necessary to deliver it to him." With that, she took the radar and walked to the door. However, a gust of cold wind blew through the crack of the door, instantly giving Bulma a shiver. "So cold, forget it. I don't have a suitable coat anyway. I'll let him discover it and come back for it, so I don't freeze like a fool." She dismissed the thought. At that moment, Sinuo's mother said, "If you want to go out, just wear my cotton coat." Bulma glanced at the floral cotton coat and quickly shook her head. Rejecting, she said, "No, auntie, that style doesn't suit me." Marsluta. A group of patrolling soldiers noticed something unusual and immediately reported the situation. "Report, there's a strange little brat rushing towards us, and he's very fast. What could it be, that little brat? How long until he arrives? He'll probably be here soon. Quick, gather and stop him." "Understood." General Bai immediately looked out the window. Seeing him running alone towards them, a look of delight appeared on his face. "What a fool, coming here to seek death. Open fire on him." After issuing the command, the patrolling personnel immediately opened fire on son Wukong. Wukong didn't even bother to block. With a few flashes, he dodged the barrage of bullets. By the time they realized something was off, Wukong was already up close, knocking them all down. General Bai was taken aback. "Bullets don't work on him. If it seems we can't treat him as a normal little brat, we need to send out experts to deal with him." After defeating the patrolling soldiers, son Wukong walked into Marsluta. The moment he entered, a wave of warmth enveloped him, feeling much more comfortable. However, this was soon followed by the appearance of several thugs. Yet ordinary people were no match for Wukong. Sun Wukong transformed into an afterimage, and within just a few breaths these people were all defeated. General Bai, who was in the upper levels of Marsluta, felt a surge of tension. The purple-clad ninja beside him said, "Don't worry, General Bai, although he's not an ordinary character, he won't be my opponent." General Bai asked, "Do you think he can make it here?" The purple-clad ninja shook his fingers, smiling. "Absolutely impossible. To date, no one has ever defeated Sergeant Arno on the 3rd floor. Even if by chance he wins, there are still those on the 4th floor. What a pity." General Bai forced a smile. "I thought this little brat could allow me to showcase my skills." Purple-clad, "How long do you think Sergeant Arno will take to defeat him?" The purple-clad ninja thought for a moment and said, "A minute is enough." "A minute, huh? Not exceeding a minute." In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong arrived at the 3rd level of Marsruta. A tall figure blocked his path. The man stood over 3 meters tall, exceptionally burly. He lowered his head and said to Sun Wukong, "The staircase to the upper level is over there, but to ascend you must defeat me first." Sun Wukong glanced at Sergeant Arno. "You're a cyborg. You look just like the Terminator. I want to ask, is the scientist who created you here?" Sergeant Arno did not answer. Instead, he launched a punch at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's figure flickered as he dodged the attack. Arno's massive fist struck the ground, instantly cracking the earth and causing Marsruta to tremble several times. Sun Wukong's expression turned cold as he said, "I was asking you a question. It's really rude of you to attack me out of nowhere." He took off his heavy coat. "Since you don't want to communicate, I'll save my breath and just send you to your death." As soon as he finished speaking, Sergeant Arno threw another punch at Wukong. Sun Wukong stomped hard on the ground, dodging the punch, while jumping to the height of Arno's head. "It's over." Sun Wukong executed a powerful sweep, sending Arno's head flying off. His head struck the wall, rolling back, but the head of the cyborg Sergeant Arno could still express emotions. Sun Wukong rushed forward and stomped down, causing Arno's head to explode in a shower of sparks. On the top floor, General Bai and Z were both taken aback. "What? That little brat actually took down Sergeant Arno in an instant." General Bai clenched his fist and said, "That product from Dr. Gallo is truly just a facade." Z remarked, "I didn't expect him to be no match for that little brat. It seems I need to intervene." With that, Z went downstairs. After crushing the head of the cyborg Sergeant Arno, Sun Wukong continued to ascend. At that moment, the headless Sergeant Arno suddenly rose, his hands gripping Sun Wukong like iron pincers, his thick fingers squeezing tightly as if to crush him. Sun Wukong turned back in surprise. Seeing the headless Arno, he finally regained his composure. "How, you're not dead, even without a head?" "Fortunately, I was moving slowly. Ooh, I almost let you go." As he spoke, Sun Wukong spread his arms and easily broke free from the grip. Then Sun Wukong huffed on his fist and struck Arno's abdomen with a powerful punch. In an instant, Arno's core was shattered and he was reduced to a pile of parts. General Bai on the top floor watched this scene unfold through the surveillance, his heart churning in turmoil. What a terrifying guy. He actually broke the steel body of Sergeant Arno with his fist. It's unbelievable. Looks like Z might not be able to stop him. But if I run away, Marshal Hong won't let me off. Sun Wukong ascended to the 4th floor. Clearly indoors, this area was decorated like a meadow with lush trees, forming a stark contrast to the icy environment outside the tower. At that moment, several shurikens shot toward him. Sun Wukong casually shifted his steps and evaded them. He looked up at the sky. Before he could see anyone, he shouted, "Come out quickly." Z did not appear, but instead spoke through the speakers hidden in the corners. "Reaching the 4th level is no small feat, but your luck ends here. Up to now, those who tried to defeat me haven't even seen my figure. You're just here to die." As soon as he finished speaking, several darts shot towards Sun Wukong. Anticipating this, he performed a roll to dodge the incoming darts. Z's voice came through the speakers again. "Not bad, you actually dodged my darts." However, Sun Wukong picked up a stone and hurled it upward. Bang! Z fell from the sky, clutching his nose as he cursed. "Damn it, how could you hit me? It must have been luck." Sun Wukong chuckled and said, "Your ninjutsu is all fake, isn't it?" The ninja Z, infuriated, retorted, "Damn it, how dare you say my ninjutsu is fake? It seems I need to show you my true power." As he spoke, the ninja Z threw a smoke bomb. After the smoke cleared, Z had vanished. Sun Wukong waved his hand and said helplessly, "All right, stop showing off in front of me. It's utterly pointless." Z still did not appear. Sun Wukong picked up a dart and casually threw it at a tree. With a whoosh, the dart pierced through the cover and struck Z directly. Z clutched his bleeding wound in shock, exclaiming, "How could you find me when I was hiding so well? Are you also a ninja?" Sun Wukong shook his head, saying, "No, I'm not a ninja. I can sense your presence. You can't hide from me." Z's expression tightened. "You say I can't hide? Ridiculous. Let me show you my invisibility technique." Saying this, Z threw another smoke bomb and disappeared once more. Sun Wukong blinked, then slapped his forehead saying, "What am I doing playing around with an idiot?" With that, he headed straight for the stairs to the 5th floor. At that moment, Z could no longer hold back. "Hey, stop. You can't leave without defeating me." Sun Wukong turned back and pointed at Z with one hand. "I had no intention of fighting you. Since you insist on dying in front of me, then let me send you on your way." With a bang, Sun Wukong shot out an energy blast from his hand. The energy blast engulfed Z in an instant. After the explosion, the entire garden on this level was left in ruins. Sun Wukong didn't even look back as he rushed to the 5th floor. On the top floor, General Bai was completely panicked after witnessing this scene. Damn it, is that guy even human? Then he thought, let that cyborg know. Give it a try. General Bai pressed a remote control, and under the surveillance, the cell on the 5th floor opened, revealing a tall figure with scars on his face walking out. Cyborg, no. I command you to deal with that little brat. No. Lifted his head, staring at the speaker, and said, "I refuse." General Bai was furious. "What? You dare to refuse me?" Cyborg, no. Replied, "I'm sorry, I cannot take a life. I hate doing bad things." "You bastard. I finally have a chance to use you, and you actually refuse me." General Bai's face turned red with anger. Cyborg, no. Continued, "I know you are all doing bad things, holding the village chief hostage to threaten everyone. I will not obey any of your commands." General Bai was exasperated. "Damn it, you failed product. Let me tell you, when Dr. Gallo created you, he implanted a bomb inside you. Do you believe I can blow you up?" Cyborg, no. Shook his head. "I still can't do bad things." His stubbornness drove General Bai to the brink of madness. The remote control for No. 8 was destroyed along with the Ninja Z when he died. General Bai was just shouting at him. At that moment, Sun Wukong stepped onto the 5th floor and stood opposite No. 8. General Bai's expression brightened. Did they encounter each other? "Haha, that guy attacking you, I don't believe you'll just take hits without fighting back." However, a surprising event occurred for General Bai. Sun Wukong had been fighting all the way, but surprisingly did not attack the cyborg No. 8. Sun Wukong came to save the village chief, and cyborg No. 8 even led him upward. General Bai was furious again. Damn it, that failed product from Dr. Gallo actually brought him up here. Under the guidance of artificial human No. 8, Sun Wukong quickly found the hidden chamber at the top level. Sun Wukong nodded. "So it was here, quite a secret place. Thank you for your hard work, Ba." Sun Wukong opened the door. The room was tidy and General Bai was leaning against the central control device looking at them. He forced himself to calm down and said to Sun Wukong, "Kid, being able to come here, you're quite something. Our army is in need of talents like you. How about considering becoming an officer in our Red Ribbon Army?" General Bai, artificial human No. 8 said, "General Bai, you are no match for him. I advise you to lay down your weapons and surrender." General Bai cursed loudly. "No. 8. You useless traitor, how dare you suggest I surrender?" As he spoke, General Bai pressed a switch. The floor beneath Sun Wukong and artificial human No. 8 suddenly opened and No. 8 fell straight down. However, Sun Wukong floated in midair, smiling at him. General Bai's pupils contracted. "What? You can fly?" Sun Wukong smiled. "Yes, I can fly. Did you underestimate me?" At that moment, a scream came from the trap below. "Help! There are monsters down here." Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Why is such a big guy so cowardly? Without hesitation, Sun Wukong jumped down into the trap. General Bai was stunned at the sight. Then he burst into laughter. What a fool, voluntarily falling into a trap. I worried for nothing. No martial arts expert could possibly be his match. Now you both shall become food for the monster, haha. As he spoke, he closed the trap. Below, a monster with pink skin and a long green tongue was greedily staring at artificial human No. 8 and Wukong. The monster stuck out its tongue, exhaling a foul breath as it approached the two. No. 8, frightened, hid behind Sun Wukong, wishing he could run farther if there wasn't a wall behind him. Sun Wukong, I'm very scared." Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance and said, "Don't be afraid, I'll take care of this guy." With that, Sun Wukong charged at the monster, stepping hard on the ground. The monster suddenly turned and swung its tail at Wukong. Sun Wukong leapt to avoid the attack. The next moment, Sun Wukong smiled and raised his fist. "I'll only use 30% of my strength with this punch. I hope you can withstand it." With that, Sun Wukong's fist struck the monster. However, his fist sank into the monster's abdomen. Its thick skin seemed impervious to force, and Wukong's expression changed in shock. Huh, it didn't work. Just then, the monster suddenly swiped at Wukong with a paw. Sun Wukong dodged to the side and kicked at the monster. This time, Wukong used more strength, adding 30% more. However, the monster made a thud sound sitting down on its rear, but appeared completely unharmed and quickly stood back up. Sun Wukong's expression grew serious. He remembered important figures like Ba, the kind-hearted artificial human. But for this nameless monster, he had long forgotten how to deal with it. However, he was not flustered. If punches and kicks were ineffective, he could use his energy technique. The next moment, he placed his hands at his waist, gathering energy in his palms. Kamehameha. As Wukong pushed his hands forward, a powerful energy wave surged towards the pink monster. However, to Wukong's shock, the Kamehameha bounced off the monster upon contact, blasting a hole through the upper floor. Sun Wukong did not think of escaping, but instead looked at the monster with interest. Is this the bio-android created by Dr. Gero in the early days? It seems somewhat interesting. While he was contemplating, the monster extended its long tongue, quickly curling towards Wukong like a frog catching a mosquito. Although punches and energy waves could not hurt it, Wukong was not afraid of this thing. This seemingly rapid attack was merely in slow motion to him, unable to touch him at all. He reacted quickly, sidestepping 1 meter to dodge the tongue. In the next instant, he drew out his Rui Bang and struck down on the green tongue. In the past, a single strike could split mountains and shatter stones. Yet now it struck the tongue like hitting cotton, creating no ripples at all. Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised. The monster curled its tongue around the Rui Bang, trying to swallow it. Wukong would never allow that to happen. He pulled hard, yanking the Rui Bang out from its curled tongue. Sun Wukong wore a contemplative expression. Not afraid of physical attacks, not afraid of energy waves. Luckily, this guy seems big, but his strength is negligible. But how to deal with this thing? At that moment, General Bai's voice came through the speakers. Ha ha ha, how's it going? Can't find a way out, huh, little brat? They'll give you one more chance. As long as you hand over the Dragon Balls and the radar, I can spare your life. Sun Wukong looked up at the camera and said, Are you still dreaming? Even if I can't kill this monster, it would still be easy to kill you. General Bai angrily replied, So stubborn. Then he'll grant you your wish. Big monster, feel free to eat both of them. The next moment, the big monster extended its long tongue, directly curling towards Ba. Sun Wukong showed a hint of confusion. Can this monster even eat iron scraps? As he spoke, no. 8 was already captured by its tongue. Wow, help. Save me. Frightened to the core, no. 8 immediately cried for help. Sun Wukong rushed forward, and just as the tongue was about to retract, pried it open with his bare hands, freeing no. 8. Ba, are you alright? No. 8 fell to the ground, deeply sighing in relief. I'm fine, thank you. Sun Wukong nodded. Stay back, and let me think about how to take down this thing. Oh, okay. No. 8 hid behind Sun Wukong again. At that moment, lasers shot from the monster's antennae towards Sun Wukong. He skillfully dodged the energy attack with ease. However, brute force was ineffective. Sun Wukong could only stand his ground while pondering a solution. This creature was merely a monster of the Red Ribbon Army. It shouldn't be too difficult. Its destructive power wasn't strong, but it could endure quite a bit. It was somewhat like that Boda MO from Universe 6. However, this wasn't a ring. Even if he threw it out, it wouldn't lose. This pudgy guy should be afraid of cutting attacks, right? I should have researched the chi sooner. Sun Wukong thought about whether he could find a sharp weapon to cut it down. Suddenly, through the glass window, Sun Wukong saw the wind and snow outside. He glanced back at the monster with its tongue out, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that this guy's weakness is the cold? Having discerned its weakness, Sun Wukong unleashed a single energy wave towards the outer wall beside the monster. With a resounding boom, a hole was blasted into the outer wall. A bone-chilling wind howled in from the outside. The monster bore the brunt as its pink skin was instantly covered by a layer of frost. A hint of joy appeared at the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth. Hey, I guessed right, and it actually worked. Just then the cold wind swept over Wukong, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. It's freezing. I need to get out of here fast. As he spoke, Wukong swung his Rui Jingu Bang and struck at the frozen monster. Crack! The monster, tender on the inside yet crispy on the outside, could no longer endure the bizarre fatty flesh, and with Wukong's blow, which held at least 50 years of power, it shattered into pieces. General Bai in the secret chamber was dumbfounded. It's over, my big monster has been killed. He'll be coming up soon, I need to think of a way. Saying this, he quickly found the village chief, pulled out a reinforced handgun, and pressed the muzzle against the chief's temple. Having dealt with the monster, Sun Wukong hurriedly grabbed ABA and flew up to the top floor through the hole created by the Kamehameha. When they returned to the secret chamber, General Bai was holding the village chief hostage. Kid, don't move. If you dare to make a move, it'll blow the village chief's head off. Sun Wukong asked, You stubborn fellow, don't you see the situation clearly yet? The android, no. 8 advised General Bai, please don't continue this wrongdoing. General Bai angrily retorted, What did you say? You cowardly traitor, I'll deal with you later. The village chief, under the gun's threat, shouted, I don't care if I die, just don't mind me, hurry and deal with him. Only then can the village regain peace. Sun Wukong blinked. Oh, I didn't expect this village chief to be quite righteous. No wonder on such a cold day, they would go find the Dragon Balls for your safety. Sun Wukong cracked his knuckles and smiled. In that case, I will do as you say. General Bai's expression tightened. Before he could say anything as Sun Wukong cracked his knuckles, the village chief couldn't hold back any longer. However, if possible, I also hope to stay alive. Only then did General Bai relax. Hee, that's how it is, kid. If you don't want him to die, turn around and face the back. Sun Wukong turned around. At that moment, General Bai aimed the gun at Sun Wukong. With a bang, the gun went off. However, the moment the bullet hit Sun Wukong, it surprisingly ricocheted off. Sun Wukong turned around, the gun still aimed at him. In the next instant, his figure vanished, and just as General Bai was about to retract his finger pointing at the village chief, Sun Wukong had already flashed to his front and seized his wrist. General Bai was taken aback. His small hand was like a vice grip, and despite being an adult, he couldn't budge even an inch. Seeing the panicked General Bai, Sun Wukong wore a victorious smile. In the next moment, General Bai was sent flying by a punch from Wukong, his body crashing through the Marsruta and plummeting into the deep white snow. The wall was breached, and with the cold wind blowing in, Sun Wukong shivered. Is it so cold? By the way, I left my cotton jacket on the first floor. Sun Wukong directly penetrated through the layers of floorboards and arrived at the first floor. After picking up the cotton jacket and warming up, he along with the village chief and Aba returned to the village. Night fell. Bulma, Wukong, and Aba all stayed at Sino's house. Her father also returned. To celebrate the restoration of peace, the dinner was quite good, featuring steak. Seeing the food, Wukong completely let loose and began to feast heartily. Sino's mother laughed so hard she couldn't close her mouth, constantly serving him more rice. Sino rested her chin on her hand, watching Wukong eat. That's impressive, eating so much. Bulma laughed. Is that even a compliment? Eating a lot counts as impressive. Sino replied, yes, he eats a lot, but he's truly impressive. Sino's father laughed. Exactly, eating a lot is what makes him impressive. Our village can be at peace all thanks to Wukong. Just eat freely, there's plenty more if you want. Alright, thank you. Sun Wukong took another plate of steak and continued to show off his eating skills. He was a bit puzzled. Although the village chief was saved and Marsruta was destroyed, the system task had yet to be completed. What could be missing? Too busy eating, he couldn't think of it and focused on his meal. The village chief said, all the villagers are very happy. I really don't know how to repay you. Sino's father said, speaking of which, merely defeating Marsruta isn't enough. The Red Ribbon Army is a colossal force. To deal with them, in my opinion, we still need the Dragon Balls. By the way, have you not found any Dragon Balls nearby? The village chief nodded. Yes, the Red Ribbon Army has been searching for so long and hasn't found them. Gathering the Dragon Balls shouldn't be that easy. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and said, who says it isn't easy? With this genius girl's radar, we can gather the Dragon Balls in no time. However, it's dark now, so let's wait until tomorrow morning to search. As she spoke, Bulma pressed a button on the radar, and the screen made her pause in surprise. Huh, what is going on? Everyone turned to Bulma. What happened? Bulma said, something's not right. Earlier today, I saw the radar indicate a Dragon Ball near Marsruta, but now it seems to have disappeared, and only the Dragon Ball in our possession is glowing. Could it have been eaten by something? At that moment, Aba suddenly said, that Dragon Ball is with me. Saying this, he opened his clothes and revealed his chest. A Dragon Ball was pulled out. Bulma's eyes lit up as she asked, oh, Android 8, how did the Dragon Ball end up with you? Aba explained, once I was out, I found it by chance. However, General Bai planned to kill the villagers after finding the Dragon Ball, so I hid it inside my body. What? Sino couldn't help but exclaim that Guy actually planned to kill all the villagers after finding the Dragon Balls. Aba nodded. Yes, I heard him say so with my own ears. Bulma couldn't help but swallow hard. To kill all the villagers, he's truly a ruthless guy. Sun Wukong also said in disbelief, I can't believe he would have such plans. I never expected that General Bai would plan to kill all the villagers after finding the Dragon Balls. It seems the Red Ribbon Army is truly heartless. It looks like he'll have to be more ruthless when dealing with the Red Ribbon Army. The village chief quickly turned to Aba, saying, you're amazing. Aba, you're truly a good person. I've decided you should stay at my house. Aba was taken aback and pointed at himself. Me? The village chief nodded. Yes, my partner and I have always depended on each other. Having a young person around can help with many things. Bulma looked at Aba and said, congratulations, timid android. Now you can stay peacefully in the village. Aba lowered his head with some concern. But I'm an android. The village chief explained, so what? It doesn't matter. You're more human than those heartless guys. The village chief invited Aba to stay at his home, and Aba was deeply moved. But he shook his head once more. No, I just remembered something. There is a bomb inside me, and if it detonates, it will endanger everyone. The village chief and Sinua's family were stunned. At that moment, Bulma suddenly burst into laughter. What's to fear from a mere bomb? Have you forgotten? I am a genius scientist, let me handle the bomb disposal. Everyone looked at Bulma, but some showed doubt. Goku immediately said, don't worry, when it comes to mechanical products, Bulma's skills far surpass those of the scientist who created a bomb. Disarming a bomb is a piece of cake. Exactly. Soon Ba was lying on the bed. The others kept their distance as Bulma began the bomb disposal operation. As she opened a Ba abdomen and saw the intricate and complex structure inside, Bulma couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The scientist who created a Ba is quite remarkable. The structure is incredibly precise, and the design is very bold. Sun Wukong nodded. Creating a kind-hearted android like a Ba is impressive as well. Bulma, have you ever considered researching android engineering? Bulma quickly shook her head. Not a chance. Why not? While disassembling the parts, Bulma said, experts claim that in the future androids may replace humans, so the technology surrounding androids is highly controversial and not recognized by international organizations. Generally, those who research this are fugitives. Sun Wukong was taken aback. It seemed that those experts Bulma mentioned had some valid points. Androids generally possess immense power, and if future androids have malicious personalities and go unchecked, it could lead to disasters. In the original story, whether in the future or the present, Dr. Gero clearly created an emergency stop device, yet he perished at the hands of the androids. Sun Wukong suddenly understood, so that's how it is. One mistake, and everything is lost. One must not make reckless technological choices. Thus he abandoned the idea of persuading Bulma to pursue that line of research. A minute later, Bulma successfully disarmed the bomb inside a Ba, and Goku took the bomb and casually tossed it outside. Moments later, a Ba opened his eyes again. Is it done? That was fast. Bulma nodded and smiled. With a genius girl like me on the job, of course it's quick. Now let's go greet everyone. Thank you, thank you. At that moment, a system notification flashed through Sun Wukong's mind. Mission: destroy Marsluta, rescue the village chief, and save the village has been completed. Reward: you can survive for 30 minutes in an oxygen-deprived environment. This has taken effect. Sun Wukong couldn't help but blink, feeling no difference. The next day, a bomb moved into the village chief's house. Goku and Bulma obtained the second Dragon Ball, and it was time to say goodbye. Since Goku saved the village, everyone came to send them off. Bulma and Goku waved to everyone, goodbye, take care. A boss sincerely thanked them. Thank you, Bulma and Sun Wukong, you are my best friends. The villagers shouted their farewells, and Sinua called out loudly, you take care too, Goku, remember to come visit me. Sun Wukong specifically looked at her, their eyes meeting for a brief moment before he waved his hand goodbye. Soon Bulma closed the airplane's hatch, and the sound of farewells was suddenly cut off. The plane soared into the sky like a sudden sprout, heading straight for the next Dragon Ball. Feeling a strong push from behind, Sun Wukong couldn't help but praise, Bulma, your driving skills have become even more proficient, it's really steady. Bulma smiled. Oh, it's just average, a practice makes perfect. Sun Wukong stretched and said, I didn't sleep well at her place, so I'm a bit sleepy now. Sorry to trouble you on the road. I'm going to catch up on sleep. Bulma chuckled and asked, Goku, did you notice something when you were at Sinua's house? What thing? That girl named Sinua seems to like you. Goku was taken aback for a moment before replying, actually, I felt that while I was at their house. However, since I have someone interested in me, shouldn't you be angry instead of laughing? Aren't you against me flirting with others? Bulma turned around and smiled, I don't know. Perhaps she appears quite innocent, different from those flirty girls at school, so even if I notice she likes you, I don't mind her. Is that so? Then I understand. Understand what? Sun Wukong pressed a couple of buttons on the radar and said, hey, the location of the next Dragon Ball seems to be quite close to Kame House. Bulma frowned. Why are you changing the subject? What do you mean you understand? You see a reflection of your former infatuation in her, right? Bulma snapped. Who are you calling infatuated? Sun Wukong sensed her anger and quickly changed his tone. Bulma, I realize that compared to other women, you are still the most beautiful, and your figure is even better. You rascal. With that distraction, Bulma's face suddenly flushed. You're getting quite smooth with your words. But I enjoy it, so keep complimenting me. Sun Wukong thought for a moment, and then raised his arms in a cheer. Lady Bulma is unmatched in the world. Lady Bulma is a beauty beyond compare. Lady Bulma is as captivating as a falling flower. Bulma shyly covered her face. All right, I'm not as good as you say. You should sleep now. When you wake up, we'll be there. Sun Wukong lay down comfortably, covered himself with a blanket, and fell asleep. Until Goku and the others' airplane disappeared, Sinua and her family returned to their home. However, when Sinua returned to her room, she suddenly found a capsule. A look of surprise appeared on her face. Suddenly she exclaimed, oh no, after Bulma repaired a Ba, she left her capsules here. Sinua rushed out of the house. However, the shadows of their airplane had already vanished. Sinua's mother looked at Sinua, showing a curious expression. Sinua, where are you going? They have already gone far. Sinua turned around and walked back inside, saying, Mom, they forgot their things. Oh, what should I do? Upon seeing the capsule, Sinua's mother was taken aback for a moment before smiling. Did they leave so many capsules behind? Then you can help them keep it safe. They will probably return soon. Sinua asked expectantly, Mom, are you sure they will come back? If there are many things, they probably will. But Sinua, don't mess with their stuff. You need to take good care of them, all right? Sinua nodded. I understand. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. The Black Adjutant and General Hong stared at the enormous Dragon Ball radar, their expressions ominously grim. The Black Adjutant said, that kid has set off and his destination seems to be the Dragon Ball in General Land's area. General Hong clenched his fists angrily and replied, I can see that. I'm just curious as to why this little brat is so fast at finding the Dragon Balls. The Black Adjutant pondered and tentatively suggested, maybe his radar is more accurate. What? Are you implying that the scientists of our Red Ribbon Army are not as good as the ones behind that little brat? General Hong frowned. No, that's not what I meant. I just think it's a coincidence that his radar is a bit more accurate. General Hong snorted coldly and said, if the Dragon Ball radar is less precise than others, that's one thing, but to think the androids he created would also rebel. Let's just execute that Dr. Gero. The Black Adjutant immediately interjected, no, we can't do that, General Hong. The new generation of Dragon Ball radar is almost ready, and now is the time to utilize the scientist. We can deal with him later. General Hong scoffed. What a waste of money to support a scientific team that is worse than wild scientists. They are all useless. Once we gather all the Dragon Balls, I will have them all executed. After that, General Hong picked up the communicator. Hello, Communications Department. Transmit that kid's photo to General Lon and tell him to use all his strength to eliminate him upon discovery. Understood. Temporary base under General Land's command. A bunch of useless fools, haven't you found any trace of the Dragon Balls yet? We have already lost 2 Dragon Balls to that brat, and General Hong is furious right now. Sorry, we've done our utmost, but the Dragon Balls should be underwater, making the search quite difficult. General Lon shouted angrily, I don't want to hear any excuses. Step up the search. Suddenly, General Lon noticed a soldier at the detection device, picking his nose, and he immediately flew into a rage. Hold on, were you just picking your nose? The soldier was instantly alarmed. I'm very sorry, I just... General Lon shouted, that's disgusting. Someone drag him out and execute him. The soldier turned pale with fright. No, please. Help. Despite his desperate pleas, he was still dragged out. After a crisp gunshot, General Lon revealed a twisted smile. What a delightful sound. Just then, one of the subordinates shouted, report. Headquarters has informed us that the kid is heading our way and they have sent over his photo. What? He dares to come into my territory. General Lon said confidently. A subordinate nervously added, I heard that the silver team and the white team were completely eliminated by that guy. Do you think I'm like them? They are the disgrace of the Red Ribbon Army. Soon her subordinate printed out a photo of son Wukong. General Lon looked at the photo with disdain and said, what a waste. I thought he was a master, but he's just a little brat not worth expecting at all. Soon Bulma arrived near the Dragon Balls and landed the plane on an island. Wukong, wake up, we're here. The radar shows the Dragon Ball is right here. Son Wukong rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, are we there? So fast it feels like I just fell asleep. Bulma put her hands on her hips and said, you've been sleeping for the whole morning while I was busy. Come on, let's go check it out. All right. After saying that, the two of them got off the plane. Surrounding the island was an endless expanse of ocean. Bulma pressed a few buttons on the Dragon Ball radar and said, according to the radar, the Dragon Ball should be in the sea. Son Wukong thought for a moment. He had just received a reward allowing him to survive for 30 minutes without oxygen. Diving into the sea to find a Dragon Ball shouldn't be hard at all. Shall I dive down to look for it? Son Wukong asked. Bulma smiled. With this genius here, you won't have to suffer that. I specially prepared a submarine for this trip. Really? I hope you didn't bring the wrong one. Bulma curiously asked, you doubt that I brought the wrong capsule. How is that possible? What do you think I'm that unreliable in your eyes? Son Wukong waved his hand and said, no, I just have a bad feeling. You go ahead and look. Bulma shot him a glare and then flipped through the universal capsule. As she searched, Bulma noticed something was off. One capsule box was missing, and this box contained only one universal capsule. Why does this feel off? Did I leave my universal capsule at Sino's house? A bad premonition appeared on Bulma's face. What is this capsule? Bulma remembered her father telling her to pay attention to safety measures, so it should be something useful. Bulma looked at Son Wukong and said, Wukong, step aside, I'm going to throw it. Son Wukong hurriedly moved to the side of Bulma. Bang. With a bang, the capsule opened. Dozens of colorful magazines appeared before Bulma, leaving her stunned. She recalled her father's words and couldn't help but curse, you call this safety measures? Bulma was furious. She hadn't expected her father to give her such filthy things. Son Wukong picked one up and flipped through it, saying, your dad's collection isn't bad, a much better quality than what Krillin buys. Bulma snatched it away and shouted, kids are not allowed to look, don't learn bad habits. Damn it, how could I have taken the wrong universal capsule from my dad? That old man, I will never trust him again to give me a pile of trash like this. While speaking, Bulma began to tear the magazines to shreds. While Bulma was still angry, Sun Wukong was already thinking of ways to find the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong asked, Bulma, is the radar waterproof? Bulma looked at Sun Wukong curiously and said, it doesn't seem to be completely waterproof. Why are you sure you want to dive to find the Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, I think it will be much easier for me to go down myself than to use the submarine. Bulma thought for a moment and said, although the radar is not waterproof, it's easy to make it waterproof. Just put it in a plastic bag, right? As she spoke, Bulma took out a plastic bag and placed the Dragon Ball radar inside. See, this will work. Sun Wukong's face lit up as he said, this method seems good. However, even if you can dive, I doubt you will find it. The deep sea is not as simple as we imagine. Sun Wukong smiled and said, let's give it a try. With that, he swiftly stripped down to just his underwear. You wait here for me. There are red ribbon soldiers nearby, so keep a low profile. Bulma nodded. Don't worry, I know how to hide if bad guys come. Sun Wukong dove straight into the sea. The seawater appeared murky, and as Sun Wukong entered the water, his vision became considerably shorter than it was on land. He could only rely on the radar to confirm his position while searching little by little. After diving deep into the sea for at least 5 minutes, Sun Wukong still felt no sense of suffocation. The deep sea was cold, yet he did not feel even a hint of freezing. To survive for 30 minutes in an oxygen-deprived environment, the system's reward was quite plain. However, following the radar's guidance, Wukong arrived at the depths of the ocean. Wanting to see how to navigate using the radar, Wukong found himself in complete darkness, unable to see his own hand in front of him. The dilapidated house was worse off due to the rain, and the plastic bag was crushed by the water pressure. The only indicator light on the radar had gone out, and Sun Wukong had completely lost his direction. At that moment, a system message flashed in Wukong's mind. In your past life, you discovered the treasure of pirates, but failed to take it, which is truly regrettable. Later, Kiki's family fortune was squandered by you, leading to a life of hardship. Kiki's personality changed drastically, blaming you for not earning money after marriage and neglecting the family. Your life was restarted. You finally understood the importance of money. A man without money is truly worse than a dog. Although Bulma was wealthy, one should not take advantage of others. You, being a proud man, believed that relying on someone else for support was not proper. You wanted to earn enough money through your own efforts. Task: take away the pirate's treasure. Reward: changes to Earth's marriage laws, allowing you to have multiple wives. Take away the pirate's treasure. Sun Wukong suddenly realized. I remember now. Besides the Dragon Balls, there was a box of treasure, a giant octopus, and a battle with the Blue General with a peculiar sexual orientation. In an instant, Wukong recalled the events of searching for the Dragon Balls here. Only with money can one support a family. Financial freedom allows one to focus on what they love. This principle is understood by all Earthlings. Then Sun Wukong looked at the system's reward and was momentarily stunned. Wait, the reward is a change in marriage laws allowing multiple wives. This task reward seems a bit outrageous. If he understood correctly, changing the laws from the ground up would alter the Earthlings' concept of marriage, and the people of this world would no longer adhere to the idea of one life, one love. Thus, even if he later embraced Bulma on one side and Android 18 on the other, he would not be condemned by public opinion, morality, or law. He wouldn't have to worry about whether to marry Chi-Chi or Bulma anymore. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He exclaimed, although this is a world where strength is paramount, having strength makes life so wonderful. Imagining a future where he could enjoy the blessings of many without experiencing a chaotic love life, Sun Wukong felt even more motivated. The task was urgent, and Sun Wukong realized he couldn't hold his breath for much longer, so he quickly rushed towards the surface. On the surface, Bulma had already turned over all the capsules, but still couldn't find the submarine. Bulma couldn't help but complain. My dad really knows how to mess with people's minds. At that moment, 2 fighter jets flew overhead. Bulma looked over curiously. Just then, the planes began firing at her. Bayou, Bayou, Bayou. Bulma was startled and hurriedly fled. As she ran, she wondered, damn it, I clearly never showed my face in front of the Red Ribbon Army. How could they open fire the moment they saw me? At that moment, the 2 fighter jets that were closing in on her surpassed her, saw her face, and then ceased fire. A voice came from above. Hey, we got it wrong, not that kid, it's a girl. The 2 pilots landed their jets in front of Bulma. Oh my bad, we mistook you for someone else. Bulma angrily replied. That was way too dangerous. You almost took my life, do you know that? She glanced at their fighter jets and asked again, may I ask, you guys are from the nearby Red Ribbon Army, right? The 2 pilots nodded simultaneously. Not bad for a young girl. You actually recognize our Red Ribbon Army. You have quite the insight. Bulma smiled awkwardly. Of course, who doesn't know about the Red Ribbon Army? Now back to business. Do you have a submarine? One of the chubby pilots was taken aback. A submarine? I have one. Bulma's eyes brightened. Really? The chubby pilot chuckled. Yeah, why would I lie to you? As he spoke, the other pilot displayed a lecherous expression. He rubbed his hands together and asked, Little girl, you are very pretty. Why not play with us, and we'll lend you our submarine, how about that? Bulma rolled her wrist and smiled. Flattering me on my looks, I'll give you credit for having good taste. But you shouldn't covet my beauty. I doubt you can withstand the power of my punch. Both men froze simultaneously. What? Without delay, Bulma punched the chubby pilot in the abdomen. He doubled over, clutching his stomach and convulsing on the ground. The other pilot was immediately alarmed. You dare to lay hands on us? However, Bulma glanced at her fist, then at him. The other pilot's hair stood on end as he quickly drew his gun and aimed at Bulma. However, after the gunfire rang out, Bulma seemed to vanish from in front of him. Where did she go? In the next instant, Bulma appeared behind him. What are you looking at? As she spoke, Bulma slapped his shoulder with force. At the moment he turned around, Bulma punched him in the back, and in an instant he slumped to the ground. The two pilots were left incapacitated by Bulma's blows, and they both realized her formidable strength, pleading for mercy. Heroine, spare us. We won't dare again. Since the two were already beaten to a pulp, Bulma did not have the heart to kill them, so she took their submarine and left, letting them go. Recalling what had just happened, Bulma couldn't help but exclaim, I must say Wukong's wish was quite good. Having some power really is wonderful. Soon she returned to the shore, where she had parted ways with Wukong. She looked around and saw that the sea was still calm with no sign of Wukong. Bulma couldn't help but wonder, has Wukong been down there for so long without coming up? He won't drown, will he? PPP. Realizing her words were inauspicious, Bulma quickly dismissed what she just said. Then she opened the stolen universal capsule, and a military submarine from the Red Ribbon Army appeared. I really am a genius. Now I don't have to go get capsules from Sinnoh. At that moment, Sun Wukong broke through the water's surface and soared into the air, gasping for breath. Seeing Wukong, Bulma immediately shouted at him, Wukong, I have a submarine. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma in shock, and of course he immediately spotted the submarine. Hey Bulma, where did you get this? It looks like the Red Ribbon Army's submarine from the insignia. Bulma put her hands on her hips and laughed. Hee, it's a funny story. Just now 2 Red Ribbon Army soldiers passed by and almost killed me, thinking I was a weak woman. Thankfully I have my skills, so I gave them a good beating, and after dealing with them, I found a submarine on them. What do you think, I got lucky, right? After listening to Bulma's narration, Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, you wished for strength, otherwise you might have died twice already. Bulma nodded in agreement, saying that's true, having some strength is truly wonderful. Back in school, any green tea who dared to show off their friends in front of me would receive a slap from me, and it felt great. Unfortunately, after I fought someone, no one dared to speak ill of me anymore. Sun Wukong. So you came out with me because your hands are itching. Bulma covered her mouth and laughed. No, I don't like fighting. However, if someone wants to fight me, I can only retaliate strongly. Saying this, Bulma looked at Wukong. So how about it? After diving for so long, it seems we haven't found the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong handed the Dragon Ball radar encased in a damaged plastic bag to Bulma. This plastic bag exploded in the deep sea, and the radar seems to be malfunctioning. After looking at the torn plastic bag and the waterlogged radar, Bulma couldn't help but slap her forehead. Oh dear, look at my brain. I actually forgot about the pressure in the deep sea. It seems even genius girls can make mistakes, ha ha ha. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma. What should we do? Is there a way to fix the radar? Bulma nodded and said, fixing the radar is easy, but we need tools. Wukong was taken aback. Didn't you bring tools? I remember you used them to fix ABA. Bulma said somewhat shyly, I just realized that my commonly used universal capsule bag isn't with me. It might have been left at Sinnoh's house. Left at Sinnoh's house? Sun Wukong frowned and said, are you telling me this so I can go to Sinnoh's house to get it? Bulma waved her hand and said, no need for that, it's too far and too cold. It's just tools, we should be able to buy them at a nearby store. As Bulma spoke, she began to look around. However, all she could see was the ocean. Sun Wukong said, I got it. It seems we are not far from Master Wu Tian's place. I might as well go to Kame's house and borrow a set of tools. Bulma immediately said, forget it, there are the Red Ribbon Army troops around here. I don't want to run into them. I'll go with you instead. Wukong nodded, all right. Saying this, Bulma put away the submarine and took out the airplane. Sun Wukong thought about taking the treasure and realized he must bring a universal capsule, otherwise carrying such a large box of treasure would be too inconvenient. So he asked, by the way, Bulma, you didn't lose the capsule with the magazine, did you? Wukong unexpectedly brought up that embarrassing incident, causing Bulma's expression to darken. She disdainfully said, that dirty thing, I threw it away. Wait for me, I'll go back and look for it, or I need an empty capsule. Saying this, Sun Wukong flew back to the spot he was at earlier. Seeing him hurry back, Bulma couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Wukong saw something he shouldn't and got corrupted? Surprisingly, in just 2 minutes, Sun Wukong returned with an empty capsule. Bulma dismissed that doubt. Soon the two boarded the airplane, and a few minutes later Sun Wukong and Bulma arrived at Kame House. The turtle saw a familiar face and immediately greeted, "Hi, it's Wukong. I've missed you." Sun Wukong waved at the turtle. "It's the turtle. Long time no see, I'm back." Saying this, Sun Wukong glanced around and asked, "Where's the master? And where's Yamcha?" The turtle said the master is doing yoga inside and Yamcha went to train. Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Oh, I see. I'll borrow some tools from the master. I'll go in first." Go ahead." So Wukong and Bulma went inside. The turtle sage and Pure were focused on the television following the yoga movements of a beautiful woman. "Master, I'm back." The turtle sage asked, "Is that you, Wukong? What brings you here?" Sun Wukong said, "Our radar is broken. I'd like to borrow your tools to fix it." The turtle sage immediately said, "Go to the study. There's a box on the floor containing the tools." After saying this, the turtle sage continued to follow the television, doing the movements, not bothering to entertain them at all. Wukong and Bulma exchanged glances, and without further conversation, they both entered the study. Once they had the tools, Bulma quickly repaired the radar. Bulma pressed a few buttons on the radar and said, "It's fixed, but this thing can't be submerged in the deep sea, but can only be used in the submarine." Sun Wukong said, "That's fine, we have a submarine now. At worst, you can use the radar inside and direct me with infinite radio." Bulma nodded and smiled. "That's true. It's great having you as my laborer. Let's go." Sun Wukong's expression darkened. "When did I become your laborer?" As they were about to leave, they said goodbye to the turtle sage, but the yoga class hadn't ended yet, and the turtle sage continued to practice yoga without turning around, not even bothering to see them off. Thus the two left Kame House like that. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the Black Adjutant and the Red Marshal were looking at the radar. The Black Adjutant curiously said, "This is strange. What is that little brat doing? Logically, his radar is so precise, he shouldn't be going off course, but he just lingered at a certain place for a while, which definitely indicates something is wrong there." At that moment, the phone rang. The Black Adjutant answered the phone. "Hello, is this the Black Adjutant?" "Not good. We were ambushed on the way to support General Blue. She stole our submarine." The Black Adjutant was taken aback. "What? That little brat stole your submarine?" "Yes, sir." The Black Adjutant's face showed a look of realization. He turned around and said, "Marshal, I think I understand. The island he lingered on must be his base, but when he returned to the base, he found that there was no submarine there, so he stole ours." The Red Marshal took a puff of his cigar, looked at the Black Adjutant, and said, "All our military equipment has positioning." He asked that guy what model of submarine was stolen. On the other end of the phone, it seemed they heard the question and directly replied to Marshal Red, "The model of the submarine that was stolen from us is 2A1314. The Red Marshal immediately said into the phone, "Don't startle the snake. Let General Blue follow that submarine. He will definitely find the Dragon Balls, and also let General Blue retrieve the Dragon Balls from that little brat." "Understood." After saying that, the Black Adjutant hung up the phone. He looked at the Red Marshal with a hint of admiration and said, as expected of the Marshal, "You are truly decisive, even from a distance." The Red Marshal snorted coldly. It's just that these guys are too useless. They don't use their brains at all." The Black Adjutant laughed and said, yes, they are all useless. That being said, not everyone has your wisdom." "Nonsense, otherwise why would I be the Marshal? It's just a pity." The Red Marshal looked at his own height, appearing despondent. At that moment, he noticed the Black Adjutant standing right beside him. He immediately got angry. "Hey, Black Adjutant, who told you to stand so close to me? It makes me look shorter. Get away from me." The Black Adjutant awkwardly stepped back a bit. Then the Red Marshal remembered something and turned around. "By the way, Black Adjutant, talk to General Blue and have him investigate that island where the little brat lingered. Perhaps the scientist behind him is on that island." The Black Adjutant immediately saluted. "Yes, sir. General Land's outpost." "Yes, I understand. I will send someone to investigate that island right away. I will personally track down that little brat." General Lan put down the phone, excitement showing on his face. "Come here, investigate that island, and bring back any suspicious individuals." "Yes, sir. I must set off as well. Watch me retrieve 3 Dragon Balls at once to please Marshal Hong." With that, General Lan boarded the submarine. "Lock onto submarine 2A1314, follow them." "Yes, sir." Bulma piloted the submarine, arriving at the seabed. The seabed was deep and dark. They could see the environment only thanks to the submarine's lights. Bulma piloted the submarine while Goku directed, "Bulma, the Dragon Balls are right below us. Descend." Bulma frowned. "I can't go down. There are rocks and large areas of coral below." "Rocks, you say?" Sun Wukong seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, "Is there a cave here? Let's look for an entrance." Bulma said, "Hand me the radar." Sun Wukong passed the radar to Bulma. Bulma began pressing buttons, and moments later the radar surprisingly displayed a map slice. It even has this function. Sun Wukong suddenly felt like an old man, unable to use the radar. Bulma nodded, "Of course." Suddenly Bulma's expression brightened. Looking at the cross-section, it seems connected to somewhere. Wait a moment. With that, Bulma began operating the radar again. After a moment, Bulma's expression brightened even more. Great. You guessed right, it really is a cave. Sun Wukong's face lit up. The treasure is within reach, and the harem will soon arrive. Let's go, we need to hurry. Bulma piloted the submarine forward, navigating past obstacles and into the cave. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly shone from behind them. Bulma looked through the detector and saw that it was the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. She couldn't help but be startled. Oh no, the Red Ribbon Army must have discovered my stolen submarine. They're after us. Sun Wukong asked, did you not kill those two who were stealing? Bulma immediately replied, but they were girls, how could I possibly harm them? Sun Wukong said, then it's no wonder they found us. Bulma panicked a little and asked, what should we do? If a torpedo hits us in the sea, even if we don't get blown up, we'll drown. Sun Wukong comforted her, don't worry, their goal is definitely the Dragon Balls. They probably won't act for now, just keep moving forward. Bulma thought for a moment and nodded. I understand. I hope there's a place inside without water, then we can deal with them. With that, Bulma continued to drive the submarine deeper. Seeing Bulma a bit scared, Sun Wukong continued to reassure her, don't worry, Bulma, even if you die, I will gather the Dragon Balls to revive you. Bulma twitched her mouth. What are you talking about? I definitely don't want to die. As she said this, Bulma instinctively patted her bag. Her waist felt empty, there was no sign of a bag. Oh no, I left the Dragon Ball bag at Master Roshi's while repairing the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wukong comforted her, it's fine, once we find the Dragon Balls in the deep sea, we can get it on the way back. Bulma sighed, what has been wrong with me lately? Either I bring the wrong things or forget to bring things. Sun Wukong chuckled, maybe you're just too tired and need to rest. Or should I drive the submarine? Forget it, I will do it myself. You're a pro at fighting, but I don't trust your driving skills. I want to live a few more years. Sun Wukong shrugged and said, actually, I've never driven a submarine. Ooh, I was just being polite. Bulma retorted, you better watch out if you tease me again. The only food you'll get will be half a meal. No. Meanwhile, a group of Red Ribbon Army personnel arrived at Master Roshi's house. Master Roshi looked bewildered. Hey, who are you people? An officer stepped forward and said, you are the doctor who made the radar, right? Master Roshi froze, doctor me. The officer laughed. No use pretending to be foolish. We've investigated everything clearly. Master Roshi scratched his head, but I'm not pretending to be foolish. Who are you people? We are members of the Red Ribbon Army. Master Roshi was taken aback for a moment, and then said, oh, so it's you. I've heard about you. You're the infamous villainous army with a terrible reputation. At that moment, a soldier came out from inside. Report, sir, we found a lattice bag with 2 Dragon Balls inside. The officer's expression brightened. Great. So it's really here. Master Roshi looked at the bag and immediately recalled the incident when Bulma borrowed tools earlier. Bulma and Goku had come in to borrow tools, and the bag hanging from Bulma's waist was this one. Master Roshi said, oh, it turns out she's a careless girl who left her bag here. Speaking of which, what do you want the Dragon Balls for? The officer laughed. That's none of your business. Master Roshi replied, then I can't let you take the Dragon Balls. As he spoke, Master Roshi suddenly flashed and snatched the bag from the officer's hand. The officer and his soldiers were momentarily stunned. What just happened? A soldier pointed at Master Roshi and said, sir, look, he just stole your Dragon Balls. The officer was shocked. What? When did you steal the Dragon Balls? Master Roshi held up the Dragon Balls and said, when did these become yours? The officer, having seen much, realized that the other party was not simple since he could snatch the Dragon Balls when he wasn't looking. He immediately shouted, everyone listen up. Kill him, don't hesitate to shoot. As he spoke, countless guns pointed at Master Roshi, and without any hesitation, they all opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets rained down on Master Roshi. However, he waved his hands a few times, and the bullets were all caught. After the gunfire had ceased, he opened his hands, and a large pile of bullets fell to the ground. The bullets couldn't hurt him, leaving everyone terrified. Master Roshi laughed. Now it's my turn. As he spoke, his figure darted like lightning towards the soldiers and the officer. With a flurry of punches, the officer and his men were left battered. Master Roshi dusted off his hands and said, you guys. So young, and yet you choose to join an army. You might lose your life someday. I advise you to reform sooner rather than later. With that, Master Roshi picked up the Dragon Balls and walked back into the house. The soldiers realized he didn't intend to kill them and quickly evacuated. Bulma piloted the submarine, drilling through the cave. Soon they broke through the surface of the water. A strange expression appeared on Bulma's face. Strange, we've actually come outside. Sun Wukong glanced around and said, clearly this is not outside, but a special area deep within the cave. Bulma nodded, saying, I know, anyway the submarine is unusable. It seems like they're catching up to us, so let's hurry and leave. Wukong thought for a moment and said, why do we need to run? Can't we just take them out? Bulma pondered and replied, let's not be impulsive. If they blow up the cave, we'll all be trapped. Sun Wukong exclaimed, your thinking is surprisingly prudent. Of course I'm not as reckless as you. The two arrived on the shore and walked further inside. The deeper they walked, the less they could see the path. Bulma glanced at the radar, worried. If we keep going in, can we really find the Dragon Balls? What if we get buried here? How about we go back? Bulma felt inclined to retreat. Sun Wukong comforted her, don't worry Bulma, there must be another exit inside. Trust me, if we do get trapped, I'll use the Kamehameha to break through the ground. Bulma looked at Wukong in astonishment and nodded, that's true, you are quite reassuring. Just then a light suddenly illuminated from above. A lamp above lit up, shining on the path ahead. Bulma was startled. What's going on? Sun Wukong immediately said, there's a switch here. I pressed it randomly and everything lit up. How could there be lights? Suddenly Bulma realized something. I understand now, we are not the first to enter the cave. This must be a base of some secret organization. Just as they were examining the surroundings, while walking, a skeleton on the ground startled Bulma. Ow! She quickly stepped back and hid behind Wukong. Wukong noticed the skeleton on the ground along with scraps of pirate clothing. This must be a pirate. It seems we have stumbled into a secret pirate base. Maybe there's treasure. Treasure! Bulma shivered. Wukong, I'm not interested in money. How about we just leave? Sun Wukong smiled. Don't be afraid. With me around, you won't be in danger. Follow me, I'll lead the way. Saying this, Wukong strode forward. Bulma thought for a moment and said, yes, it's just a pirate's treasure site. With our current strength, we're not afraid of guns, so there shouldn't be any danger. With that, Bulma followed suit. The two walked deeper, and soon a modernly decorated corridor appeared before their eyes. The ground walls and ceiling of the corridor were full of small holes. Bulma couldn't help but feel curious. Suddenly turning into this kind of path feels so strange. Sun Wukong said, as expected, with such a long design, it must be a trap to prevent people from entering. As he spoke, Sun Wukong took a step forward and stepped on a hole, and in an instant arrows shot out from both sides. Sun Wukong waved his hands, swiftly catching 2 arrows. See, I guessed it right. Bulma broke out in a sweat. Luckily I didn't step on it. So how do we get past now? Sun Wukong looked at Bulma and said, did you forget? I can fly, so I'll carry you over. Bulma thought for a moment and realized she had become Wukong's shield. Thinking about the possibility of being pierced by thousands of arrows if he made a mistake, her legs felt weak. How about you carry me in a princess carry? My legs are a bit wobbly. Sure. With that, Sun Wukong soared into the air, cradling Bulma in his arms in a princess carry. Being carried by Wukong again, Bulma's face flushed slightly. She said, Wukong, if only you had grown up now with an 8-pack for me to lean on. Why don't we gather the Dragon Balls and wish for you to grow up to be the same size as me? What do you think? Next time I need the Dragon Balls this time. Bulma nodded sadly. Oh fine. Wukong showed no hesitation, transforming into a beam of light and instantly reaching the other side of the corridor. Bulma took a deep breath. Phew, that was so tense and exciting. Let's move forward. The two walked a bit further and suddenly found themselves in an open area. A large harbor came into view. Bulma exclaimed, this is incredible. It's like a hidden paradise here. Sun Wukong nodded. Yeah, it's amazing that there's such a large port here that isn't operational. It feels like such a waste. Bulma looked at the dilapidated cruise ship and said, since there's a port, it means there are other exits besides the one we came through. Just at that moment, a gigantic robot wielding a large sword blocked their path. Whoa, a ghost. Bulma was so scared that she immediately hid behind Wukong. Sun Wukong said, don't be afraid, it's just a robot. As he spoke, the robot charged at them, swinging its sword. Sun Wukong drew his Rui Jingu Bang and with all his might slashed at the robot. With a loud bang, the robot was smashed to bits. Just that little commotion made Sun Wukong feel like the whole place was trembling. Bulma, let's hurry and go inside. Okay. Behind them, the Red Ribbon Army was hot on their heels. Report to the general, their submarine is left here and they have vacated. Also, I noticed that when they exited the submarine, they were not carrying any weapons. It seems they hurriedly escaped from the submarine and forgot to take their weapons. A sly smile appeared on General Blue's face. They must have killed Silver General and Red General with some powerful weapon. Without weapons, they're just 2 kids. Hurry, we have the advantage. As long as we see them, just kill them without mercy. Yes, sir. The Red Ribbon Army was well equipped and even carried flashlights. They illuminated the cave path as bright as day. Charge! They rushed forward quickly. General Blue wore a smile as he followed behind. There's no way out here. The Dragon Balls and treasures will all belong to me. Hee. Just as he leisurely followed, a series of screams echoed from ahead. General Blue was startled. What's going on? He rushed forward. However, in the brightly lit area ahead, his subordinates were pierced by countless arrows, almost completely wiped out. General Blue was shocked. No way, there's a trap. As a seasoned warrior, his expression quickly regained composure. Wait. This was a trap set long ago, clearly not something they made on the spur of the moment. Just that such a long path is filled with traps. There's no way they could pass unless they can fly. General Blue stroked his chin deep in thought. If this is a trap made by pirates, they have to get through it too. There must be a secret passage or mechanism left behind. After searching for a moment, General Blue spotted a button. Found it. General Blue pressed the button and a stone door opened, revealing a new secret passage. A smile appeared on his face. As expected, there's a mechanism. Just wait and see. Even though I'm the only one left, as long as you're unarmed, I can take you down in no time. As he spoke, General Blue slipped into the hidden passage. Wukong and Bulma walked along the path, soon entering a maze. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. Dust and debris fell from the walls and ceiling. Bulma exclaimed, "Oh no, this place might collapse. Should we go back?" Son Wukong glanced around and noticed a handwritten mark on the ground. "It's fine, just follow the marks." Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Bulma recalled that they had followed marks in Pilaf's castle before, although they did so to be deceived. But this was underwater, clearly different. One misstep could lead to drowning. Following the marks, this trap is too obvious, isn't it? Seeing Bulma hesitate, Wukong quickly pulled her along. "Let's go, trust me." Suddenly sensing Wukong's determination, Bulma felt an odd sense of comfort. Although Wukong wasn't the domineering CEO type, that hint of dominance strangely made her enjoy it a bit. Moments later, they reached the end where a square well came into view. Bulma was startled. "Did we take a wrong turn? Why is there a well here?" Seeing the well, a hint of joy appeared on Wukong's face. "No, this is the right place. Bulma, let's dive down." Bulma was stunned. "What, dive down?" "Wukong, don't forget, I'm not you. I can't hold my breath for too long." Just then the ground shook again and sand and stones fell from above. "Hurry, Bulma." Bulma quickly jumped and followed closely by son Wukong, who protected her side. Underwater, it was somewhat similar to the previous waterway, but the diameter was limited and the submarine couldn't fit through. However, the underwater area was clearly illuminated and Wukong and Bulma swam toward the light. After a brief 30 seconds, they finally surfaced. Upon leaping out of the water, they saw a treasure chest just sitting there. Opening the chest revealed a dazzling array of jewels inside. Bulma finally reacted. "Wait, Wukong, we came to find the Dragon Balls, not treasure." Son Wukong leisurely packed the treasures into his universal capsule. "I know finding treasure and Dragon Balls aren't mutually exclusive." "That's true." However, seeing Wukong so engrossed in collecting treasure, Bulma's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. "Wukong, you aren't thinking of keeping these treasures to impress girls later, are you?" Wukong looked at Bulma momentarily at a loss for words. Bulma placed her hands on her hips and said, "What, did I hit the nail on the head? You little pervert." At that moment, a system message flashed through Wukong's mind. "Mission: retrieve the pirate's treasure completed. Reward changes to Earth's marriage laws are now in effect. Hurry up and grow up. You can have 3 or 4 wives now." In an instant, the marriage established hundreds of years ago changed and people's understanding of marriage also shifted. Suddenly, Bulma's expression changed. She immediately altered her previous attitude and said, "Wukong, I was just joking with you. You did well. A man should be focused on making money. With your capabilities, when you grow up, you surely won't settle for just one wife, and I can't monopolize you. With these treasures, when you grow up, you can marry all the girls you like." Seeing Bulma's sincere gaze, son Wukong couldn't help but be taken aback. This seemingly small mission reward was simply incredible. Indeed, the law changed and Bulma also altered her attitude towards marriage. Bulma noticed Wukong looking at her, and her face flushed slightly. She shyly covered her cheeks and asked, "What are you looking at me for? Am I wrong? Humanity's civilization has lasted to this day. Isn't it based on the desire for reproduction?" Son Wukong blinked and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Bulma, you're right." Just then a person suddenly emerged from the water. It was Blue General from the Red Ribbon Army. He held a modified handgun aimed at the two. Now you can't escape, can you?" Seeing the dark gun muzzle, Bulma hurriedly hid behind Wukong. "Wukong, that gun is a modified handgun, be careful." Son Wukong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Don't worry, watch me." Blue General, well aware of Son Wukong's achievements, didn't dare to be careless. He immediately pulled the trigger, and with a bang the gun fired. Blue General was actually jolted back by the recoil of the handgun. His arms lifted, and his feet slid back a few inches. However, Son Wukong waved his hand, as if he had caught the bullet completely unharmed. Blue General was powerful. He could catch ordinary bullets, but this kind of bullet could penetrate tanks, and no one could catch it. Seeing this, Blue General couldn't help but retort, "Impossible, don't lie to me, no one can catch modified bullets." Wukong opened his hand, and a smoking armor-piercing bullet fell to the ground. Blue General's pupils suddenly constricted, and he couldn't help but take a step back. "How is this possible?" Son Wukong laughed. "You shouldn't have died at my hands, but since you brought such a destructive weapon, I'll send you on your way first." Son Wukong glanced around the environment. "This place is just right to be your grave." Saying this, Son Wukong kicked the bullet hard. Whoosh. Bang. Blue General didn't have time to scream. The bullet instantly penetrated his forehead. Blood splattered against the wall through the back of his head. He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, falling to the ground with an expression of disbelief. At that moment the ground trembled even more violently, and countless fragments fell. Wukong turned back and said, "Bulma, this place is going to collapse. Give me the radar, and you hurry and leave." Bulma was surprised. "We still need the radar. Why not give up on the Dragon Balls? It's already too late." Son Wukong immediately said, "It's fine, you hurry and leave. I'll find the Dragon Balls and catch up with you quickly." Bulma wasn't one to dawdle. She nodded. "Then you hurry up." Saying this, Bulma jumped into the water alone. Wukong took the radar and hurriedly went to find the Dragon Balls. Fortunately, the radar was very accurate, and he quickly located the Dragon Balls, then hurriedly left along the previous route. Just as Bulma reached the submarine, Wukong arrived. "Wukong, over here, hurry and get in." Wukong quickly dove into the submarine and Bulma stepped on the pedal hard. The submarine started immediately, and the two rushed away from this secret base. Moments later, they finally burst out of the sea. After emerging from the submarine, they lay on the grass of the island, breathing in fresh air. Finally out. Phew, that was thrilling. The two lay on the grass, exchanged glances, and then burst into hearty laughter. The laughter continued for a moment, and suddenly the two stopped in unison. Lying on the ground, Bulma looked at Wukong once more. Her face rarely showed a hint of tenderness as she gently asked, "Wukong, what are you thinking?" Wukong replied, "Bulma, do you remember that Lanchi?" "Lanchi, you mean the woman who changes personality when she sneezes?" Son Wukong nodded. "Yes, that's her. I've arranged for her to stay at my house. I want to go home and check on her and leave her some money to spend." Bulma's face turned slightly red as she nodded. "Wherever you go, I'll go with you. I will follow you anyway." Wukong was taken aback. Although he knew Bulma's tenderness was temporary, she had a bit of a feminine touch. Afterwards, to prevent attracting the Red Ribbon Army, Son Wukong placed the Dragon Balls at Kame House and took Bulma to Baozi Mountain. A few days later, the two set off again. Each Dragon Ball's location was assigned to a major by Marshal Hong, instructing them to find ways to gather the scattered Dragon Balls. The Violet Brigade had just been dispatched to a mountainous area to search for the Dragon Balls. Soon the team, led by Violet, arrived at the task location. The aide surveyed the terrain and quickly reported the situation to Major Violet. "Report, Major Violet, the mission location assigned by Marshal Hong is right here. The mountain paths are rugged and the valleys are bottomless. Finding a Dragon Ball seems quite challenging." Violet gazed at the towering mountains ahead, even spotting swirling mists, and her heart began to race. This was as difficult as General Lan's searching for Dragon Balls in the ocean, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, a soldier's duty is to obey. Violet considered herself a competent officer and did not shrink back. Moreover, the ironclad policies of the Violet Brigade allowed no room for retreat. Violet waved her hand and said, "Since this is an order from above, let's start searching. Even if we have to turn this mountain upside down, we will find the Dragon Ball." The aide's eyes darted mischievously as he said, "Major, with just a few of us brothers, we certainly won't find the Dragon Ball in a short time, and we are unfamiliar with this area. My subordinates just discovered that there is a large village in this mountainous region with at least 1,000 people. Why not let the villagers help us find the Dragon Ball?" Violet nodded. "Is that so? That's perfect. However, I don't want to use the same method as others to enslave the villagers for assistance. I come from a mountain village, and the villagers are very simple-hearted. As long as we offer them a little reward, they will work hard to help find it, which also prevents someone from hoarding the Dragon Ball. We can save some time, and the military expenses saved can be given to them as a reward." The aide nodded. "Understood, Major, you truly have a kind heart. Should we head to the village now?" Violet nodded, and then led dozens of brothers to the village mentioned by the aide. At this moment, the village of Panshan was very quiet. Suddenly, a hoarse roar instantly shattered the tranquility of the village. "The bandits are coming. Everyone hide quickly. The bandits are coming." In an instant, Panshan village fell into chaos. Women screamed as they grabbed their children and ran home, while men picked up farming tools as weapons to organize defenses. But everyone knew that facing the ferocious bandits, their resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Moments later, the bandits arrived, each carrying guns. When the guns were pointed at the villagers, they could only drop their farming tools and submit to slaughter. Then the bandits began to loot skillfully. They had been stationed in the mountains for many years, relying on looting nearby villages for survival. "Stop looting. Stop looting. This is all the food we have left. If you take our last food, we will starve before the autumn harvest." An old grandmother desperately clutched her pocket, fearing the bandits would take away their last rations. However, the bandit merely sneered and kicked the grandmother away. He spat out filthy words. "Stop pretending. Old woman, every time I come to your village for food, it's such a hassle. If you dare stop me again, I'll kill you." Saying this, the bandit grabbed half a bag of food from her home and loaded it onto the cart. Zhang the cripple pleaded, "Please don't loot anymore. The fields are bare, we truly have no food left. Shut up, old fool. The bandit leader slapped Zhang's face angrily, saying, what I say goes. Brothers search. Food and money take it all. Due to the threat of guns, the villagers dared not resist, and the bandits quickly spread out, starting to loot the resources more efficiently. Doors were kicked open, boxes were overturned, and the entire village was filled with smoke and chaos. Food, money, jewelry, livestock, all were continuously looted clean by the bandits. With the advancement of time, they even stuffed the looted goods into universal capsules, leaving only livestock on the cart, which didn't seem too much. Suddenly, a bandit with a scar on his face while searching for goods spotted the village beauty Xiaofang, and a lewd expression appeared on his face. He laughed loudly. Haha, you little girl look very tender, almost missed you. Hey, little girl, I won't rob your family anymore. Come with me up the mountain to drink and eat meat. Xiaofang was startled and immediately retreated. However, the scarred bandit grabbed the girl's wrist. Grandpa, save me. The old man saw his granddaughter being taken and ignored the food. He stumbled over and shouted, Beast, let go of my granddaughter. As he spoke, the old man raised his cane and swung it at the scarred bandit. However, the difference in size and strength was too great. The scarred bandit kicked him down. Old fool, it's a blessing that I'm taking a liking to your granddaughter. Saying this, the scarred bandit dragged the girl towards the cart. At this moment, a dignified woman's voice came through, let go of that girl. The scarred bandit turned to see Violet looking at him with a cold and proud expression. With her short purple hair, exquisite face, graceful figure, and an extraordinary aura, she was particularly captivating. He was taken aback for a moment, then immediately let go of the girl and lewdly approached Violet, laughing. Oh, you are clearly more beautiful and have a better figure than that little girl. Are you going to take her place and come with me up the mountain? Violet showed a look of disdain and said, disgusting, you are truly a beast beneath human standards. Saying this, Violet pulled out her gun, aimed at the scarred man, and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet struck his forehead, and he fell to the ground, his face full of disbelief. In an instant, the surrounding bandits were startled. What was that gunshot? So unchivalrous. A few fierce bandits hurriedly gathered together. At that moment, dozens of fully armed soldiers appeared in their sight. Before the bandits could comprehend what was happening, Violet waved her hand. Kill the bandits, leave not a single one. Understood. In an instant, the soldiers rushed up and the gunfire echoed through the sky. A mere dozen bandits lacking martial artists were no match for the trained soldiers. In just a few minutes, the bandits were all shot dead, and the looted food and resources returned to their rightful owners. After a brief moment of silence, cheers erupted in the village, along with an indescribable gratitude towards these soldiers. Miss, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made it through this year. The old man expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you, my granddaughter was saved. You are truly a great person. From now on, there will be no more bandits here, and life will surely get better. You are truly our village's benefactor. Having executed military orders for years, Violet felt a strange warmth in her heart from the villagers' gratitude. She glanced at the gun in her hand, seemingly recalling her childhood, remembering why she had picked up a gun back then. However, after joining the Violet Brigade, she gradually blended into this big melting pot and forgot her original dreams. Just then, the aide suddenly stepped forward. He loudly said, Dear villagers, we were able to save your village. It is indeed fate. We received a mission to find an orange pearl on this mountain called the Dragon Ball. Before the aide could finish, the villagers understood. Are you here to find a pearl on the mountain? Violet immediately nodded. Has anyone found it? Not yet, but we can help. Exactly. Li Dazhuang patted his chest and said, Major Violet, rest assured we won't let you fail your mission. We are very familiar with this mountain. I leave the search for the Dragon Ball to us. Yes, it's not the busy farming season now, but we will definitely help you find that Dragon Ball. Soon the entire village, young and old, began mobilizing to help find the Dragon Ball. Violet saw their sincere gazes and their actions, and she was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. Quickly, at least over 600 villagers set out, and their figures filled the mountain in search of the Dragon Ball. After a period of time, there was no reply from General Lan, so Vice Officer He sent scouts to investigate again, ultimately discovering that General Lan's entire army had been annihilated. Headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade. With a heavy expression, Vice Officer He said, Not good, Marshal Hong. General Lan's entire army has also been wiped out. Marshal Hong furiously retorted, You fools, can't you even deal with a small brat? What a bunch of useless idiots. After a moment of consideration, Vice Officer He replied, Marshal Hong, perhaps that little brat is not simple. He has already killed 3 of our generals, which should not be mere coincidence. So what? I have invested so many resources and provided intel, yet we can't even retrieve a single Dragon Ball. Isn't he just useless? Vice Officer He fell silent. Marshal Hong glanced at the Dragon Ball radar on the large screen. The Dragon Ball marker in the Karen Holy Land was exceptionally conspicuous. What is that guy Colonel Huang doing? Wasn't the location of the Dragon Ball already found? Why has it not been retrieved in such a long time? Vice Officer Hay nodded. Colonel Huang reported to me that the Dragon Ball is in the hands of that wild man and seems to still be quite tricky. He is even more useless, he can't even handle a wild man. At that moment, the Dragon Ball radar showed that several signals belonging to Sun Wukong were heading towards the direction of the Karen Tower. Both Marshal Hong and Vice Officer Hay were taken aback. Vice Officer Hay said, "That kid has set off again so quickly it seems he is going to snatch the Dragon Balls in Colonel Huang's area." Marshal Hong cursed. "What is that guy Colonel Huang doing? Is he capable or not?" Just then the phone rang. Vice Officer Hay answered the phone. "Hello, this is Vice Officer Hay. This is Colonel Huang. I'm afraid I have bad news for you. Except for me, all our troops have been wiped out." Vice Officer Hay was shocked. "What? Wiped out except for you?" Colonel Huang stammered as he replied, "Yes. I'm very sorry." Vice Officer Hay glanced at the enraged Marshal Hong and said with a grim expression, "Whatever it takes, we must retrieve the Dragon Ball, or you will disappear, do you understand?" Colonel Huang immediately panicked. "To understand, it's not that I don't have other ways." Marshal Hong's fist was already clenched tightly. "A bunch of useless idiots, do you still consider yourselves the renowned Red Satin Brigade?" Vice Officer Hay saw the furious Marshal Hong and was momentarily at a loss. "Marshal Hong." Marshal Hong grabbed the phone and shouted, "Colonel Huang, listen carefully, I will only give you 1 hour. If you still cannot retrieve the Dragon Ball, I will send Tao Bai to take your life." Tao Bai. Colonel Huang on the other end was alarmed. "I understand." After saying that, Colonel Huang hung up. Vice Officer Hay couldn't help but exclaim, "Marshal Hong, are you talking about the assassin Tao Bai? No, that's not necessary, right?" Marshal Hong sneered, "What do you know? That brat has already gotten 3 of our Dragon Balls. If we don't intervene, I believe that Dragon Ball, in Colonel Huang's possession, will also be taken from him. We should pay a high price to send Tao Bai, though as long as he can eliminate that brat, it will be worth it. Not only can we bring back 4 Dragon Balls, but all previous failures will also come to an end." Vice Officer Hay thought for a moment. Although Tao Bai's price was high, as long as we kill that brat, not only can we avoid future losses, but we can also obtain 4 Dragon Balls at once. It must be said that Marshal Hong's decision is indeed correct. A hint of admiration appeared on Vice Officer Hay's face. "Marshal Hong, you truly think things through." In the Karen Holy Land, Colonel Huang, in order to obtain the Dragon Ball, had no choice but to kidnap UPA to threaten for the Dragon Ball. "Daddy, save me." Yupa's father picked up the Dragon Ball and said, "Let go of my son and he'll give you the Dragon Ball." Colonel Huang laughed. "Do you take me for a fool? If I come down, I will definitely be killed by you. Throw the Dragon Ball up here." Yupa's father shouted loudly, "I won't be as despicable as you." Colonel Huang would never joke with his own life and remained hovering in the air, threatening Yupa's father. "If you don't throw the Dragon Ball up soon, I might just drop him. You surely don't want your child to die just for a mere Dragon Ball, do you?" Holding the Dragon Ball, Yupa's father hesitated. He didn't care about the Dragon Ball at all. He was only worried that if he threw it to him, he would still let his son fall to his death. While he was hesitating, a fighter jet flew nearby. Both Colonel Huang and Yupa's father looked towards the fighter jet. The aircraft had the insignia of the Red Satin Brigade emblazoned on its body. Colonel Huang's expression tightened. "It's our military's plane. This is bad. Could it be that the general has sent Tao Bai to kill me?" At that moment, the cabin door of the fighter jet opened and Sun Wukong jumped out. A few days ago, Sun Wukong had killed 2 of Marshal Hong's generals, and his name had already spread through the Red Satin Brigade. Seeing Sun Wukong, Colonel Huang was taken aback. "What? This guy, could he be that brat?" No need to wait for Tao Bai. He seemed to see his own doom approaching. UPA took advantage of his distraction and bit him hard. Colonel Huang panicked, and UPA fell from his aircraft. "Wah! Help me, Daddy!" UPA cried out for help while falling. Yupa's father hurried towards UPA, nervously preparing to catch him. But the horizontal distance was too great. Based on the trajectory, he simply couldn't catch him before he landed. Sweat poured from Yupa's father's forehead as he seemed to see the scene of his son being smashed to pieces. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who jumped from the fighter jet, turned and flew towards UPA. He waved his hand and securely caught UPA. Colonel Huang panicked. Whether he returned to headquarters or was caught by Sun Wukong, it would mean death. He quickly turned the plane around to escape, willing to risk everything. However, he was thinking too simply. In the next moment, Sun Wukong pointed at Colonel Huang. An energy blast shot out, reducing both Colonel Huang and the aircraft to ashes. At the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade, Vice Officer Hay hung up Colonel Huang's communicator. "The communication is cut off. Call Tao Bai." Sun Wukong returned UPA to his father, receiving heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for saving my son." "No need for thanks, it was just a casual act." Meanwhile, Bulma noticed that Yupa's father had a Dragon Ball in hand, and her eyes clearly lit up. "Wow, so the Dragon Ball is in your hands. Yupa's father curiously glanced at Bulma and noticed her gaze fixed on the Dragon Ball in his hand, revealing a hint of curiosity. Are you also looking for this? Wukong nodded. Yes, we came for this. Yupa's father generously said, since you just saved my son, I'll give this to you. As he spoke, he revealed the Dragon Ball and handed it to Wukong. Wukong then passed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Bulma was overjoyed. Great, this Dragon Ball was much easier to get. Indeed, it was much easier. Wukong agreed. However, obtaining this Dragon Ball was too easy. There was no mission, so there was no task reward, and Wukong felt somewhat at a loss. Not earning is losing. Seeing Bulma and Wukong seem happy, Yupa's father looked confused. What exactly is going on? What is this Dragon Ball? That group just now seemed to have been looking for this too. Bulma immediately introduced the Dragon Balls to Upa and his father. At that moment, a message flashed through Goku's mind. In his past life, you were nearly killed by the notorious Tao Bai Bai. His strength and arrogance were formidable. When you first met him, you even felt his power was insurmountable, impossible to defeat. Your life has been restarted. As the saying goes, arrogance is like the wind, always accompanying me. In this life, you possess the means to be arrogant, and your tactics need to be elevated. You believe that killing Tao Bai Bai would be too merciful. You decide to use your strength to break his defenses, to make him feel powerless, and to shatter his mindset. Mission: defeat Tao Bai Bai. Reward: grow 5 centimeters taller within 3 days. Additional mission: make Tao Bai Bai feel fear and break his mentality. Additional reward: charm 10. Goku stared at the system's description, stunned for 3 seconds. Indeed, Tao Bai Bai does not seem like a master in hindsight, but in his past life, while watching TV, especially the first time he saw Tao Bai Bai, he always felt that he was full of arrogance and invincible. Whether it was the tongue-killing General Blue or flying on a pillar, both shattered his understanding, and he felt despair for Goku at that time. Fortunately, with the training at Korin Tower, he quickly grew stronger to defeat him. Goku glanced at the rewards, his expression turning strange. He could actually grow taller again. What would Commander Red think? What would Frieza think? Korin Tower. Krillin had been struggling all day with Master Korin for the ultra-holy water, now exhausted and drenched in sweat. Master Korin casually yawned and said, "That's enough for today," and going back upstairs to sleep. After saying that, Master Korin climbed up the stairs. Krillin lay on the ground, gazing lazily at the ceiling, murmuring, "Master Roshi's strength is indeed insurmountable. Every time it feels like I'm just a little short, but in reality, it's a vast distance away." Krillin sighed. Even Master Roshi took 3 years. I wonder how long it will take for me to grab the ultra-holy water. It won't take 10 years, will it? After a moment, as Krillin's fatigue faded and his body recovered, he got up to pour himself some water. However, when he lifted the jar, the images of Goku and Bulma appeared on the water's surface. Oh, Goku actually came here. Is he coming to climb Korin Tower too? Remembering the pleasant training times spent with Goku, Krillin felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Great. If he comes to the tower, we can grab the ultra-holy water together and, well, definitely succeed quickly. However, he kept watching as Goku finished dealing with Colonel Yellow. He neither chose to leave nor to climb Korin Tower, but instead he waited for the Red Ribbon Army to arrive. Krillin couldn't help but wonder, what's Goku doing? A few days ago, he fought against Masru's guards and monsters, and now he wants to wait for the Red Ribbon Army to send experts. Does he consider fighting as training? As soon as he finished speaking, the image on the water's surface disappeared, replaced by a scene from the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Krillin observed for a while, realizing that Commander Red and Vice Officer Black were inviting the world's #1 assassin Tao Bai Bai for a mission. The target of the mission was none other than Goku at Korin Tower. Krillin paused for a moment. It seems the Red Ribbon Army suffered heavy losses at Goku's hands a few days ago, and now knows about his strength. This time the Red Ribbon Army is spending money to hire an external expert. Krillin thought for a moment. He and Goku were both top contenders in the martial arts tournament. But could a mere civilian assassin defeat Goku? Just as Krillin began to doubt Tao Bai Bai's strength, he saw Tao Bai Bai kick a pillar in half. Vice Officer Black pointed in a direction, and Tao Bai Bai flung the stone pillar towards Korin Tower. In the next moment, Tao Bai Bai leaped onto the pillar, soaring towards Korin Tower. Flying on a pillar was undeniably stylish. Moreover, the speed of the stone pillar was incredibly fast. Through the water jar, Krillin could see it surpassing an airplane. Krillin couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He can travel like this. It seems this assassin is quite formidable. At this point, Krillin suddenly thought of Goku and Bulma below the tower. He couldn't help but worry, can Goku handle him? No, I need to let Goku leave quickly. As he said this, Krillin was about to descend the Korin Tower. Just then, Master Korin suddenly spoke up. You don't need to worry, that Goku's strength is much greater than yours right now. Unsurprisingly, that Tao Bai Bai is no match for Goku. Krillin was taken aback. Oh, Master Korin, when did you come down? Master Korin smiled. Look at you, you lack even this little vigilance. Your training still needs improvement. Krillin said worriedly. But that Tao Bai seems quite powerful. Master Korin nodded. Indeed, Tao Bai's strength is above yours. But as long as you can drink the ultra-holy water, you'll be able to defeat him. Go for it. Krillin clenched his fists and looked at the image in the water jar. Is Goku really going to be okay? Master Korin walked to the edge of the water jar. My judgment is never wrong, I can tell by just watching. Hearing Master Korin's words, Krillin gave up on going down. Korin tower below. Yuppa's father handed grilled fish to Goku and Bulma. Goku held a large skewer of grilled fish and smiled. Thank you for your hospitality, uncle. Yuppa's father laughed. No need to be polite, it's just a meal. Eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, I'll catch more fish. Goku nodded. Then I won't be polite. And with that he dug in heartily. Bulma, eating grilled fish, looked at Goku and said, Goku, do you remember? The first time I went to Baozi Mountain, you treated me to grilled fish. Goku asked while eating. Right. How did you find the taste? It was okay. I thought it was quite delicious at the time. But after you left with me, I never had grilled fish again. Goku laughed. Haha, actually back at Baozi Mountain, I was getting a bit tired of grilled fish. It's much more interesting to eat with you. However, after such a long time, eating grilled fish again suddenly made it taste especially good. As he spoke, Goku took several big bites. Bulma nodded. Yeah, grilled fish is delicious, but you can't eat the same thing every meal. You need to change your flavors regularly to keep it fresh. Speaking of freshness, Goku looked at Bulma and said, Bulma, I suddenly want to tell you something. What is it? Bulma asked while eating, waiting for his response. It's about the last time we passed by Fire Mountain. When we were leaving, the Ox King told me he would betroth Shishi to me. When she grows up, he wants her to marry me. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Chi-Chi, is she the little girl who killed the dinosaur? Goku nodded. Yes, that's her. Did you agree? No. Then why are you telling me this? But I didn't refuse either. After all, the Ox King is so familiar with my grandpa. Goku looked at Bulma, nervously awaiting her reaction. Seeing Goku seemed a bit nervous, Bulma immediately smiled and said, No need to explain, that little girl is quite cute, I like her too. Bulma's tone shifted abruptly. But you've seen Ox King's physique, haven't you? If that little girl grows up to be as burly as he is, I hope you won't regret marrying her. Son Wukong immediately waved his hands. Impossible. Yet the moment those words left his lips, Wukong murmured inwardly. Though he knew Shishi's appearance would remain unchanged, what he cherished was her innocent, lovable, and love-struck self. Not the woman she might become after marriage, a mother wholly consumed by her children, indifferent to her husband's well-being. If that were her fate, he would rather walk away entirely. Wukong silently prayed. I am no longer the same Wukong. I have wealth now, and Ox King's castle remains intact, its treasures untouched. She will never become that person, never. At that very instant, suddenly gazed skyward and cried, Dad, look. What's that? Something's flying straight toward us. Bulma and Wukong followed his gaze. There's someone on it. Bulma exclaimed. Who else could it be but Tao Pai? Son Wukong handed Bulma the half-eaten grilled fish, wiped his mouth, and said, Bulma, hold this for me. I'll finish eating after I deal with him. Having spent so long beside Wukong, Bulma had long since developed unshakable faith in his strength. Shall I keep it warm for you? She asked. No need. With that, Wukong strode forward to the front line. Bulma settled into a comfortable position, ready to watch him dismantle his foe. Tao Pai, riding atop a soaring stone pillar, stomped down hard. The pillar's tip plunged deep into the earth, yet he stood unwavering upon it. Spotting young Wukong, Bulma and Tao Pai's lips curled faintly upward. Greetings. Sensing the stranger's extraordinary power, Upa's father did not retreat, but asked tensely, Who are you? I am Tao Pai, the world's greatest assassin. An assassin? What business do you have at Karen Tower? Upa's father demanded, unable to contain himself. Wukong stepped forward instantly, placing himself squarely before the man. Uncle, please carry on grilling your fish. He's an assassin hired by the Red Ribbon Army, specifically after me. You're not involved. Hey, yeah. Still thinking about grilled fish. What astonishing composure you have, brat. Having just witnessed Tao Pai's pillar flight, Upa instantly grasped his opponent's terrifying prowess. He tugged urgently at his father's pant leg. Dad, you must save that big brother. Upa's father nodded firmly and turned to Tao Pai, voice resolute. He just saved my child's life. I will not allow you to lay a hand on him. Bulma, seeing father and son still poised to defend, Wukong interjected calmly. Uncle Upa, please step back. Let Wukong handle this. Ever since descending the mountain, I've yet to see him lose. With that, Bulma took a small bite of grilled fish. It's delicious. Seeing Bulma's absolute confidence, and even her leisurely snack, Upa and his father were struck speechless. The man had arrived riding a pillar through the air, a display of such sheer presence that even Upa's father felt daunted. Yet this young girl trusted Wukong utterly. Their curiosity flared. Just how formidable was this boy? A sardonic smile flickered across Tao Pai Pai's lips. Ha ha ha. What utter arrogance. Does he truly believe defeating a few red ribbon novices qualifies him to stand against me, Tao Pai Pai? Wukong met Tao Pai Pai's gaze and smiled. Stand against you? You flatter yourself. Defeating you isn't even a contest. He extended his left hand. One hand is more than enough. Faced with such audacity, Tao Pai Pai's brow furrowed. Humph. Foolish brat ignorant of death itself. In mid-sentence he vanished, reappearing before Wukong in a flash, and lashed out with a kick. His speed stunned Bulma and Upa's father alike. So fast. Yet Wukong evaded the blow as if time itself slowed, then raised his hand with perfect, effortless precision to block. That thunderous kick ground to a halt. Tao Pai Pai's pupils contracted sharply. He strained, yet could not budge his own foot. He retracted the kick instantly and hurled a fist instead. Wukong flicked his wrist. 2 fingers caught Tao Pai Pai's wrist mid-swing. Tao Pai Pai wrenched fiercely, but those 2 fingers held like iron vices unmoving. Let go. He yanked. No effect. Let go. Again he strained. Still no movement. Leet. Go. This time he wrenched with all his might and broke free, only because Wukong chose to release him. Tao Pai Pai stared at Wukong's dismissive smile, and within his chest a storm of disbelief raged. How is this possible? Impossible. How old can he be? Such strength defies reason. Surely it's only brute force. His gaze hardened, turning cold and calculating. He tossed his braid behind him and grinned. Brat, strength alone means nothing. I command over 100 lethal techniques. You are already dead. Indeed. He drew several steel needles, and with a flick of his fingers sent them hurtling toward Wukong at bullet speed. Without waiting to see the result, he vanished from sight, his form dissolving into ghostly motion. Wukong didn't blink. His left hand rose, too swift to track, leaving only a fading afterimage. When his palms stilled, the needles rested perfectly balanced between his fingertips, unbroken, unblemished. Bulma couldn't contain herself. Brilliant Wukong. Wukong casually flicked the needles aside, then executed a flawless backflip, evading Tao Pai Pai's ambush just in time. As he landed, he seized the briefest moment of stiffness following Tao Pai Pai's failed strike. A light tap, and Tao Pai Pai soared backward, crashing through a towering tree. That instant of catching the needles sparked a revelation. Perhaps he didn't need his eyes at all, for he'd sensed the needles' faint whispering rush through the air, and in the split second of contact, even felt the subtle currents they disturbed. He realized he truly could catch them blind. Moments later, Tao Pai Pai rose, wiping blood from his lip, his eyes now burning with murderous intent. Brat, you are stronger than those others. But alas, you face Tao Pai Pai, the world's greatest assassin. A faint knowing smile touched Wukong's lips. As he closed his eyes and beckoned with a single finger, Tao Pai Pai recoiled. This was the first time anyone dared employ auditory targeting against him. Usually he granted enemies a sliver of mercy, for amusement's sake. Now the roles were reversed. You dare close your eyes while fighting me? He roared. Wukong beckoned again. Come on, try me. Tao Pai Pai's expression twisted into cruel delight. You brought this upon yourself. This time he drew throwing knives and darted into motion. Auditory targeting was a master's discipline, and Tao Pai Pai knew chaos bred opportunity, increasing his odds of landing a hit. As he blurred across the battlefield, shifting angles constantly, his arms flashed. 10 knives erupted from every direction, converging on Wukong in a single breath. Shink, shink, shink. Blades sliced the air, but Wukong remained rooted, lazily waving his left hand. When the last whistle faded, he stood unmoved. 10 knife hilts nestled neatly between his fingers. Impossible. Wukong opened his eyes. Your knives make too much noise. I hear them clearly. He flicked his wrist. 10 knives flew back toward Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai dodged frantically, but one slashed open his tunic, leaving a strip of cloth fluttering to the ground. Then the remaining knives came again. Tao Pai Pai dodged once more. When silence returned, he realized he was unharmed. Relief washed over him, until his clothes dissolved into shreds, drifting down like fallen petals. The legendary assassin stood exposed in nothing but his undergarments, humiliated beyond measure. Bulma nearly burst into laughter, just barely stifling it with both hands. Realizing every assault had failed, Tao Pai Pai finally grasped Wukong's true power and retreated swiftly, putting distance between them. Wukong offered a faint knowing smile. What's wrong, world's greatest assassin? Veins throbbed at Tao Pai Pai's temples. Don't get cocky. I haven't even begun to fight. Is that so? Wukong's smile held 3 parts mockery, unbearable to endure. Tao Pai Pai snarled, Damn brat. You weren't even worth my attention. But fine. You have earned the right to witness my ultimate technique. In an instant he gathered his entire aura, then thrust his index finger forward with a roar, Do-Don wave. A searing golden beam shot forth toward Wukong. Wukong's lips still curved with disdain as he raised a single finger. The Dodon wave struck his fingertip heat, but no explosion followed, no shattered body. Only Wukong's quiet, knowing smile remained. Tao Pai Pai's gut clenched with dread. He roared, amplifying the blast's intensity. Yet in that instant Wukong's pinky flicked, deflecting the entire Dodon wave into the sky. The energy slammed into the earth, triggering a cataclysmic detonation. When dust settled, a colossal crater scarred the land. Tao Pai Pai stood frozen, mind blank. How is this possible? No, it cannot be. My Dodon wave, deflected by a finger? UPA and his father stared mute with shock. UPA pointed eyes wide. Dad, look how amazing Wukong is. His father swallowed hard, finally finding his voice. Yes, I never imagined his strength surpassed mine by such a margin. Atop Karen Tower, Krillin watched through the water bowl, stunned into silence. It's been so short a time, and yet Wukong has grown this strong. Such an absurdly powerful fighter, treated like a plaything. Karen chuckled. Ha ha, so you resent being overtaken by Wukong. Then strive, seize the ultra-divine water. Krillin clenched his fists tightly. 3 months. No, within 1 month I will claim the ultra-divine water. I refuse to fall behind Wukong. Humiliated and desperate, Tao Pai Pai abandoned honor. Curse you, you leave me no choice. He activated a capsule, and a gleaming steel sword appeared. Tao Pai Pai cackled wildly, swinging the blade in a brutal arc toward Wukong. Seeing the blade descend, Wukong's intuition surged. He focused his chi into his fingertips and met the edge barehanded. Bulma gasped in horror. Wukong, grab your power pole. Don't be reckless. Your hand will be severed. Yet when steel met flesh, it wasn't Wukong's finger that broke. It was Tao Pai Pai's blade, now webbed with hairline fractures. Tao Pai Pai's breath hitched. Impossible. He wrenched the sword sideways, only for Wukong to twist his wrist and snap a precise, devastating finger flick along the blade's length. Its fractured edge shattered into glittering shards. Tink tink tink. The fragments scattered across the ground. At that moment, Wukong's mind flashed with a system prompt. Additional quest: instill terror in Tao Pai Pai. Shatter his mental composure. Completed. Bonus reward: Charisma 10. A spark of triumph lit Wukong's eyes. Posturing was exhausting, but undeniably exhilarating. And truth be told, this fight held a certain perverse charm. This man had wasted nearly 5 minutes of his time. His grilled fish was growing cold. Yet the minutes were not wasted alongside the shattered blade. Tao Pai Pai's psyche had splintered completely. After all, the reward was already secured. Wukong sighed, exasperated. I thought you'd at least give me a proper warm-up. Instead, you're pathetically weak. Utterly boring. Just as Wukong raised his hand to end him, Tao Pai Pai dropped to his knees. Please spare me. I'm merely a humble assassin, taking jobs to feed my family. I have a 10-year-old daughter and a 70-year-old mother. Wukong blinked, taken aback. Truly a master assassin. Deceit flowed from him like breath, with zero regard for honor. At that very moment, Tao Pai Pai hurled a grenade toward Wukong. You fell for it. UPA cried, danger, bomb. Even Bulma recoiled, forgetting for a heartbeat that Wukong had once withstood rocket-propelled explosives. This time, however, Wukong did not absorb the blast. As the grenade neared his face, he exhaled gently, and it reversed course, rocketing back toward its thrower. Tao Pai Pai's pupils dilated, his own grenade swelling monstrously in his vision. No. Boom. A blinding white flash consumed Tao Pai Pai utterly. When the smoke cleared, he was gone. Quest: defeat Tao Pai Pai, completed. Reward: height increase of 5 centimeters, granted within 3 days. Wukong turned without hesitation and walked back toward Bulma. This fool delayed me far too long. Where's my grilled fish? Bulma hurriedly handed him the skewer reserved for him. Wukong seized it and took a hearty bite. Good, still warm. Bulma watched him, heart fluttering inexplicably, her eyes shimmering with starlit adoration. Wukong, you were breathtaking in battle. To be your girlfriend must be pure bliss. She leaned tenderly against his shoulder. Beside them, UPA gazed upward, awestruck. Big brother, you're incredible. Wukong smiled modestly. Oh, nothing special. He wondered, was it the thrill of triumph or the 10 charisma taking effect? And resumed eating. At the top of the Korin Tower, witnessing Wukong's showy performance, Krillin was left dumbfounded. When did Wukong become this strong? At this rate, I will definitely lose in the next World Martial Arts Tournament. At that moment, he saw Bulma cuddled up against Wukong's shoulder, a pang of jealousy stirring within him. Krillin clenched his fist, thinking, Wukong is already handsome. He doesn't even need strength to attract girls. But I'm different. To attract girls, I must hold a high status. I have no choice but to work hard. Krillin's resolve strengthened once more. He looked at Master Korin and asked, Master Korin, how can I surpass Wukong? Master Korin examined Krillin and replied, If you continue like this, you will likely never surpass him in your lifetime. Krillin was taken aback. Why, oi? Master Krillin said, you completely fail to see your opponent's movements, merely executing your own techniques or passively following their actions. In short, you have too many unnecessary movements. If you don't change that, you won't be able to seize the super holy water, nor will you catch up to that Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Master Krillin's analysis, Krillin's gaze sharpened. He recalled the details of the battles he had fought with Master Krillin over the past few days. He had heard this before. However, Krillin never truly understood what it meant. But having just seen Wukong's battle, comparing Wukong's movements to his own, he suddenly gained a moment of clarity. You mean when I attack, I need to anticipate how my opponent might dodge where they might dodge? Master Krillin showed a hint of surprise. Oh, you little rascal, you're quite perceptive, you grasp things quickly. Krillin's lips curled into a slight smile. Of course, I was the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, though it was somewhat due to luck. Master Krillin scrutinized Krillin and said, it seems that if you work hard enough, you might have a chance to defeat him. Really? Then I must work hard. Saying this, Krillin once again assumed his starting pose. I've decided to train harder for the super holy water, Master Krillin. As Wukong and the others continued to eat, Wukong naturally thought of the sins of beans while looking at the Krillin Tower. Those beans not only could fill one up for 10 days, but were also crucial for healing injuries and restoring stamina, making them perfectly suited for Saiyans. Unfortunately, later on, the sins of beans were wasted by the gluttonous Yajirobe, nearly costing them their lives in battles due to the lack of beans. At this moment, the survival instinct instilled in Wukong's previous life kicked in. He wanted to ask Master Krillin for a stash of sins of beans to keep for future use. Now was the perfect time. Master Krillin had stored them for so many years, at least 2 small jars of sins of beans. He was just a cat, consuming less than he spent, so he only accumulated more. Wukong thought up an excuse and said, Bulma, Krillin should be up there. I want to go up to Krillin Tower and catch up with him. Bulma looked up at the towering Krillin Tower and couldn't help but feel curious. Is he training up there? Wukong nodded. We talked before. I suggested he climb Krillin Tower. If he took my advice, he should be up there now. Nearby, UPA overheard their conversation and immediately asked, the Krillin you're talking about, is he the bald guy? Wukong and Bulma both curiously looked at UPA. Bulma immediately replied, yes, that's him. The bald guy without a nose. Have you seen him? UPA nodded. Yeah, my dad and I saw him a month ago when he climbed Krillin Tower and hasn't come down since. At that time, it was my dad and I who prepared food and water for him. Yupa's father was also a bit surprised. What a coincidence, so you're companions with that little guy. To be honest, no one has climbed Krillin Tower in hundreds of years. That little bald guy may not be tall, but he managed to do it. He really is quite impressive. Bulma curiously asked, you said no one has climbed it for hundreds of years. Is Krillin Tower really that tall? Yupa's father replied, yes, our ancestors tried and I attempted it when I was young, but with my strength, I couldn't reach the top. So knowing that little bald guy made it up, I'm still quite surprised. Bulma thought for a moment and realized that Krillin climbing Krillin Tower was not that unusual. After all, she had only recently discovered someone as powerful as Wukong. They were probably in the same league and couldn't be judged by common standards. Bulma looked again at the towering Krillin Tower and said, Wukong, can you take me up? I want to see it too. She thought Wukong would refuse, but to her surprise, he agreed without hesitation. Come on, make sure to hold on tight. Bulma's face lit up. You're so nice, Wukong. With that, she climbed onto Wukong's back. Bulma seemed to feel a slight difference from before and exclaimed in surprise, Hey Wukong, it seems like you've grown taller again. Wukong smiled slightly. It's the time when I'm growing. I eat so much at every meal, it wouldn't make sense not to grow. Bulma smiled sweetly. That's true. Once ready, Wukong waved to UPA and his father. Uncle UPA were going up now. UPA and his father were both incredulous to see Wukong carrying someone up the tower. Yupa's father said, Krillin Tower is a very challenging feat. Even climbing it alone is quite difficult. Are you sure you want to carry her up? Wukong nodded. Don't worry, uncle, I'm confident. Bulma also confidently patted Wukong's shoulders, saying to Yupa's father, don't worry, I have faith in Wukong's strength. Besides, even if he runs out of strength, I can climb myself. I'm pretty strong too. Seeing Wukong and Bulma so confident, Yupa's father nodded, saying, then I wish you success. Goodbye. Thank you. Wukong adjusted Bulma on his back and then sprinted up Krillin Tower. The speed was so fast that a shadow trailed behind him. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared from UPA and his father's sight. UPA exclaimed, Dad, he's climbing so fast. Yupa's father nodded. Yeah, this little guy is climbing the tower while carrying someone. His speed is even faster than I can run on flat ground. He must not be an ordinary person. Master Krillin watched this scene completely stunned. Is this guy a monster? Climbing a tower while carrying someone, and he can still be this fast? Krillin swallowed hard. Wukong is surprisingly powerful. Moreover, even Master Krillin looked astonished, Krillin's newly solidified belief to surpass him began to waver. In a short moment, son Wukong carried Bulma to the top of Korin Tower. Krillin hurriedly came up to greet them. Wukong, you finally made it. Seeing Krillin again, Wukong smiled warmly. Krillin, it's great to see you. Krillin chuckled. Do you know? I took several days to climb up while you made it so quickly. It's truly incredible. After putting Bulma down, Wukong and Krillin shared a big hug. However, this embrace made Krillin realize that the height difference between him and Wukong had grown. He looked up at Wukong and said, Wukong, it's only been a little while. How did you suddenly grow so much? Wukong smiled and replied, Isn't it normal to grow taller at this age? Krillin, you haven't stopped growing, have you? Krillin's face darkened. Damn, you're teasing me again. You're not that much taller than me. Knowing Wukong was just joking, Krillin smiled again. Wukong, I just saw you defeat Tao Pai Pai down below. You're really amazing now. Of course, I've been searching for the Dragon Balls while also working hard on my training. What about you? I've been working hard too. After climbing Korin Tower, I've been competing with Master Krillin for the Ultra Divine Water. Bulma asked curiously, How I heard from UPA and his father that you've been here for a while. You've been here for so long, why haven't you tasted the Ultra Divine Water yet? Krillin shook his head. No, just climbing up isn't enough to drink the Ultra Divine Water. You also need to grab it from Master Krillin. Bulma suddenly understood. When I was eating grilled fish earlier, I heard UPA and them say that no one has climbed Korin Tower in hundreds of years. I didn't expect there would still be a test, and the difficulty of obtaining the Ultra Divine Water is too high. Krillin nodded. Yes, comparatively climbing the tower is much simpler than getting the Ultra Divine Water. Got it. Bulma's eyes gleamed with cunning as she looked at Wukong and playfully said, Wukong, can you help me grab a bottle of Ultra Divine Water? I want to taste it. Wukong understood that the Ultra Divine Water was merely a pretense. But he didn't know whether Master Krillin had been honest with Krillin. If Master Krillin had not told him the truth, it might affect Krillin's training. Just as Wukong was about to refuse, Master Krillin walked down the stairs. As he walked, he said, The Ultra Divine Water is actually just a ruse. Bulma was taken aback for a moment. Huh, is that a cat? Are you the one speaking? Master Krillin nodded. That's right, you can call me Cat Sage. I am the master of Korin Tower. Bulma suddenly realized. I thought sages would look a certain way. It turns out it's just a cat. Bulma had a look of disbelief mixed with slight disappointment. Suddenly she thought of something and asked again, Wait, did you just say the Ultra Divine Water is fake? Master Krillin nodded. Yes, enhancing your strength relies on training by competing with me for the bottle, not by drinking any Ultra Divine Water. Bulma sighed. What a pity, I thought I could reap benefits without effort. Wukong. Master Krillin. Krillin chuckled and said, At first I also thought the Ultra Divine Water was some magical liquid. But after a few days of training, I felt something was off. It seems the process of competing for the Ultra Divine Water is the key to enhancing strength. Later Master Krillin told me, and then I completely believed it. Got it. Master Krillin nodded and said, So little girl, if you want to enhance your strength, just compete with me for the Ultra Divine Water. Bulma looked at Master Krillin curiously and asked, Competing with you for the Ultra Divine Water counts as training. Are you really that strong? Master Krillin sensed Bulma's aura and couldn't help but exclaim, Little girl, your strength is quite strange. It obviously feels like your aura is quite good, but I can't sense any martial skills. At first glance, your whole body is full of flaws. What on earth is going on? Bulma was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Ha ha, now I believe you are a sage. In fact, my strength was granted by the dragon Shinron. Master Krillin suddenly understood. No wonder this makes sense. Krillin, who was nearby, became interested when he heard that Shinron could enhance strength. Wukong, can the dragon make someone the strongest master? Son Wukong quickly shook his head. Krillin, don't think about relying on Shinron to increase your strength. Those are all illusions, and might even affect your future growth. Only the strength gained through your own efforts is truly yours. Krillin nodded. Oh, now I understand. The cat sage looked at Wukong, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. You little brat, you may be small, but your understanding of martial arts is quite good. Wukong scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Hee hee, you flatter me. Oh, I've just been feeling this recently. Since descending the mountain, son Wukong had significantly increased his combat power through the system. However, he understood clearly that merely stacking combat power would lead him down the wrong path. Basic combat power is important, but combat experience and insights are even more crucial. If one only focuses on stacking combat power, it would be putting the cart before the horse, and in the future, they would surely go nowhere. At this moment, Master Krillin looked at son Wukong and said, If you climbed up here for the Ultra Divine Water, then please go back down. You no longer need to train with me. Hearing Master Krillin's words, Bulma was somewhat surprised. Since even Master Krillin said so, it indicated that Wukong's strength was already exceptionally strong. She asked reluctantly, Are we just going to leave after climbing up here for nothing? Master Krillin replied, You were carried up by him. Do you think I can't see that? Bulma bashfully scratched her head and then changed the subject. But Wukong really climbed up here by himself. We can't just let us go like that, can we? Master Krillin smiled and said, You little girl are quite greedy. Tell me, what do you want? Bulma was surprised. Can you also grant my wishes? No. Master Krillin bluntly shook his head. Bulma was instantly speechless. What do you mean no? Son Wukong glanced around and saw 2 jars of Senza beans. Master Krillin, can I have a jar of Senza beans? Master Krillin raised an eyebrow. Senza beans? What do you want so many of these for? Son Wukong replied. Of course, to eat. Don't worry, I won't waste them. Master Krillin said, 1 bean can keep you from hunger for 10 days and can also heal injuries. It's a treasure in the mortal world. You're asking for a whole jar. Do you think it's cabbage? Don't say that, Master Krillin. Oh, I really need this. How about we trade some of our food with you? As he spoke, Wukong asked Bulma to take out their universal capsules, which contained a lot of food. Master Krillin squinted at Son Wukong and then nodded. Forget it, don't bother. I won't trade with you. Wukong and Bulma were taken aback. Son Wukong wondered whether this cat sage was really that rigid or if he wanted cat food freeze-dried. Master Krillin continued. Although the yield of Senza beans is low in the past few hundred years, you two are the only ones to come up here. The Senza beans will only accumulate more and more in the future. I can't possibly eat all of these by myself, so I'll just give you a jar. Son Wukong's expression brightened. It seemed Master Krillin had no selfish motives and viewed these materials very lightly. Thank you, Master Krillin. In the mountains near Panshan village, a voice emerged. Colonel Violet, I heard from the brothers at headquarters that several Dragon Balls overseen by various colonels have been lost, and those colonels were killed by someone named Son Wukong. The Marshal has not been able to retrieve a single Dragon Ball for days, and he is very angry. If we cannot quickly find the Dragon Balls, Marshal Hong may punish us for our inefficiency. At this point, the lieutenant cautiously scanned the surroundings and quietly said, It has been more than half a month. I believe we are unlikely to find the Dragon Balls within the stipulated time. Why don't we just escape? I don't want my brothers to lose their lives. Colonel Violet took a deep breath and coldly replied, Obedience is the duty of a soldier. Don't think about that. Since the radar indicates they are nearby, we will surely find them if we continue searching. The lieutenant nodded in disappointment. Understood. After the subordinate left, Colonel Violet felt a sense of unease and decided to go to the scene herself. Rainwater dripped down her short hair, and her military boots were already sunk deep in the mud. Looking at the muddy path in the village and the villagers tirelessly searching through the muck, her heart was filled with worry. If the Dragon Ball is covered in dirt, it will be even harder to find. Just then a subordinate said, Colonel Violet, it's raining too heavily. The villagers say they can't search anymore. Perhaps we should stop for today. Colonel Violet deeply felt that the pouring rain and muddy path made searching impossible. All right, then let's halt the search. Everyone go back for now. You've all worked hard. At that moment, Violet's phone suddenly rang. It was Marshal Hong. She gestured for everyone to be quiet and then answered the call. Hello, is this Violet? Colonel Violet immediately stood at attention and responded, Yes, it is. I'm Marshal Hong. You've been searching for more than half a month. Haven't you found the Dragon Balls yet? Marshal Hong's voice was filled with authority. Colonel Violet nodded and said, Reporting to the Marshal, we are making every effort to find them, but it has been raining heavily here for the past few days, making it quite difficult. Useless. I don't want to hear excuses. What I want is the Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball. Just then a joyful scream pierced the sky. We found it. The Dragon Ball has been found. A villager excitedly shouted while holding the Dragon Ball. The other villagers also stopped what they were doing and looked towards Colonel Violet. Having helped her find the Dragon Ball, they felt gratitude for Colonel Violet's assistance in eliminating the bandits, which meant she could return to report back, and everyone felt very happy. Colonel Violet's expression brightened. She didn't have time to take the Dragon Ball. She immediately responded, reporting to the Marshal, the Dragon Ball has been found. Soon a Dragon Ball was delivered to Colonel Violet's hands. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by Marshal Hong's laughter. Haha, you really are quite lucky, Colonel Violet. Very well, although it's late, you found it, so I won't punish you. Clean up the informants immediately, and then bring the Dragon Ball back. Colonel Violet's pupils trembled slightly. Marshal, these villagers have voluntarily cooperated with us. Isn't it unnecessary? That's an order. Marshal Hong coldly hung up the phone, leaving Colonel Violet in shock. She looked at the villagers whose clothes were drenched from the pouring rain. Although most appeared to be in a sorry state, they had finally helped her find the Dragon Ball, and they were all cheering and rejoicing. Even though they were repaying her for helping the village eliminate the bandits, they genuinely sought to help her find the Dragon Ball, who otherwise they wouldn't have worked so hard in the heavy rain. The lieutenant quietly asked, Colonel, shall we set up a perimeter? Colonel Violet frowned. Although obedience is the duty of a soldier, her previous iron-fisted approach only applied to warlords. It did not involve civilians. Moreover, she had been living harmoniously with the villagers for more than half a month, and they had helped her find the Dragon Ball. At this moment, asking her to take action against defenseless civilians was something she simply could not bring herself to do. Colonel Violet took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The villagers' kindness, the children's smiles, all the beautiful memories kept swirling in her mind. After a moment, Colonel Violet opened her eyes. Gather the troops, or we're taking the Dragon Ball back directly. The lieutenant couldn't help but be startled. Returning directly. A flicker of anger crossed Colonel Violet's eyes as she said, "Do you not understand?" The lieutenant questioned, "But the marshal's orders are." "I said retreat. I am the highest officer here. I will bear all responsibility." Colonel Violet's voice suddenly took on an unprecedented authority. The lieutenant nodded vigorously, understood. The Red Ribbon Army retreated. The villagers looked at them and waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Colonel Violet. Come visit us often." At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the Black Lieutenant reporting to the Marshal, "Colonel Violet has brought back the Dragon Ball. Quick, let her in." Marshal Hong took the Dragon Ball and smiled broadly. "Good Violet, you certainly haven't disappointed me. It's thanks to those villagers familiar with the terrain that we were able to find the Dragon Ball," Colonel Violet replied. "Once Tao Bai brings back the Dragon Ball, we will have gathered all 6 Dragon Balls." Marshal Hong picked up on something from Violet's words. "Wait, are you saying that you have those villagers to thank? Did you not deal with the villagers who knew about the Dragon Balls?" Colonel Violet straightened her back and explained, reporting to the Marshal, "I did not threaten the villagers. They voluntarily cooperated with us to find the Dragon Ball. I believe it is unnecessary to silence them as it would damage the army's reputation so." Marshal Hong suddenly slammed his hand on the table in fury, shouting, "Do you dare defy a direct order? You know how this army has come to be what it is today," he continued. "Not because of mercy, but because of fear. It is because the entire world fears our Red Ribbon Army that we have reached this point. To dominate the world, we must instill fear in everyone." Colonel Violet raised her head and looked down at Marshal Hong, saying, "Please punish me, Marshal." "Punish?" Marshal Hong sneered. "What do you think the punishment for disobeying military orders is? It's death." As he spoke, Marshal Hong turned away, presenting his back to Colonel Violet. "However, considering that you found the Dragon Ball, I will give you a chance. Go back and kill all the villagers who know about the Dragon Ball, and I will let this matter pass. If you dare to run away, you should know the methods of our Red Ribbon Army." Colonel Violet clenched her fists and then released them. She realized that the Red Ribbon Army was becoming increasingly sinister. It was no longer the organization where she wished to achieve her ambitions. The surveillance footage in the command room quickly switched. On the screen, Sun Wukong burst into the base wielding his Rui Bang. Marshal Hong exclaimed in shock, "How could that little brat end up here?" As one plane after another turned to ashes beneath his Rui Bang, heavy machine guns were destroyed. A sense of foreboding rose within the Black Adjutant's heart. Could it be that Tao Bai was defeated by this Sun Wukong? Marshal Hong swallowed hard. How is that possible? That formidable assassin couldn't possibly be outdone by this little brat. Seeing Sun Wukong wreaking havoc without anyone being able to stop him, Marshal Hong turned around and shouted, "Listen well, we cannot let him step in even a single inch." "Understood." The Black Adjutant immediately shouted through a loudspeaker, "All personnel enter emergency combat readiness to deal with Sun Wukong." Fearing being shot down while flying, Wukong couldn't bring Bulma along for the battle, so he left her behind. As Wukong advanced, deeper defense lines crumbled, soldiers fled in panic as if they had seen a monster, with collapsed buildings and destroyed military equipment scattered everywhere. "Aim fire. Open fire. What the hell, just run. Facing an enemy that cannot be defeated, what are we risking our lives for?" Sun Wukong was like a god of death, unstoppable. One plane after another exploded, armored vehicles, shattered artillery positions, turned to ashes. It was as if a demolition crew had arrived, and the vast base of the Red Ribbon Army rapidly collapsed and disintegrated. However, orders from above came one after another, all demanding they block Sun Wukong and kill him. Some fled while others surrounded them. Yet their fate was the same. After witnessing Sun Wukong's power, they were terrified and fled in disarray. In an instant, the Red Ribbon Army's base was thrown into chaos. In the command room, seeing Wukong cutting through opponents on the surveillance screen, Violet couldn't help but feel a sense of gravity. She thought, can someone who can withstand gunfire and bullets and can crush armored vehicles with bare hands truly be a Superman? The Black Adjutant immediately said, "Marshal Hong, given his route, his goal is clearly here. Would it be better to abandon the Dragon Balls and take cover for now?" Marshal Hong was oblivious to the seriousness of the situation and bellowed, "What nonsense are you talking? I, the Grand Commander of the Red Ribbon Army, am not going to retreat from a little brat." The Black Adjutant urged, But you see, we can't stop him at all. He's already entered Zone 8. If this continues, it will only increase our casualties." It's better to listen to me and hide for now, or as long as we have the mountains we won't worry about firewood. Marshal Hong furiously retorted, "You bastard, you dare say to hide. Is this still the world's strongest Red Ribbon army?" The Black Adjutant stood his ground, forgetting the rule of not standing too close, and stepped forward to say, "Marshal, give it up. Our weapons are ineffective against him. Sending more personnel will only lead to unnecessary sacrifices." Marshal Hong roared, "Shut up. I have the most powerful army in the world. I refuse to believe that a little brat can take on the entire Red Ribbon army." Violet looked at the bloodshot eyes and twisted face of Marshal Hong, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. The leader of the Red Ribbon army appeared so ugly at this moment. Her gaze returned to the screen, which displayed the real-time footage of the central hall. Soldiers were hurriedly setting up defenses, their faces filled with fear. Violet advised, "Marshal Hong, the Black Adjutant, is right. Our firepower is ineffective against him. It's better to give up." Marshal Hong didn't even glance at her, angrily retorting, "What do you know? Soldiers are meant to be sacrificed. As long as they can hold that little brat back, even for a minute, their deaths will have value. He must eventually tire outright. I refuse to believe that he can kill everyone in our army alone." This statement hit Violet like a bucket of ice water. She suddenly realized that to Marshal Hong, these living people, these young individuals with families and dreams, were merely pawns that could be discarded on a chessboard. Once upon a time, she too had been a small soldier. Her faith crumbled again in that moment. Just then, a distress signal came from the 4th battle zone. "It's bad, the 4th battle zone has fallen." On the screen, some soldiers lay dead or wounded, while more soldiers did not resist at all, directly turning into deserters, abandoning their weapons and fleeing in panic. Seeing those deserters who fled without resistance, Marshal Hong couldn't help but roar in rage, "Those bastards dare to run away. Are you still members of my Red Ribbon army? How shameful." The Black Adjutant once again advised, "Marshal, the soldiers understand that no matter how they resist, they are not a match for that guy. Can't you see it? That little brat, named Sun Wukong, possesses extraordinary strength. Currently, the only way for us to survive is to abandon the Dragon Balls and retreat." Marshal Hong yelled hysterically, "Don't joke with me. We've sacrificed so much, how can we just give up at this moment?" The Black Adjutant whispered, "But if we lose our lives, everything will be meaningless." Marshal Hong slammed his hand on the table. "This is absurd, this is absurd. I refuse to accept it. I was so close to growing taller." Marshal Hong's expression was incredibly twisted. The Black Adjutant and Violet were both taken aback. "Taller?" The Black Adjutant asked, "What does this mean? Is it possible that you are collecting the Dragon Balls for your height?" Marshal Hong turned his head. "That's right, do you have any questions?" Violet exclaimed, "Marshal, you're collecting the Dragon Balls not to rule the world." Marshal Hong scoffed, "Ruling the world is something that can be accomplished with a little time. Before I dominate the world, I want to be tall and impressive. Short people are not popular with women." After all the turmoil the Red Ribbon Army had gone through, spending so much money and losing so many soldiers, was it all for height? Hearing this reason, Violet and the Black Adjutant were nearly dumbfounded. This was a collapse of faith. Marshal Hong's words were even more absurd than killing them, completely overturning their worldview. The Black Adjutant incredulously pressed, "This is the reason we've gone through so much." Marshal Hong shouted again, "Shut up. How could a tall person understand the feelings of a short one?" As he spoke, Marshal Hong looked back at Violet, asking, "Violet, if it were you, would you look at a short person like me?" Violet was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her head to look down at Marshal Hong, saying insincerely, "Marshal, whether you are tall or not, I admire you greatly." Marshal Hong angrily retorted, "Humph, insincere. I not only dislike tall people standing beside me, but I also dislike others looking down at me." Violet's expression stiffened as she wanted to say, "I can't see you at all if I don't look down at you." The Black Vice Officer said, "Marshal, our troops have suffered heavy casualties. We should abandon the Dragon Balls." General Hong was once again enraged and shouted, "Shut your mouth. No matter how you command the Legion, it is my freedom as the commander." The Black Vice Officer trembled with anger, questioning, "Do you know how many soldiers we have sacrificed to gather the Dragon Balls? We cannot continue like this." General Hong furrowed his brow, questioning, "Black Vice Officer, what kind of attitude is this? Are you speaking to me? They were killed due to lack of training. They just need to obediently follow the commands of the commander." Seeing the obstinate General Hong, the Black Vice Officer could no longer endure. He pulled out his pistol and directly pulled the trigger at General Hong's head. Bang! With a gunshot, General Hong's eyes widened as he fell straight down. The Black Vice Officer coldly looked at General Hong's corpse and said, "You are unworthy of being a commander." Seeing that General Hong was dead, Oolong was momentarily astonished. General Hong just died like this. Since they began searching for the Dragon Balls, so many lives had been lost. Bloodshed and sacrifice are not terrifying, But when she realized that all the deaths, the bloodshed, and the sacrifices were merely for General Hong's ridiculous dream of growing taller, she suddenly felt that this world was absurd. She felt that her military uniform looked particularly glaring. She couldn't help but ask herself, what is the meaning of living the first half of my life? In this moment, Oolong lost her dream, as if something had drained her of all strength. At this moment, the surveillance footage in the command room was still playing continuously. She glanced at the figure of Sun Wukong on the screen, charging forward full of vitality and positivity. This scene reminded her of the mountain village that helped her find the Dragon Balls. Although it was very poor people, they were actively striving for life, filled with passion and energy. She turned around, reaffirmed her belief, and prepared to execute her plan to abscond with the money. At that moment, the black vice officer called out to her, "Wait, Colonel Oolong." Oolong paused in her tracks. "What is it?" The black vice officer sincerely asked, "Colonel Oolong, would you be willing to assist me in conquering the world?" Oolong stared at the black vice officer for a moment, shook her head, and said, "Sorry, black vice officer, I'm tired. I want to leave the Legion." The black vice officer frowned and unexpectedly raised his gun, pointing it at Oolong. "Do you think you can leave?" Oolong's gaze trembled. "What do you mean?" The black vice officer said sternly, "From today on, I will be the commander of the Red Ribbon Legion, and the future ruler of the world will be me. Either stay and assist me or die." With a single sentence, he closed off Oolong's path of retreat. Oolong looked at the cold muzzle of the black vice officer's gun, and a trace of desolation flashed in her eyes. At this moment, she realized that the black vice officer was no different from General Hong. No matter what their objectives were, one thing remained unchanged: the precious lives of soldiers and officers were merely chips for these ambitious individuals, easily discarded. As a high-ranking officer facing the power transition, she could either be purged or align herself. Life is only once, and no one is willing to go against death. Although Oolong had a bit of a conscience and had not massacred civilians, she had achieved remarkable military feats in the warlord's chaotic battles, and she was not a pure white lotus untouched by filth. She could see that the black vice officer was even more ruthless than General Hong. Tired of the Legion and wanting to leave, the only way was to let him die, otherwise she would probably never have peace. Oolong took a deep breath and pretended to compromise, saying, "All right, black vice officer. No, I should call you Marshal Hay. I am willing to continue serving the Red Ribbon Legion." The black vice officer's lips curled into a slight smile. "That's more like it, Oolong. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Your abilities and influence are very useful for the Legion. The other generals are dead, and now you are second to none. So, Marshal Hay, what should we do next?" "It's simple. Abandon the Dragon Ball's hide and wait for him to leave before planning a comeback." "Understood." The black vice officer glanced at the 2 Dragon Balls on the table, then pressed the button for the elevator leading underground. Moments later, the elevator arrived. The black vice officer said, "You stay here to deal with Sun Wukong and give him the Dragon Balls. After everything is settled, come find me on the top floor." With that, the black vice officer stepped into the elevator. Just as he stepped into the elevator, Oolong suddenly launched an attack. She quickly stepped forward and struck the back of the black vice officer's wrist, sending his gun flying. At the same time, Oolong's hand clutched the black vice officer's throat. "What are you doing, Oolong?" Oolong said, "I told you I am tired of the life in the Legion. As long as you are alive, I will never have peace if I escape." "Sorry, Marshal Hay." However, as the second-in-command of the Red Ribbon Legion, the black vice officer could not be easily subdued by her. The black vice officer forcefully raised his head, striking his forehead against Oolong's chin, causing her to feel momentarily dizzy, loosening her grip on his throat. As the black vice officer turned to escape, he delivered a spinning kick towards Oolong. There is still a significant gap in strength between an ordinary man and woman, not to mention that the black vice officer also possessed considerable combat power. In just a few exchanges, Oolong was kicked away by the black vice officer, crashing heavily against the metal control panel. Crack! With a sound, it seemed like a bone had broken somewhere, and Oolong fell to the ground like a rag doll. She tried to get up, but found she could no longer stand. Oolong tasted blood in her throat, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She felt cold all over, unable to muster any strength, and her face turned pale in an instant. As a soldier in the army, often drenched in blood amidst gunfire, she had long realized that this day would come, and she was already prepared to face death. She just didn't expect to die at the hands of the black vice officer. At this moment, she felt that the world had become even more absurd. She helplessly leaned against the equipment. Is this the feeling of dying? So cold. She looked up at the surveillance screen, wanting to see Sun Wukong one last time before she died, to see that positive young man. Unfortunately, she found that Sun Wukong was no longer on the screen, and she felt a bit disappointed. It was as if that one wrong choice back then had doomed her to a life of bloodshed. In her dazed consciousness, she seemed to see her own demise. She thought that if there was an afterlife, she would hope to be far away from war and live a peaceful life. If possible, it would be best to be a wealthy lady and enjoy life every day. Even though she was gravely injured, the black vice officer still had no intention of letting her go. In the next moment, the black vice officer raised his pistol again, aiming it at Oolong. I once admired you, Oolong, but unfortunately, if you are not useful to me, there is only the path of death. Oolong calmly closed her eyes, not struggling. At this critical moment, the door of the command room was violently burst open, slamming heavily to the ground as Sun Wukong entered. Stop! Put down your weapon. The black adjutant knew that a gun was ineffective against Sun Wukong. He couldn't draw his weapon in front of Sun Wukong, as it would likely provoke a conflict. Moreover, Violet was already on the brink of death and would die without needing a final blow. Thus, he immediately discarded the gun, raised his hands, and faced Sun Wukong. You finally arrived, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong scanned the surroundings. Aside from the severely injured Violet, there lay a dwarf with a big uncle's face nearby. He had a bloody bullet hole in the center of his brow, and although he was dead, his eyes remained open, reflecting disbelief. Wukong recognized him as the leader of the Red Satin Brigade, General Hong. It was similar to the anticipated internal strife, except for the additional presence of Violet in the command room. Suddenly, 2 Dragon Balls caught Sun Wukong's attention. The Dragon Balls are mine. With that, Sun Wukong collected the Dragon Balls. The black adjutant asked, Mr. Wukong, how about we collect all 7 Dragon Balls together and conquer the world? Conquer the world? Sun Wukong repeated. The black adjutant noticed the clarity in Sun Wukong's eyes and began to paint an enticing picture. Yes, that's right, conquer the world. We can easily change everything in the world to what we desire. Wealth, power, status, women. Whatever you want, we can have it. What do you think? At that moment, Violet opened her eyes again and looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, he's a bad person. Once he achieves his goals, he will definitely deal with you. Don't agree to him. Cough, cough. After speaking, Violet started to cough violently and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Hearing Violet advise Sun Wukong against cooperating with him, the black adjutant frowned, regretting not killing Violet sooner. He looked at Wukong and forced a gentle expression. Sun Wukong, you possess great strength, and I have the ability to govern a brigade. If we join forces, the world will belong to us. Rest assured, with your power, how could I possibly harm you? Sun Wukong ignored the black adjutant and walked to Violet's side, taking out a spirit bean in front of her. Open your mouth and eat it. Violet, pale-faced, lifted her head and looked at Sun Wukong in confusion. She was on the verge of death and couldn't understand what Sun Wukong wanted her to eat. Seeing Violet in a daze, Sun Wukong pried her mouth open and stuffed the spirit bean inside. Hurry and eat it, you'll recover from your injuries quickly. Violet was taken aback and quickly chewed a few times before swallowing the spirit bean. In an instant, a warm current filled her body, and Violet suddenly felt her injuries healed, her strength remarkably restored. What just happened? Violet examined her hands, feeling the absence of pain in her body, as if she had truly suffered no injuries. What did you just give me? Sun Wukong replied. What I just gave you is called a spirit bean. Oh, once eaten, it can heal your injuries. Congratulations, you won't die now. Violet's face showed gratitude as she stood up respectfully and said, Thank you for saving me. From now on, I, Violet, am willing to serve you. You don't need to serve me. After leaving here, just be a good person. You are free. Violet's expression warmed, and she bowed to Sun Wukong, saying, Thank you. Sun Wukong turned and looked at the black adjutant. It's your turn now, black adjutant. Where were we? We were talking about ruling the world. Oh, then continue your charade. The black adjutant. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The speech he had prepared could no longer be uttered. He thought he could trick Sun Wukong, but unexpectedly the latter understood everything and was treating him like a monkey. He had underestimated Sun Wukong, who, despite appearing to be in his teens, he did not possess a child's mindset. The black adjutant's expression changed immediately, saying, How about this? You become the commander of the Red Satin Brigade, and I will assist you as an advisor, allowing you to become the world's overlord. I have no interest in conquering the world. The black adjutant's expression darkened as he said, I understand. It seems we can only fight it out. With that, the black adjutant assumed a martial arts stance. Violet recalled how he had severely injured her with a single punch and quickly warned, Be careful, his skills are formidable. Sun Wukong did not understand where the black adjutant got the courage to engage him in close combat. After hearing Violet's warning, he nodded slightly and also assumed a stance. Just as he was about to make a move, the black adjutant threw a punch towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not move his feet. He merely tilted his head slightly to dodge the attack. The black adjutant then tried to kick at Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong easily sidestepped it. Sun Wukong shook his head in boredom, saying, You're too slow, you can't even pique my interest. In the next moment, Sun Wukong stomped the ground and shot toward the black adjutant. With a single elbow strike, the black adjutant let out a cry of agony, clutching his abdomen as he stumbled back several steps. His eyes bulged, veins popping on his forehead, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, and some drool escaping his mouth. A light move had almost rendered the black adjutant incapable of action, stirring a storm of surprise within him. So he is this powerful. In that moment, he realized his own foolishness. Damn it, how could I compare myself in a duel with someone who can withstand guns and cannons? I should have released that thing sooner. Sun Wukong placed his hands on his hips and said, "It's not every day I get a chance like this. Let me stretch out a bit and bring out all your trump cards." The black adjutant was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression brightened. Truly arrogant Sun Wukong had given him this opportunity. The black adjutant decisively threw out a universal capsule and a large robot appeared. The black adjutant quickly jumped into the robot. Sun Wukong, you shouldn't underestimate me. This time I've definitely won." Sun Wukong laughed, saying, "Don't be so confident. A mere Tien cannot protect you. Tien, you might be disappointed. This battle mech is the pinnacle creation of Dr. Gallo, both in materials and craftsmanship. It is top-notch. You're doomed." As he spoke, the black adjutant controlled the mech's arm and aimed it at Sun Wukong. A compressed fire serpent suddenly shot towards Sun Wukong. He immediately stepped back to avoid it. The fire serpent struck the ground, instantly melting a large hole in the concrete. The black adjutant laughed loudly. "Ha, how about that? My mech is impressive, right? Don't worry, I'm sending you straight to the afterlife." As he spoke, the mech smashed through the rooftop and flew into the sky. Another beam of laser shot towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong vanished in a flash, but the building behind him was melted away. However, the black adjutant completely failed to capture Sun Wukong's figure, believing he had perished, and couldn't help but laugh. As he turned to ashes already. "I win." At that moment, Sun Wukong crossed his arms and coldly floated in front of the mech. "Fool, what are you laughing about?" The black adjutant was startled. "How could this be? When did you evade my attacks?" As he spoke, the black adjutant controlled the mech to punch Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not dodge. He simply raised his hand, and the mech's gigantic fist was forcibly caught by him. "What?" The black adjutant retracted the mech's arm, but to his surprise, he activated the maximum power to pull back the arm, yet it could not be retracted, because Sun Wukong had extended his hands and grasped the mech's fist. How is this possible? How can a human's strength rival that of a machine? At that moment, Sun Wukong embraced the mech's arm and lifted the several-ton mech into the air. In no time, Sun Wukong spun the gigantic mech, resembling a tornado. At that moment, he swung the mech down forcefully onto a house, and with a loud bang, the structure crumbled. The ground shook as the house collapsed, yet the mech remained unscathed. He lifted the mech again and struck in another direction, causing yet another house to fall. In an instant, Sun Wukong had struck several times, leaving the black officer inside disoriented and unconscious. Violet watched Sun Wukong's small form below, effortlessly swinging the heavy machine like it was a mere sandbag, utterly mesmerized. She wasn't particularly fond of handsome young men, rather she admired strength. Seeing Sun Wukong descend like a god, admiration welled up in her eyes. "He's so strong, I like him so much." At that moment, the mech's arm shattered under Wukong's might, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Sun Wukong glanced at the unconscious black officer inside. This officer was highly ambitious, and with him around, the Red Ribbon Army would surely rise again. Thus, while letting an average soldier go was no issue, Sun Wukong had no intention of sparing him. This guy was a key leader of the Red Ribbon Army, and Wukong decided he should die a glorious death. Wukong lifted the mech high and hurled it into the sky. In the next moment, he placed his hands on his hips, striking a pose. Chanting came. "Haim. Huh." In an instant, a blinding white light erupted as a powerful Kamehameha engulfed the mech in the air. As the white light faded, both the mech and the black officer turned to ashes. Sun Wukong exhaled a breath of relief. This should be secure now. Next, it was time to find the last Dragon Ball. If nothing unexpected happened, he should just go look for those three guys pull off. Just then, Violet suddenly ran up to Sun Wukong. "Wait, Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong was taken aback, looking at Violet curiously. "Oh, you haven't left yet. What do you want?" Blushing, Violet pleaded, "Sun Wukong, can you take me with you?" Sun Wukong was surprised. "Take you with me?" Violet eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. "Yes. As long as you're willing to take me, I'll do anything. Don't worry, I'm very capable. I can do whatever you need." Sun Wukong asked, "Why do you want to follow me?" She quickly added, "I don't want to rule the world." Violet panicked. No, it's not like that." "Then why?" Sun Wukong inquired. Violet's face turned crimson in an instant. Finally, she lifted her head to look directly at Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong, I like you. I like strong men like you. With the Red Ribbon Army fallen, I have nowhere else to go. Please take me with you." Crack. A lightning bolt struck through Sun Wukong's heart. He was actually being confessed to. Was his charm really that great? What a delightful dilemma. Sun Wukong nodded. All right, I agree. From now on, you'll be in charge of flying the plane when we go out. Really? Thank you. Violet cheered and joyfully leaned closer to Wukong. Sun Wukong asked, but I don't have a plane. Do you have one? If you do, let's leave this place. Violet nodded. Of course. The Red Ribbon base has plenty of planes. But I want you to come with me. Ooh, I know the Red Ribbon Army's treasury. Let's empty it out. Or what do you think? Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. That's a good suggestion. I like women who know how to make money like you. Violet's face lit up with joy. Really? I thought you would think I was greedy and vulgar. Sun Wukong quickly waved his hand, saying, what kind of talk is that? Having money is what allows one to enjoy life. There's no shame in making money. Also, in the future, be straightforward with me. Ooh, I don't like guessing. Upon hearing Wukong say this, Violet's heart blossomed with happiness. I understand. Violet looked at Wukong's side profile, her bright eyes almost brimming with tears. Moments later, they cleared out the Red Ribbon Army's treasury. Violet chose a plane, and together with Wukong, they leisurely left the base. With current technology, planes have limited altitude and cannot reach the height of Karen Tower. Thus, after arriving at the base of Karen Tower, Wukong stored the plane in the Universal Capsule and flew up with Violet towards the tower's peak. Up at Karen Tower, since Wukong left, Krillin, Master Karen, and Bulma had been watching the water tank, witnessing his daring assault on the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Of course, they all saw Violet's confession. Seeing Wukong return with Violet, Krillin couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. That lucky bastard Wukong really is blessed. It's clear that so many girls like him. He went to raid the enemy base and still managed to get confessions. I'm so jealous I could gnash my teeth. Krillin said, glancing at Bulma beside him, cautiously asking, Hey Bulma, can I ask you something? Bulma asked curiously, what is it? What kind of boys do you girls like? Bulma thought for a moment and replied, everyone's preferences are different. I want someone who is handsome, tall, and powerful. Of course, some girls prefer rich guys. Upon hearing Bulma's explanation, Krillin nodded. Looks like Wukong is right. I must work hard to win the championship in the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Once I make a name for myself and become a fighting star, I'm sure many girls will like me. Bulma looked at Krillin, a sly smile appearing on her face. She said, I have a way for you to get girls to like you right now. Krillin was startled and immediately asked, what way? Bulma said, you can collect Dragon Balls and wish for the dragon to make you taller and more handsome. That way girls will start liking you right away. Krillin twitched his mouth and shook his head. Of course I want to be taller and more handsome, but the problem is if the dragon makes me handsome, will I still be myself? Bulma was taken aback as she scrutinized Krillin. He didn't have a nose, no hair, and his height was lacking. He was a boy, but he couldn't undergo cosmetic surgery like the beauty-loving girls, as a minor cosmetic change wouldn't save him. For Krillin to become a handsome man, it would be like changing into a completely different person. You make a good point. To become handsome, you have to change too much. However, even with your appearance being a bit odd, you still look pleasant. Krillin nodded. Yeah, I understand. Everyone is unique. Instead of trying to become a handsome guy, I'd prefer to work hard to become strong and be a martial arts champion. Bulma nodded in agreement. That's right. Even if I get to make a wish, I hope to continue being myself. If I suddenly changed my appearance, I wouldn't be able to accept it, nor would my parents. As she spoke, Bulma covered her face, being self-absorbed. After all, I'm already beautiful and cute. Just then Master Karen called down from the tower, they're back. As he spoke, Sun Wukong and Violet arrived. Bulma, Krillin, Master Karen, I'm back. Seeing Wukong return safely, Master Karen nodded. We have a general idea of what happened. You are quite impressive, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. They are just ordinary people, easy to deal with, nothing remarkable about it. By the way, let me introduce this girl. Her name is Oolong. Oolong looked at Bulma and gently asked, You must be Bulma, right? Wukong told me that you are beautiful, gentle, and especially talented. I didn't expect that upon meeting you, I would find you so beautiful with such radiant skin. You are simply the most perfect woman in the world, truly enviable. This was the first time Bulma had encountered someone who praised her upon meeting. Her face instantly turned red. Bulma covered her cheeks and said, Oh no, that's too much praise. I think you're beautiful too. Oolong extended her hand and introduced herself with grace. My name is Oolong. You can also call me Xiaozi. Let's take care of Wukong together in the future. Bulma also extended her hand, shaking it warmly. Hello, my name is Bulma. I hope to get along well. Seeing Wukong surrounded by two beautiful women, Krillin felt incredibly jealous. Damn it, how can Wukong have girls liking him again? I'm so jealous. I need to work hard to become stronger. I want to become a world-renowned fighting champion. Saying this, Krillin looked at Master Karen and said, Master Karen, I want to continue stealing the super holy water. Master Karen observed Krillin and then said, It seems that jealousy can indeed transform into motivation for progress. Soon Wukong, Bulma, and Zilyu Oolong left Karen Tower. Now Zilyu Oolong was responsible for piloting the plane, while Bulma and Wukong had time to deal with other matters. Bulma was fiddling with the radar and said, "It's strange the radar isn't broken. Why isn't the 7th Dragon Ball showing up?" Zilyu Oolong wondered, could it have flown off into space? Bulma shook her head saying, "According to ancient texts, Dragon Balls can only be found on Earth. They can't fly that far." Son Wukong said, "Zilyu Oolong, just follow the direction I tell you. I think I know where the Dragon Ball is." "Okay, Wukong." Zilyu Oolong didn't ask for specifics, but drove the plane with peace of mind following Wukong's indicated route. But Bulma couldn't suppress her curiosity, as she couldn't help but look at Son Wukong. "You are being all mysterious. Where do you think the Dragon Ball is?" Son Wukong smiled and said, "Bulma, do you still remember those 3 clowns I dealt with last year?" 3 clowns? You're talking about the Pilaf gang? Bulma asked back. "Exactly, that's them. Last year, they were also searching for the Dragon Balls and even devised a plan to steal ours, but we ended up taking theirs. This year, they must have found a Dragon Ball, and when they discovered we were also searching, they hid that Dragon Ball." Bulma said, "Damn, they actually thought to hide the Dragon Ball. They are quite cunning." Zilyu Oolong asked curiously, "Are those 3 guys formidable?" Son Wukong shook his head saying, "Not at all. Those 3 are just pure comedy." "I see." Zilyu Oolong continued, "If we know where they are, why not assign me the task of finding the last Dragon Ball? Don't worry, I will get this done." Bulma and Wukong looked at Zilyu Oolong in astonishment. A willing worker is truly likable. Noticing that the two were staring at her, Zilyu Oolong couldn't help but look puzzled. "Why are you both looking at me?" Son Wukong and Bulma simultaneously shook their heads. "No, it's nothing." Zilyu Oolong said, "Then it's settled. Give me the radar and their address. You have searched for so many Dragon Balls, I should contribute as well and take the last one." Bulma was about to argue, but Wukong said, "Okay, then it's up to you, Zilyu Oolong." Then Wukong looked at Bulma and said, "Bulma, give her the radar." "But, just give it to her." Bulma handed the radar to Zilyu Oolong. Soon Wukong and Bulma landed in a city. Then Zilyu Oolong with the radar piloted the plane towards Pilaf's castle. Bulma watched the disappearing plane and couldn't help but sigh. "I don't know why, but it feels a bit strange. This woman seems quite capable." Son Wukong nodded saying, "In my opinion, she seems a bit eager to prove herself in order to fit in with us. Let her accomplish a task, as it seems she needs that sense of achievement." Bulma nodded saying, "So that's how it is. It seems she is a woman who has suffered and can't stand not being busy. But will there be any issues with her going to find the Dragon Ball alone?" Son Wukong shook his head saying, "In trying to steal the Dragon Balls from Pilaf and the others, the worst outcome is just not finding them. It shouldn't be life-threatening. Let her go." Bulma nodded asking, "Then where are we going?" Wukong rubbed his belly and said, "I've been eating and sleeping outdoors for the past few days. Since someone is doing the work for me, I want to eat something good and then have a good sleep." Bulma smiled lightly. "Let's go. We'll take you to the most luxurious hotel for dinner." At a high-end restaurant, the portions were small and expensive. After one meal, Son Wukong ate over 10 million. Even the cash Bulma brought was insufficient. Fortunately, after raiding the Red Ribbon Army's treasury, Wukong had quite a bit of money, so they didn't have to dine and dash. Pilaf's castle. Pilaf laughed. He definitely wouldn't expect that we hit a Dragon Ball." Ashu nodded, yes. King Pilaf is truly brilliant, having invented a box that can shield Dragon Ball signals. Little Wu displayed a look of pride. As long as some time passes, they won't be able to find the Dragon Ball, and they will definitely relax. It's impossible for them to keep an eye on those few Dragon Balls all the time. Unlike us, we can detect their Dragon Ball locations anytime and anywhere. As long as we find an opportunity, we can steal the collected Dragon Balls, and then we can rule the world. The 3 had not yet gathered the Dragon Balls, but were already dreaming big. At that moment, a plane marked with the Red Ribbon Army flew over Pilaf's castle. Zilyu Oolong amplified the volume with the equipment and shouted down at the castle, "Listen carefully, people inside. Your castle has already been targeted by my Red Ribbon Army. We have locked on you with 30 missiles. Hand over the Dragon Balls quickly, or we will level you and your castle to the ground." Upon hearing the voice, Pilaf and the others were startled. Little Wu quickly opened the surveillance. When she saw the logo of the Red Ribbon Army on the plane, she was stunned. "Oh no, King Pilaf, it turns out that the one collecting the Dragon Balls this time is the multinational arms group, the Red Ribbon Army. What should we do?" Sweat appeared on Pilaf's forehead. "Damn it, we clearly shielded the Dragon Balls. How did they know we have them?" Ashu said nervously, "King Pilaf, it seems we can't afford to offend the Red Ribbon Army. They are the most ferocious organization in the world. Since they know we have the Dragon Balls, why not just give them to them?" Little Wu nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, King Pilaf, they said they have missiles aimed at us. Let's just give them the Dragon Balls. I don't want to die." Pilaf rubbed his head reluctantly, opening the box. Moments later, Zilyu Oolong successfully obtained the Dragon Ball. Wukong had just filled his stomach when Violet returned. As she placed the last Dragon Ball on the table, both Wukong and Bulma were left in astonishment. "This is incredible. You actually got the Dragon Balls so quickly," Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. Wukong also looked at Violet with keen interest. "We spent nearly a month searching for these 6 Dragon Balls, and you found them in the time it took to have a meal. How did you manage that?" Violet smiled faintly. "I know about that Pilaf trio you mentioned. Someone under my command had dealings with them before. They are nothing but cowards." The news of the Red Ribbon Army's destruction hadn't spread yet, and since I was still wearing their uniform and flying their plane, I used their name to threaten them. They believed it and handed over the Dragon Balls to me. After hearing Violet's explanation, Wukong and Bulma admired her with thumbs up. "I must say you are quite a clever woman. Those 3 clowns were completely played by you." Violet chuckled. "It's nothing. To me they are just children." Bulma and Wukong exchanged amused glances. "That's true." Violet looked at Bulma and Wukong with curiosity and asked, "But I'm a bit curious, what wish do you intend to make with the 7 Dragon Balls? Can you tell me?" Violet seemed to still be pondering the wish related to Red Commander's height. Bulma nodded and said, "Of course I can tell you. It's not a particularly important wish. Wukong wants to use the wish for Lanchi, who is our friend. She has a natural defect. When she's a good person with blue hair, she transforms into a bad person with blonde hair when she sneezes. She's greedy, violent, and enjoys robbing, which makes people uneasy. However, after we obtained the Dragon Balls from the ocean a few days ago and returned to Baozi Mountain to stay with Lanchi for a few days, we found that even when she turned blonde, her personality was much more stable. So I want to wish for Wukong to grow a few years older so we can date normally." Violet looked at Wukong in surprise and said, "You went through so much trouble to find the Dragon Balls just to make Wukong grow up faster." "Not really. Actually, neither of us has any strong wishes. We just wanted to go on an adventure to find the Dragon Balls." After saying that, Bulma looked at Wukong and said, "Now that we have gathered the Dragon Balls, shall we find a remote place to summon the dragon?" Violet looked at the two of them, seemingly wanting to say something, but then held back. Wukong intended to nod, but sensed there was more to Violet's words and asked, "What's wrong? Are you asking these questions because you have a wish you want to fulfill?" Bulma also looked at Violet and quickly added, "I almost forgot about you. Just say what you want. From now on, you are one of us. If there's a necessary wish, you can have it too." Violet's gaze flickered, and she excitedly asked, "The Dragon Balls you gathered with so much effort, can you really grant me a wish?" Wukong nodded immediately, saying, "You are one of us now, of course we can grant you a wish." Bulma asked with interest, "What wish do you want? Tell us." "Whichever wish is more important can be granted, right?" Violet lowered her head and said, "The Red Ribbon Army has killed quite a few people in pursuit of the Dragon Balls recently. As a colonel of the Red Ribbon Army, I have also done many wrong things. However, after some recent events, I have finally awakened and want to be a good person for the rest of my life. But if Wukong hadn't barged into the base, I wouldn't have survived at all. I can't pretend that the past didn't happen. I want to wish for the ordinary people who were killed by the Red Ribbon Army to be resurrected as a way to atone for my sins. Is that okay?" Bulma and Wukong were both very surprised to hear her words, not expecting Violet's wish to be so grand. Their own wishes seemed trivial in comparison. They both nodded simultaneously and said, "Of course." Violet's expression brightened. "That's great. Thank you." Bulma immediately shook her head and said, "No need to mention it, Violet. Your wish is indeed very noble. It makes us feel inferior. Oh, come on, if it weren't for your precise radar and overwhelming strength, how could we have gathered the Dragon Balls so easily?" Bulma smiled proudly. "I love to hear that." Soon the 3 of them left the bustling city, placed the Dragon Balls on the ground, and began to make their wish. Bulma spread her arms wide and shouted out the summoning phrase in a very silly manner. "Come forth, Shinran, grant my wish." In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling golden light. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, and the heavens darkened as Shinran emerged from the golden light, soaring into the sky. Violet was left speechless in shock as she saw Shinran for the first time. Shinran unfurled its body, its eyes glowing red with immense majesty. Shinran spoke, "You who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish, and I will grant it." Wukong looked at Violet and said, "Go ahead, clearly state your wish, and Shinran will help you realize it." Violet raised her head, clasped her hands together, and asked in a pleading tone, "Shinran, can you bring back the good people killed by the Red Ribbon Army?" Shinran replied, "I can only resurrect those who have died within the past year." "Within a year?" "Yes, those who have been dead for too long cannot be revived." Violet's expression brightened because the massacre of villagers to find the Dragon Balls had only happened recently. "Great. A year is definitely enough, so please, Shinran, resurrect them." Shinran nodded and said, "Understood." As it spoke, a ripple appeared around Shinran, spreading outward in all directions. "Your wish has been granted. Violet expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Shinron. Then until we meet again." With that, Shinron transformed into golden light and dove into the Dragon Balls, flying off to all corners of the world, and the sky regained its brightness. Bulma stretched her arms widely and reluctantly said, "The adventure is over again. It's time to go back to school, boo-hoo." She then looked at Wukong and asked, "Wukong, where are you going next? If you have nothing to do, why not come stay at our house with Lan Chi?" Wukong shook his head and said, "If I go to your house, I might get lazy, and it will affect my training. And Lan Chi is still at Baozi Mountain. Ooh, I can't leave her alone. I need to go back and stay at Baozi Mountain. But don't worry, I'll visit you to play occasionally on weekends." Bulma nodded. "All right, then, it's settled." Violet looked at Wukong curiously and asked, "You're already so strong, do you still need to train?" Wukong nodded, "Of course. In this world, there are always stronger beings out there. To ensure a stable life in the future, I must diligently train and enhance my strength without slackening." Violet nodded. "I think I understand why you are so strong now. Regardless, wherever you go, I will follow you." Bulma asked curiously, "Violet, since he lives on a mountain, are you used to living in the mountains?" Violet replied proudly, "Bulma, don't underestimate me. I was born in the mountains and have been hunting since I was a child." "That's impressive." The morning mist over Baozi Mountain had yet to dissipate, and Sun Wukong was already drenched in sweat from training. Dressed in a heavy gravity suit weighing hundreds of pounds, he alternated between climbing the mountains and swimming upstream in the waterfall, chasing wild bears and provoking wasps. Sometimes blindfolded, avoiding the logs that were thrown down from above under the waterfall. After all, Wukong was a time traveler and knew the general path of cultivation. In addition to physical training, he experimented with various methods to enhance his reaction and perception abilities, as well as cultivating his mind amidst the noisy sound of the waterfall. Occasionally, he would ask Zilluo or Lan Chi for help attempting to touch the threshold of the Zizai Ji Gong, only to be beaten up by them for several days with no reflexes for automatic evasion. Lan Chi remarked that this was not cultivation, but simply seeking punishment. Wukong felt he had overreached, so he paused this training to focus on cultivating his mind and perception. Although he hadn't ventured out to train, the entire Baozi Mountain had become his playground for cultivation. It wasn't until the morning mist cleared that Sun Wukong completed his morning training. He wiped the sweat from his face and walked towards the mountaintop. His house was no longer the shabby little hut it once was. Living with his grandfather, having a place to shield from the wind and rain was sufficient. However, with Lan Chi and Zilluo coming here, he couldn't let them squeeze into the small house with him. So on his way back, Wukong chose a larger capsule house. Although it was on the mountain, thanks to Bulma's help in the renovation, it now had electricity and running water, making it as convenient as living in the city. The only downside was that shopping required flying an airplane. However, Lan Chi and Zilluo were both skilled pilots, so it posed no problem for them. At this moment, Zilluo had already returned from hunting, while Lan Chi was cooking in the kitchen. As soon as Sun Wukong stepped into the house, an enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils. "Wow, what did Lan Chi make? It smells amazing." Zilluo came forward, taking Wukong's sweat-soaked clothes, and smiled. "I had good luck today. Ooh, I hunted a dinosaur." "That's great. Dinosaurs are my favorite. With both of you able to hunt and cook, I am truly blessed. We owe this life to you. Now the food will be ready soon, so go wash up." After nodding, Sun Wukong dashed toward the bathroom. Zilluo watched Wukong's retreating figure, murmuring, "Wukong's clothes seem to have shrunk again. Oh, it's time to get him some new outfits." At that moment, Lan Chi stepped out of the kitchen. As she untied her apron, she smiled. "The meal is ready. You should prepare to eat. Afterward, let's go shopping. It's getting colder, and while we get Wukong a few martial arts outfits, we should also change our clothes." Zilluo nodded. "Sure, I saw on TV that the clothes trending this year look great. I think Wukong has grown up. Can we wear something cooler?" With Lan Chi and Zilluo by his side, Wukong continued his regular cultivation on Baozi Mountain. Day after day, 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Wukong had grown taller, now standing a bit taller than Lan Chi and Bulma. Due to his daily training, he was also quite robust. As the number of martial artists increased, the World Martial Arts Tournament changed from once every 5 years to once every 3 years. On this day, it was time for the World Martial Arts Tournament again. Martial artists from all over the country gathered at the tournament venue. Krillin had already passed Master Karen's test last year and successfully obtained the Ultra Divine Water. At this moment, his strength was greater than last year. He arrived early at the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Looking at the towering sign, a smile appeared on his face. "This year's champion will definitely still be me." Suddenly, Krillin heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Master Roshi and Yamcha approaching him. Krillin immediately greeted, "Master Roshi, long time no see." Master Roshi laughed. "Krillin, it's been 3 years. You've grown quite a bit." "Of course. People grow taller. I'm not small anymore." Yamcha said, "More than height, I'm more curious about your strength. Have you climbed the Karen Tower?" "Of course. I worked super hard on the Karen Tower. Last year I got the Ultra Divine Water, then trained for another year before coming down. This year I'm sure I'll be the champion again. Yamcha chuckled. That's not certain. Master Roshi said you and Wukong trained under him for less than a year. But I trained under Master Roshi for a full 3 years, and my weight training has doubled. Is that so? Doubling your weight, you must be very strong. Naturally, Yamcha replied proudly. Master Roshi interjected. Alright, you two stop boasting. Oh, let's go register. Okay. Soon Yamcha and Krillin registered. However, while registering, Krillin showed a hint of confusion as he looked around, but couldn't find Wukong. Strange, is Wukong not coming to this tournament? Just then a sharp voice pierced the ears of the group. Oh, I thought it was some old geezer, but it's Master Roshi. Master Roshi turned his head. Oh, it's Crane Hermit, you're still alive. The Crane Hermit sneered. Hee, your appearance and tone are still so annoying. Master Roshi questioned, Crane Hermit, what are you doing here? How ridiculous. Just because you can come I can't. I heard some boring rumors that your disciple stole the spotlight at the last World Martial Arts Tournament. To prevent your event from being overshadowed, I brought my disciple to show everyone what true martial arts are. The Crane Hermit looked at Krillin and Yamcha and laughed. Hee, I'm sorry, but the champion will definitely be my disciple. If you don't want to embarrass yourselves, you better run away. Krillin and Yamcha observed Tien Fan and Baozi in silence. Both had undergone formal training practicing some breath control and could naturally sense Tien Fan's remarkable strength. However, Master Roshi was unyielding in the face of his old rival taunting. Ha, you sure know how to tell jokes. With the Crane School's mediocre skills, you think you can win the championship. You're just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. What did you say, you stinky turtle? I was talking about you, you old fool of a crane. After a few exchanges, the Crane Hermit glanced at Tien Fan and said, let's go, arguing with such fools is beneath us. He looked at Master Roshi and the others saying, well, meet on the martial arts stage. With that he left. Yamcha curiously asked, Master Roshi, who was that? Master Roshi sighed and said, that's the Crane Hermit. He used to be my brother disciple, but later we had differing ideologies, and he took the wrong path. Now he's my arch nemesis. Krillin clenched his fists tightly, angrily stating, he's such an impolite guy. Master Roshi looked at the time and suddenly said, it's already this late, why hasn't Wukong arrived yet? He wouldn't be skipping this World Martial Arts Tournament, would he? Krillin thought for a moment and said, he shouldn't. Although Wukong has lived comfortably for the past 3 years, he has also been training without much relaxation. Just then a helicopter descended from the sky, landing in the wide square before them amidst everyone's gaze. Krillin's face lit up. It's a capsule company's helicopter. Bulma and Wukong must be here. At that moment, 2 graceful young ladies stepped down from the plane. Upon seeing one of the women, Master Roshi and Krillin were left in awe. Teacher, that blonde woman seems to be Lan Chi in her blonde form, right? Master Roshi nodded. Indeed. He has quite the nerve to bring Lan Chi out in her blonde state. At that moment, Bulma and Goku stepped off the plane side by side. When Krillin saw Goku, he was even more surprised, for Goku, who used to be about his height, was now taller than Bulma. Krillin had wanted to show off to Goku during their time apart, but seeing Goku's growth suddenly made him feel a pang of envy. As Goku stepped off the plane, he instantly spotted Krillin and Master Roshi waving enthusiastically at them. Hey Krillin, Master Roshi, how have you been? Krillin hugged Goku tightly. After the embrace, Krillin lifted his head, looking at Goku with excitement. Goku, you rascal, I'm so jealous of you. Not only do several dazzling girls like you, but how could you also grow so tall in just 3 years? Goku scratched his head and laughed. Krillin, if you want to grow taller, why not gather the Dragon Balls and wish to grow 5 centimeters instead, eh? Krillin immediately retorted, what? Why 5 centimeters? Can't I just wish to become a taller guy? Goku murmured, growing too tall all at once might look unnatural, right? Krillin frowned, looking at Goku's height, and then relaxed his brow, asking, Goku, did you gather the Dragon Balls and wish to grow taller? The system only allowed him to grow 10 centimeters, but compared to the original story, he had grown much more than that. Even though Saiyans typically experience growth spurts during specific periods, growing taller isn't an overnight process, it takes time. Goku had thought about this issue as well. The reason he was much taller than the original Goku at the same age might be due to his diet. After all, he trained at home with Lan Chi and Violet taking care of his meals, ensuring he ate well and regularly, which naturally sped up his development. Of course, he overlooked that the old artist hadn't depicted the different age stages. Goku smiled and said, perhaps during these 3 years I was spoiled by Lan Chi and Violet with such good meals, leading to a more balanced diet and faster growth. Besides, I'm already 16, it's about time I grew tall. Upon hearing about Lan Chi and Violet's care, Krillin's expression darkened again. Goku, you young man have so many girls liking you, it's truly enviable. Sigh. Unlike me, I have no choice but to work hard. Krillin began to ponder his future. Even if he wanted to become a world champion and a famous fighter, he needed to be tall and handsome to attract more girls. Just wishing for a bit more height, without changing his appearance, shouldn't be too difficult. Perhaps Krillin really should listen to Goku's advice and gather the Dragon Balls to wish for an extra 5 centimeters in height. After all, Lan Chi had lived at Master Rose's for a while and was somewhat familiar with Krillin. Since he was Goku's closest brother, he took the initiative to greet her. "Krillin, long time no see. You've grown quite a bit too." Upon hearing Lan Chi greet him warmly, Krillin was taken aback. "Lan Chi, has your temper improved? Is the blonde state not an issue anymore?" Lan Chi smiled slightly, saying, "What issue could there be? Do you have any objections?" Krillin was somewhat surprised, as she was so composed in her blonde state, a remarkable change indeed. No, I'm just surprised by your transformation. In the past, when you turned blonde, you would draw your gun and shoot at the slightest provocation. We were all terrified." Bulma chuckled. "People do change." Lan Chi had been living quite well these past 3 years. She had made a significant amount of money and often went down the mountain to shop. The expenses from a shopping trip were more than robbing a bank. Gradually, she had kicked her robbery habit, and her temper in her blonde state had improved significantly. Krillin swallowed hard. "Really? That kind of life sounds enviable." Just then the voice of the referee rang out. "Attention, all martial arts tournament participants, there are 3 minutes left until registration closes. If you haven't registered yet, please do so quickly, as latecomers will not be accepted. Martial artists who have completed registration, please enter the arena and prepare." Master Roshi urged. "Goku, hurry and register, time is running out." Goku nodded, "Got it," and immediately ran toward the registration desk. Soon the martial artists entered the selection arena for the tournament. Krillin looked at the vast inner arena and marveled. Compared to before, this place has become much grander and wider. Others were astonished to see Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha. Those 3 were formidable figures from the last tournament. They actually came back again. "It seems I have no hope of making it to the finals this time." Soon they entered the selection rounds. Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha all made it to the finals. Krillin said, "Great. Everyone made it to the finals. Let's hope we don't end up facing each other, otherwise it won't be fun to fight amongst ourselves." At that moment, Tien Shinhan arrived with Kaiatsu. "Wow, you guys, the Pure Turtle team, actually made it to the finals. It seems you faced nothing but weak opponents in the preliminaries." Yamcha snorted. How did your mediocre skills make it into the top 8? You must have had some luck." Tien Shinhan mocked again. You're quite amusing. They'll make sure to beat you to a pulp in front of everyone." Krillin immediately jumped in to back up Yamcha, and they began to exchange heated words with Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. He pointed at Kaiatsu and said, "It's really funny that a guy like you could even show up in the preliminaries. Did you cheat?" Kaiatsu pointed at Krillin blankly and shouted, "Hey, bald head." Krillin retorted, "Aren't you bald too?" "No, I have hair." Saying this, Kaiatsu took off his hat, revealing a single strand of black hair. Krillin twitched at the corner of his mouth. "You idiot, isn't this just 50 steps laughing at 100 steps?" Kaiatsu said, "You're just jealous. It's just one hair, why would I be jealous of you?" Seeing Kaiatsu lose face while arguing with Krillin, Tien Shinhan quickly pulled him away. Goku was momentarily distracted watching the exchange between Tien Shinhan and Krillin. He almost forgot how mischievous Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu had been when they first appeared. But after this martial arts tournament, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu transformed almost instantly into the most honest martial artists. Who would have thought that this seemingly evil guy would sacrifice himself to fight against the great Demon King after the tournament? Although he and Kaiatsu later opened a martial arts school and no longer lived at Master Roshi's, every time the Earth faced danger, he would step up to contribute his strength. Old Piccolo, that Bu, even the likes of Majin Bu. It seemed he always appeared with the resolve to sacrifice himself. At this moment, Goku suddenly realized that the later Tien Shinhan seemed to be the true inheritor of the Turtle School's martial arts. Clint suddenly noticed that Wukong was in a daze and couldn't help but ask, "Wukong, what are you thinking? Why didn't you help me scold them just now?" Wukong quickly shook his head and replied, "It's nothing, insulting others is too unrefined. If I run into him later, it'll help you deal with him." Clint nodded. "Yes, if I encounter him, I will definitely give him a good beating." Clearly, Clint was confident in his own strength, believing he could defeat Tianjin Fan. However, Wukong felt it might be a bit risky. He looked at Clint and suddenly recalled something important. If all goes well after the martial arts conference, Dambalin would come here, and the original Clint had died at his hands once. But at this moment, Clint had undergone the training of Karen Tower and had become stronger. Who knows, he might even defeat Dambalin. Even if he couldn't, he probably wouldn't be instantly killed. Wukong thought for a moment and reminded him for his safety. "Clint, I just remembered something. After the martial arts conference is completely over, be sure not to wander around recklessly." Clint saw that Wukong was serious and couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Wukong, what are you talking about? You sound so mysterious." Wukong briefly fabricated a story and said, I've heard that in the last few days a monster named Dambalin has been causing chaos everywhere. He has wings as green and can fly. His goal is to kill powerful martial artists, so he is likely to come here. That guy is really strong, so it's best not to face him alone. Krillin scratched his head. What monster are you talking about? Krillin recalled how Wukong had previously defeated the Red Ribbon Army and couldn't help but ask, Wukong, you haven't gotten into trouble with any powerful guys again, have you? Wukong was taken aback for a moment, then simply nodded. Just assume I did. Anyway, if you encounter the guy I'm talking about, be very careful and don't be reckless. Krillin nodded. Got it. But don't underestimate me. Ooh, I got the super holy water a year ago. I'm terrifyingly strong now. Wukong blinked and smiled. I know you're strong, and you might even be able to defeat that monster. But that monster's origins are not simple, so don't be reckless if you encounter him alone. Hehe, you still don't trust me. Although you've become very strong, I've also been growing rapidly. I might even beat you this time, Wukong. Wukong nodded. I hope you're really as strong as you say. If we face off, I won't go easy on you. Krillin replied proudly. If you think you'll need you to go easy on me. I don't need that. Outside the venue, Bulma, Launch, and Violet were all searching for a suitable viewing platform. However, Pure suddenly noticed that Master Roshi was missing and began to search for him. Oh, where is Master Wu Tien? Launch also asked curiously. Strange, he was just here. When did he disappear? Bulma said, don't worry about him. That guy is never serious. He's probably sneaked into a crowded place to take advantage of girls. Violet's expression stiffened. Is that old man really Master Roshi? Is he a lecher? Bulma nodded. Of course he's quite the lecher. What hasn't Wukong told you? Or do you think he's very serious in your eyes? Violet thought for a moment and said, I remember when I was with the Red Ribbon Army, a team went to catch some scientist with weapons. They mistook Master Roshi for the scientist, and the outcome can be imagined. They were all taught a lesson by Master Roshi. However, that team did have some injuries, but they were the only team that didn't suffer casualties while searching for the Dragon Balls. Perhaps they were influenced by Master Roshi's teachings. Later, that team disbanded and left the Red Ribbon Army, never returning to headquarters. Bulma curiously stroked her chin. Really? That old man has such skills. To be honest, I didn't notice it. Pure immediately defended Master Roshi. Don't say that. Although Master Wu Tien is lecherous, his teaching methods are quite brilliant. The young master has improved more and more under his guidance. Bulma nodded. All right, I will reluctantly admit that he is indeed suitable to be a teacher. But let's not discuss him anymore. There are quite a few spectators at this martial arts conference. Let's think about how we can find a good spot to watch the matches. Launch took out a gun and smiled. Leave this problem to me. Saying this, Launch fired a few shots into the sky, intimidating the surrounding audience. Hey, if you don't want to die, give me some space. People hurriedly retreated in panic, clearing a path with several seats available. With a little trick, Launch easily led Bulma and the others to a front row seat. Nice job, Launch. Bulma praised. Launch smiled lightly and put away her gun. At that moment, the referee walked onto the stage from backstage. He held the microphone, his charisma still intact. Dear spectators, thank you for your patience. The 22nd World Martial Arts Conference is about to begin. These 8 martial artists are all elite fighters carefully selected from 182 martial artists. They will compete in a tournament format. Who will be the number 1 in the world? Let's wait and see. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Because Dumpling had used supernatural abilities to manipulate the matchups, the finals were essentially arranged according to Tianjin fans' wishes. Now let's announce the matchups. In the first match, Tianjin fan versus Yamcha. In the second match, Jackie Chan versus Werewolf. In the third match, Sun Wukong versus Dumpling. In the fourth match, Krillin versus Puff. Wukong looked at this lineup and was somewhat surprised but didn't take it too seriously. Krillin was the champion of the last martial arts conference. Obviously, Tianjin fan wanted to deal with Yamcha first, then save the potentially stronger Krillin for the second round. As for himself, he was considered Dumpling's target. The host turned serious and said, All right, let the first match begin. Please welcome Yamcha and Tianjin fan to the stage. Amidst the audience's cheers, Tianjin fan and Yamcha stepped onto the stage. The two had just exchanged verbal jabs and were now at each other's throats. Yamcha took his stance and said, Hey, if you're scared, you might as well surrender now. Tianjin fan wore a proud expression and didn't even take his stance, casually replying, Go ahead and shout as much as you want while you can. Let me think, it would be wonderful to have you spend your remaining days in bed. Just don't surrender, as I will soon beat you to the point where you can't take care of yourself for the rest of your life. Yamcha scoffed, Just come at me. Krillin, watching the standoff from below, shouted, Go for it, Yamcha. Give him a good thrashing. Pure also shouted, Young master, go for it. Soon, with the referee's call to start, the two rushed at each other. Their speeds were incredibly fast, and their attacking methods were extraordinarily fierce. In the blink of an eye, the two turned into two shadows, constantly colliding on the stage. The spectators witnessing such intense combat forgot to cheer and instead held their breath watching intently. This undoubtedly showed their recognition of the thrilling match. After a round, the two pulled back to assess each other. Amazing. That guy's martial arts are impressive. Yeah, both of them are strong, but it's hard to even see their movements clearly. This is just the first match, but it's unbelievable. The quality of the martial arts conference is getting higher and higher. The referee, seeing them pull back, quickly explained, "It's truly remarkable that the first match of this martial arts conference features such strong competitors." Just now, the two mutually attacked and defended, neither able to gain the upper hand, but they both tested each other's strength. I believe that the upcoming matches will be even more exciting. In the center of the arena, the hearts of Yamcha and Tien Fan were stirred as they faced off against each other. Yamcha thought to himself, "This guy is stronger than I imagined." Tien Fan also thought, "This guy isn't just boasting, he indeed has some skill. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an evenly matched opponent." Yamcha assumed a familiar stance, declaring, "Let me show you my ultimate move." With that, he transformed into a fierce wolf, charging towards Tien Fan with ferocity. Tien Fan was not to be outdone. He stomped forward and launched an attack at Yamcha. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Yamcha has grown quickly, and at this moment, he can actually hold his own against Tien Fan. Just as he finished speaking, Tien Fan seized the opening and landed a punch on Yamcha's abdomen. In the next moment, Yamcha collapsed to the ground like a curled shrimp, clutching his stomach and sweating profusely from the pain. Sun Wukong remarked, "I just praised you. Why did you fall down so quickly?" Seeing Yamcha get hit, Krillin shouted, "Oh no, Yamcha has been struck." Just as Tien Fan pressed his advantage, Yamcha rolled away, standing up the next moment. Yamcha once again took up a familiar posture, stating, "Let me show you my ultimate technique." As he spoke, he placed his hands on his waist palms, facing outward in a flower-like formation. Krillin was astonished, saying, "Is that the Kamehameha? Using this technique so early?" Seeing Yamcha preparing the Kamehameha, the disguised turtle hermit pretending to be Jackie Chan grew concerned. How could he use the Kamehameha now? There's no way it can hit. That Yamcha guy is really... At that moment, Yamcha finished gathering energy. Tien Fan surprisingly did not attempt to dodge. Instead, he quickly formed seals with his hands, concentrating his energy at the surface of his body. The host couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible." Yamcha and Tien Fan launched into a dazzling exchange of offense and defense, ultimately using the Kamehameha, while Tien Fan surprisingly chose to take it head-on. Let's see how this battle unfolds. Kamehameha. With a mighty shout from Yamcha, the Kamehameha erupted from his palms, surging directly towards Tien Fan. As the Kamehameha was about to collide with Tien Fan, he shouted, concentrating all his energy in front of his hands. At the moment the Kamehameha struck his hands, it surprisingly rebounded back. "What?" exclaimed Jackie Chan. "He actually deflected it." The audience gasped in astonishment at the sight. Seeing the energy wave bounce back, Yamcha quickly stomped the ground and leaped into the air. The energy wave crashed into the stone wall of the martial arts arena in an instant. After a loud explosion, a large section of the wall collapsed. The audience collectively gasped. That was intense. Thankfully, it wasn't directed at our audience seats. However, although Yamcha avoided the rebound of the Kamehameha, Tien Fan leaped into the air at that moment. Tien Fan, skilled in the air dance technique, easily adjusted his position. He quickly approached Yamcha and, catching him off guard, kicked him in the abdomen. Yamcha let out a cry and flipped backwards. Yet Tien Fan did not relent, directly delivering a slam that knocked him to the ground. Yamcha's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. Before the referee could begin the count, Tien Fan launched a final attack on the unconscious Yamcha. He descended from above, relying on gravity to strike down on Yamcha, aiming his knee at one of Yamcha's legs to ensure he wouldn't lose his qualification for the match. Crack! After a crisp sound of a bone breaking, Yamcha's leg was deformed. The audience watched in horror as this unfolded. His leg must be ruined, right? Isn't this his first time in the martial arts tournament? This is simply too brutal. Yeah, his opponent is already unconscious, yet he still crippled him. That's just vicious. The referee hurried over. "Hey Yamcha, wake up." Yamcha did not respond, but Tien Fan swaggered over with an arrogant expression. "Hey, what's the result of the match?" After examining Yamcha's condition, the referee announced, "Yamcha is unconscious and cannot continue the match, therefore Tien Fan is the winner." With that, the referee quickly communicated with the backstage, saying, "His leg is broken, he needs to be rushed to the hospital." Understood. At that moment, Pure flew over. Young master, how are you?" Yamcha remained unconscious, unresponsive. Pure cried out, "I'll take the young master to the hospital," transforming into the flying carpet. As he spoke, Pure transformed into a flying carpet, carrying Yamcha out of the arena. Krillin and Wukong were initially in the backstage area of the match. Krillin remembered that he had brought sins of beans which could heal injuries. He immediately rushed towards Yamcha, saying, "Wait, Pew, I have sins of beans, give one to Yamcha, and his leg will heal." Pewer was astonished, asking, "Sins of beans, what are those?" "They are precious beans from Karen's place." Without further explanation, Krillin placed a sins of bean into Yamcha's mouth. It seemed that Pewer's cries had stirred Yamcha back to consciousness. He chewed the sins of bean, and in an instant his leg returned to normal. Pewer was astonished. How could this happen? "Young master, are you all right?" Yamcha opened his eyes, looking at his leg in surprise. The mark on his pants remained, but his leg was completely pain-free. Yamcha moved around, not only able to walk, but even jump with ease. "Incredible, my leg was clearly broken, yet eating that thing healed it." Pewer nodded, saying, "Incredible, this is truly a medical miracle." Pewer looked at Krillin, asking, "Those sins of beans must be very valuable, right?" Krillin smiled and replied, "They are quite precious for healing injuries, but they aren't overly rare. There are still more than half a jar at Karen's place. As long as you climb up, you can eat them." Yamcha looked at Krillin seriously. "What a shame to lose in just one round. It seems my training is still insufficient. After the tournament, I must climb Karen Tower too." Krillin nodded, saying, "Go ahead with your current strength. You should be able to climb Karen Tower for training." In the backstage area, Sun Wukong gazed at Tien Fan, who wore an eerie smile, yet he remained silent. He couldn't understand how a person could have such a stark contrast from evil to good. Tien Fan noticed Wukong, watching him, especially seeing Wukong's Turtle Hermit martial arts uniform, and mocked, "What are you looking at, Turtle Hermit guy? You should be thankful you didn't run into me, otherwise it would have been your leg that's broken." Looking at Tien Fan's sinister smile, Sun Wukong was taken aback, then chuckled, "Tien Fan, it's best not to be too arrogant, otherwise you might find yourself begging for mercy and unable to back down." Tien Fan laughed, saying, "If you think you can make me beg for mercy, that's just wishful thinking. Let's meet in the finals. At that time, I'll let you see why the flowers are so red." Tien Fan frowned, asking, "What flowers? Are you implying you want to deal with me? Make sure to save it for the finals. Don't get eliminated early." With that, Tien Fan turned and left the arena. Seeing Tien Fan being ruthless towards Yamcha, Master Roshi erupted into wild laughter. Well done, Tien Fan. Let them know the power of the Crane School." I really want to see the look on Old Turtle's face, but Tien Fan's power is beyond this. He paid no mind to the audience's disapproval of Tien Fan's harsh actions. At that moment, the referee announced again, "Now the second match officially begins. Please have the werewolf competitor and Jackie Chan come to the stage." Since the moon has disappeared, the werewolf cannot transform, which made him harbor hatred towards Jackie Chan. Thus, the werewolf has worked hard for 3 years just to defeat Jackie Chan. However, Jackie Chan is a master of martial arts, and an ordinary person cannot defeat him. The combat process was straightforward, and the werewolf was knocked off the stage. Yet during the battle, to alleviate the werewolf's obsession, Jackie Chan used Krillin's bald head to help him transform back into human form. In the second match, Jackie Chan wins. Now for the third match, Sun Wukong versus Dumpling. Please welcome both competitors to the stage. Soon Dumpling and Sun Wukong appeared on the stage. The host said, "As we all know, Sun Wukong and last year's champion Krillin are both disciples of Master Roshi, while Dumpling is a prized student of Master Roshi. Let us witness the battle between the Turtle and Crane schools." The audience gasped in surprise at the sight of Sun Wukong. He made it to the top 8 last year, and even transformed into a gorilla during the battle. So many people remembered him. Wow, is that the little kid from 3 years ago? He's grown taller and looks so handsome now. Yes, 3 years ago Sun Wukong was so adorable, and now he has grown up to be so handsome. How enticing. I hope he can take off his shirt so I can see his abs. Last year when he transformed back from a gorilla, I saw him in his birthday suit. Time flies in the blink of an eye. He has grown into a young man. I hope he is still as powerful as he was as a child. Upon hearing the audience's lewd comments, Sun Wukong's expression turned slightly unpleasant. Fortunately, the referee promptly announced the start of the match, redirecting his focus to Dumpling. Dumpling still appeared dazed, but after the referee shouted start, he swiftly moved his body and kicked towards Wukong. In an instant, Sun Wukong's figure seemed to vanish, causing Dumpling to kick into thin air, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ha!" He disappeared. Tien Fan shouted from below, "Dumpling, to your left." Dumpling immediately responded, "The right hand holds the chopsticks and the left hand holds the bowl." After some simple reasoning, Dumpling finally realized which was his left hand. Wukong lightly kicked Dumpling while holding his forehead, and Dumpling was caught off guard, flying backwards. The audience gasped in surprise. Wow, he flew really far. The host looked into the distance and said, "It seems like Dumpling has been knocked out of the ring, and that kick ended the match." Seeing the power of that kick, the audience erupted in cheers. Well done. Little Wukong was already impressive last year, and now that he's grown so tall, his strength is definitely extraordinary. Wow, is this the grown-up Sun Wukong? He's so handsome. At that moment, Dumpling, who was knocked back, unexpectedly began to hover in midair. Jackie Chan said, "This little brat, he can even use the flight technique. It seems that for Wukong to win it won't be that simple." The host exclaimed, "Oh, Dumpling did not fall out of the ring, he can float freely in midair. It looks like you can't just win by knocking him off the stage." Krillin immediately shouted, "Wukong, that kid seriously injured someone in the preliminaries. You need to give him a good beating." At that moment, Dumpling flew directly above the stage without falling down. He pointed his finger, which glowed golden light, towards Sun Wukong. Dong Dong waved. Sun Wukong looked up with a slight smile and then closed his eyes. In the next instant, the Dong Dong wave was unleashed instantly. Sun Wukong, still with his eyes closed, seemed to stroll casually as he effortlessly dodged the Dong Dong wave. However, Dumpling's Dong Dong wave shot out like a machine gun, continuously aimed at Wukong. Krillin couldn't help but be amazed. This guy can even use the Dong Dong wave, and he can fire it continuously. While Wukong stood with his arms crossed, eyes closed, evading the barrage of attacks. Although he managed to dodge the Dong Dong wave, hitting the ground created small craters, looking incredibly perilous. The audience gasped in concern for Wukong. Is he being too cocky, daring to close his eyes? If he gets hit, won't he lose the match? Lan Chi shouted from the audience, her anxiety evident. "Wukong, be careful, don't get hit." Bulma crossed her arms confidently and said, "Lan Chi, don't worry about it. At this level of attack, even if it hits, it won't injure Wukong." Lan Chi pouted, "I'm not worried about him getting hurt, I'm worried about him ruining his new clothes." Violet laughed and said, "Lan Chi, you don't need to worry about Wukong's clothes getting ruined. This kind of attack is easier than dodging wooden stakes under a waterfall. I believe Wukong will definitely avoid getting hit." Lan Chi thought for a moment and nodded. "That's true, but even if he has mastered this method of dodging, it might only work against novices. It's too dangerous against experts." Violet said, "Wukong has become stronger. I don't think he's just dealing with that little brat. Perhaps Wukong is treating Dumpling as a training partner." Lan Chi looked at Wukong on the stage, blinking in surprise, saying, "I mean, Wukong hasn't even made a move yet." Jackie Chan observed Wukong's perfectly timed evasive maneuvers, his gaze filled with awe. Incredible, what kind of guidance has Wukong received over these 3 years? To be able to perfectly dodge such subtle energy waves with his eyes closed in such chaotic surroundings, his mental state has truly reached an extraordinary level. Wukong is truly amazing now. With his eyes closed, no one can hit him. I knew it, even Tao Bai Bai couldn't defeat Wukong 3 years ago. This kid absolutely has no hope. Hearing Tao Bai Bai's name again, Tien Fan couldn't help but cast a serious glance at Krillin. "Hey, bald head, who did you just say his technique resembles?" Krillin looked at Tien Fan and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm asking you about the person you just mentioned." Krillin scratched his head. "Are you talking about the assassin Tao Bai Bai? But 3 years ago he tried to assassinate Wukong and ended up getting killed by him. What's the matter?" Tien Fan revealed an expression of disbelief. "What? You mean that guy's son Wukong killed Tao Bai Bai?" Krillin nodded. "Yeah, is there a problem?" Krillin was unaware of Tien Fan's connection to Tao Bai Bai. Upon hearing the news of Tao Bai Bai's death, Tien Fan was filled with disbelief, quickly shaking his head. "No, that's absolutely impossible." Krillin replied, "How could it be impossible? This is not something I made up, it's something I witnessed with my own eyes." Hearing Krillin say he witnessed it, Tien Fan felt a storm of emotions rise within him, his expression turning ashen as he left the scene. At that moment, Jackie Chan approached Krillin and asked, "Krillin, do you really think Wukong killed Tao Bai Bai?" Krillin nodded and said, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. 3 years ago, the Red Ribbon Army hired Tao Bai Bai to kill Wukong, but he was simply no match for Wukong. Later, Tao Bai Bai resorted to trickery, yet it was all thwarted by Wukong, resulting in Tao Bai Bai being blown to smithereens. It was truly tragic." Jackie Chan's expression changed in surprise. "It's impressive that Wukong defeated the world's #1 assassin." Krillin scratched his head and chuckled. "Uncle Jackie, last time it was your lack of stamina that made me win by luck. This time I will defeat you with my strength." Jackie Chan smiled and replied, "Good, that's the spirit. I await your challenge." Tien Fan, who hadn't walked far, changed his expression upon hearing the mention of the bomb. So it was a bomb. I knew there had to be another reason for killing my master uncle." Tien Fan glanced at Wukong, who was dodging the Dodon ray on the arena, and confidently stated, "That kid is strong, but if we're talking about true strength, he could never defeat Tao Bai Bai." Tien Fan hurried to Master Roshi's side and informed him about Tao Bai Bai's demise. Master Roshi was taken aback. "What did you say?" "That guy Tao Bai Bai was actually killed by a disciple of the Turtle School." Tien Fan nodded. "I heard that Tao Bai Bai was killed by a bomb." Master Roshi clenched his fists in anger. "Bastard. I said I hadn't heard anything about him for 3 years. I also said that in this world Tao Bai Bai could never be defeated in a fair fight. Turns out he used a bomb. Oh, how despicable." Master Roshi tightened his fists and shouted at the air above the arena. Dumpling the game ends here, quickly kill him. Jackie Chan heard Master Roshi's shout and immediately yelled, "Oh no, they plan to kill the Turtle School's disciple in this match." Wukong gets serious. Son Wukong opened his eyes and looked up at Dumpling. "Little brat, have you played enough? It's my turn." Dumpling immediately shouted, "Not yet, Dodone Ray, full attack." As he spoke, the light from Dumpling's finger grew brighter. With a strong Dodone Ray aimed at Wukong, it launched with great force. Wukong's lips curled into a slight smile, and he extended a single finger, gently flicking the incoming Dodone Ray. The Dodone Ray instantly ricocheted off, crashing into a building and obliterating it. The explosion echoed and smoke billowed, leaving the audience stunned. What just happened? What an impressive move. He destroyed a building in one go. That's incredible. Even more astounding is Son Wukong. He actually deflected such a powerful attack. Jackie Chan, witnessing Wukong flick the Dodone Ray with a single finger, realized the terrifying power of Wukong. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible? He actually deflected the Dodone Ray with just one finger. That's a move I wouldn't dare attempt myself." Krillin chuckled. What's so surprising about that? When Wukong fought Tao Bai Bai, he also deflected Tao Bai Bai's Dodone Ray with just one finger. This little brat is far weaker compared to Tao Bai Bai. Jackie Chan was astonished. What? You mean Wukong could even deflect Tao Bai Bai's Dodone Ray? Krillin nodded. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes while I was on Korin Tower. Jackie Chan gasped in awe. He looked at Wukong's figure on the arena, silently thinking, it's truly unbelievable. If nothing else, Wukong has already become the strongest person in this world. Dumpling realized that his strongest move was ineffective against Wukong, causing him to panic. Tianjin fan saw this and immediately shouted, "Dumpling, use your superpower quickly." Dumpling's expression brightened instantly as he directed both hands towards Wukong on the arena. Son Wukong had initially wanted to use Dumpling to explore superpowers, hence he played with him for a while. At that moment, when Dumpling's superpower activated, Son Wukong immediately felt a binding force. It was as if countless invisible threads were tying down his body. Those threads not only had a binding force, but also a sense of pressure, making him feel uncomfortable. So this is superpower. Instead of struggling to break free from the binding, Son Wukong carefully began to explore. While struggling, he noticed Dumpling was having some difficulty. Yet when not exerting himself to break free, Dumpling seemed to find it much easier. Vaguely, he sensed that the invisible binding force seemed to stem from the different application of energy. Only certain individuals born with superpowers could utilize energy in such a manner. However, precisely because the strength of such abilities was still fundamentally reliant on energy, it naturally correlated with the user's energy strength and proved ineffective against masters far surpassing the superpowered individual. After all, there would still be individuals with similar abilities in the future. Understanding a bit in advance would prevent him from suffering losses against such abilities later on. Upon grasping the principle, Son Wukong seemed to gain a sudden insight. It seemed that all seemingly bizarre abilities had their weaknesses, and he even recalled those members of the Jinyu Force who should be the same. Understanding the principle, Son Wukong lost interest in playing around with him. He stepped forward despite Dumpling's superpower binding him. Though it was just one step, that force exceeded Dumpling's limit, causing beads of sweat to appear on Dumpling's forehead. After Wukong lightly stepped forward, the heaviness and binding sensation completely vanished. Dumpling, astonished in the sky, exclaimed, "Oh no, my superpower is ineffective." Son Wukong flashed and appeared right in front of Dumpling. In Dumpling's shock, Wukong swiftly executed a sweeping kick. Dumpling screamed in pain and flew backward, landing heavily at the edge of the arena. The host reacted swiftly and declared the result of the match. Dumpling has fallen out of the arena. Son Wukong wins. Jackie Chan watched Wukong win effortlessly, feeling a mix of emotions. There was joy, but also concern. Every ambitious person harbors ambitions only after their strength has increased. Wukong having such terrifying strength despite his limited experience. Master Roshi could only hope he wouldn't stray onto the wrong path, otherwise no one could stop him. After Wukong stepped down, the referee called out, "Next up, the previous champion Krillin will battle against Puff. First, let's welcome Puff." Puff made a showy flip onto the arena, bare-chested and wearing red martial arts pants. He raised his arms, displaying his exaggerated biceps and well-defined abs. Instantly, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers and girls' screams from below the arena. The referee quickly explained, Puff is a champion from 2 other world-class martial arts competitions aside from the world's #1 martial arts tournament. His goal is to win the world's #1 martial arts tournament and become the true world fighting champion. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause once more. Krillin looked at Puff, feeling a surge of inexplicable anger. This guy sharing the same goal as me. And he's also not particularly handsome, yet so many girls like him already. Jackie Chan, after hearing the introduction, suddenly understood. So that's it, I thought I'd heard that name somewhere before. Turns out he's a fighting performer. Tien fans, seeing Puff's flashy show attracting many fans, made a face of disdain. A bunch of fools actually worshipping this kind of character as a master. Other martial arts tournaments are just for show. How could they be compared to the genuine #1 martial arts tournament? Just then the referee shouted, "Next, the previous champion of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, Krillin, will enter the arena." Krillin leaped gracefully onto the arena. The two stood face to face in an instant, gazing at each other. Originally, Klin's movements were quite impressive, but his height was insufficient. The difference in height made him appear significantly shorter than Puff, diminishing his aura considerably. In stark contrast to the crowd's screams and cheers for Puff, Klin's expression was somewhat grim. However, he held on to his confidence in his formidable strength, ensuring that his aura did not wane in the slightest. Though short, he still gazed at her with fierce determination. At that moment, the host announced, "Both sides are exceptionally confident in their abilities, so let us witness a true display of strength in this duel." The match begins. Puff looked down at Klin and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you really the champion from the last martial arts tournament? With your height, is this some kind of joke?" Klin's lips curled slightly into a smirk. "Kid, don't get too cocky, but won't do you any good." Puff pointed to himself with his thumb and said, What a joke. You dare threaten me, you little shrimp. To prevent you from being knocked out by a single punch, let me show you my true skills." As he spoke, Puff executed a stunning set of punches, his fists moving like the wind so fast that only countless afterimages could be seen. The audience erupted once more into enthusiastic cheers and screams. "Puff! Puff! I love you." Puff's lips curled into a slight smile as he finished his display of punches, and to show off, he elbowed a section of the wall, shattering it. Instantly, the cheers from the crowd grew even more fervent. "Oh, impressive. As expected of Puff, it looks like we're in for an exciting show." Jackie Chan hurried over to the collapsed wall to watch the match. "Great. Thanks to him, watching the match has become much easier for me." Bulma was astonished by the audience's cheers around her. Bulma, possessing a certain level of combat strength herself, was accustomed to her own power and could easily see through the abilities of these showboating clowns. To her, Puff's punches seemed weak to the point of being absurd. She couldn't help but wonder, how could that weakling dare to embarrass himself? Are they all blind to cheer for him? Violet looked at Bulma seriously and said, "Bulma, are you serious? I don't see it that way, or in fact, I think he looks kind of handsome." "Perhaps your own strength is so great that he seems weak to you, making his flashy punches appear just that, flashy. Is that so?" Bulma scratched her head in confusion. Lan Chi turned to Bulma, nodding in agreement with Violet as she said, "Bulma, maybe he doesn't seem like much to you. I think he looks like he has decent strength, he can break walls, which is not bad overall, right?" Bulma blinked in surprise, thinking, "Oh, so that's how it is. Perhaps my perception of Goku, who practices punches so hard, makes me look down on someone so weak." Violet and Lan Chi nodded in agreement. Lan Chi said, "How could you compare someone like him to Goku? They are simply not on the same level." "Yes, you're right." Puff pointed at the collapsed wall and smiled at Klin, saying, "Kid, now you can understand my strength." Klin replied with a bemused smile, "You really are an attention-seeking guy. In 30 seconds, I'll defeat you, sorry about that," Puff exclaimed as he charged forward. In an instant, Puff turned into an afterimage, throwing a punch at Klin. Klin wore a smirk of disdain, slightly leaning back, and in the moment he dodged Puff's punch, he single-handedly grabbed his wrist. In the next moment, Klin, holding onto Puff's wrist, executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. The sound of a bang echoed as the floor tiles shattered into countless cracks, and Puff fainted, unable to even scream. Klin was taken aback. "He's so weak, did I just kill him?" The audience was instantly stunned as Klin defeated his opponent in one move. Even Tien was somewhat surprised. The referee quickly regained his composure. He rushed over to check on Puff, and upon noticing he still had a pulse, announced, "Puff has fainted. Klin is the winner." The silence in the arena was suddenly broken. This is truly shocking. As expected of the champion from the last martial arts tournament, his strength is simply astounding. I didn't expect Puff, such a strong competitor, to be unable to withstand even one move from Klin. The credibility of our top martial arts tournament is only rising. Klin's such a small guy is unexpectedly strong, it's unbelievable. From now on, my idol is no longer Puff, Mr. Klin is my idol. In an instant, cheers and screams erupted and applause was incessant. Klin heard countless praises directed at him, feeling as though he was at the pinnacle of his life, his heart swelling with excitement. Tien took a deep breath. So that little guy is even stronger than Yamcha. No wonder he was the champion last time. A cold smile crept on Tien's lips. It seems the competition is becoming more interesting. Jackie Chan, witnessing Klin's swift victory, also felt a stir in his heart. I didn't expect that. Not only has Goku become incredibly strong, but Klin's growth has also surpassed my expectations. He glanced at Krillin and Goku, then at the unconscious Puff, murmuring, Puff is a standout among ordinary competitors, but unfortunately both Goku and Krillin are just too strong. Ordinary competitors can't even withstand a single blow from them. It seems it's finally my time to retire. At that moment, the referee announced the second round of the match. The next exciting battle is Tien versus Jackie Chan. Please have Tien and Jackie Chan step onto the stage. The referee explained Jackie Chan demonstrated the Kamehameha wave in the last martial arts tournament, pushing the moon away, so his strength is evident. Since stepping onto the stage, Tien has been showcasing overwhelming strength, sweeping through all opponents. Who among the two will emerge superior? Let us wait and see. Tien crossed his arms and looked at Jackie Chan with an air of arrogance. I've seen your battles. Your strength seems quite formidable. Let me experience your skills firsthand. Jackie Chan seriously assumed his stance. With the referee's shout to begin, both rushed toward each other. Their attacks, dodges, and defenses were incredibly swift, with not much disparity in strength. You throw a punch, I kick. Their moves flowed seamlessly, thrilling and intense, like two afterimages colliding continuously, the sounds of their clashes echoing through the air, igniting the audience's blood and passion. As their probing came to an end, the battle escalated in intensity. Before long, Jackie Chan had taken off his shirt, and Tien also shed his outer clothing. The exchanges became exceptionally fierce. Seeing Jackie Chan without a shirt, Master Roshi couldn't help but be surprised. That guy, could he be Master Roshi? He quickly glanced around, but there was no sign of Master Roshi in the audience, leaving him all the more suspicious. Tien Fan originally intended to hold back his strength. However, the formidable power of Chung Long forced him to reveal his trump cards step by step. He was somewhat taken aback, thinking to himself, incredible. How could there be such a powerful old man at the martial arts conference? Yet did he fail to win the championship in the last session? Master Roshi Chung Long couldn't help but exclaim during the match. What an impressive young man. Despite taking my attack, he seems unaffected. Truly remarkable. The era of young people has finally arrived. Only it's a pity that he learned the wrong things from Master Krang. Meanwhile, the referee hurriedly seized the opportunity to comment. What an exhilarating match. Chung Long and Tien Fan engaged in an intense battle. Both possess great strength, making it hard to predict who will emerge victorious. Master Roshi said, since you have such formidable strength, why do you follow Master Krang? Tien Fan frowned and replied, what are you talking about? If you continue to speak ill of my master, be careful that I won't go easy on you. Chung Long chuckled. You, this guy actually defend that old man. So how do you intend to not go easy on me? Tien Fan replied with a smirk. Humph, let me fight you seriously then. Chung Long exclaimed, what? You weren't serious before. Tien Fan laughed. Let me show you something fun, don't blink. As he spoke, Tien Fan placed his hands on his temples. Sun fist. In an instant, a blinding white light shone forth. Chung Long realized he had fallen for a trick and quickly covered his eyes. At that moment, when he shielded his eyes, Tien Fan suddenly launched an attack, delivering a heavy knee strike to Chung Long's back. Bang! Chung Long fell heavily to the ground. Tien Fan grinned, saying, you should be grateful this is just a competition. Otherwise, if I had hit you harder, you would have been finished. The referee exclaimed loudly, what a powerful attack. First, a bright flash blinds the opponent, then taking advantage of their blindness to strike their weak point for a decisive victory. The referee approached Chung Long and squatted down, saying, I'll start the countdown. 10, 9, 5. Just as the referee reached 5, Chung Long rubbed his body and stood up. He scolded Tien Fan. You scoundrel, how despicable. Don't you know to respect your elders and care for the young? Tien Fan was taken aback. Unbelievable, after taking such a heavy hit, you still managed to stand up. The referee immediately shouted, he's up. Chung Long has stood up. It seems he's not an ordinary old man. Tien Fan asked, who exactly are you? Chung Long scrutinized Tien Fan carefully and said, with such impressive skills, why not use them for good? All your martial arts are wasted. Quickly distance yourself from that villain Master Krang. Tien Fan retorted angrily, stop saying such pointless things. As he spoke, Tien Fan angrily struck at Chung Long. Chung Long defended against his attacks with skillful martial arts, yet continued to lecture him. What's wrong? Has your earlier bravado disappeared? Did my words confuse you? Tien Fan shouted angrily, shut up and stop rambling. However, Chung Long paid no heed, still exchanging blows while lecturing him. Sun Wukong watched the two sparring below his keen hearing, catching Master Roshi's relentless guidance. He even risked injuring himself to persist in teaching him some principles, hoping to guide him towards correction. Sun Wukong couldn't help but think of Master Roshi's teachings. Though lecherous, every disciple he trained transformed from a wicked person into an upright martial artist. Master Roshi's figure grew larger in Wukong's mind. Master Krang watched Master Roshi's back on the stage, and for a moment, it overlapped with his memories of Master Roshi. He suddenly transmitted to Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, that old man is Master Roshi in disguise. He looked at Long and asked, "Are you Master Roshi? No wonder you are so powerful." Master Roshi's lips twitched as he said to Tianjin Fan, "Oh no, it seems I've been seen through." Master Roshi quickly changed the subject, saying, "But you must keep this a secret. I'm not saying all this because I have an issue with Master Krang. I believe your martial arts shouldn't go down the wrong path. You have potential." Tianjin Fan actually understood, but his pride wouldn't allow him to waver so quickly. He extended his hands, gathering energy as he said, "You talk too much to repay you. Let me show you something interesting." Master Roshi immediately exclaimed with joy, "Could it be a risque magazine?" Tianjin Fan's face flushed red, angrily retorting, "How could I have that kind of thing?" As he spoke, Tianjin Fan placed his hands at his waist and loudly proclaimed, "Kamehameha." Master Roshi was taken aback. "It's so large. If I dodged, the audience would be in danger." As he spoke, Master Roshi pushed his hands out, bracing himself to take the Kamehameha Hiden. In an instant, Tianjin Fan's Kamehameha reflected into the sky. The audience behind Master Roshi breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. "Phew, that scared me. Watching the martial arts conference is too dangerous. I almost met my end just now." "That was close. Thanks to Long saving us, we can consider the debt for the moon you destroyed settled." The referee marveled. "It's truly astonishing Tianjin Fan from the Crane School has actually used the Kamehameha from the Turtle School." Master Roshi was equally astonished as he looked at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan gave a mischievous look at Master Roshi and said with a grin, "Hee, are you surprised? This trivial technique can be understood at a glance. Show me another move, and I will gradually grow stronger." Master Roshi said, "I didn't expect you to be so impressive. It truly makes me admire you. I'm thrilled and excited. If you walk the righteous path, you will surely achieve great things in the future." Tianjin Fan frowned. "You keep rambling on." Master Roshi turned away, walking towards the edge of the arena. "I have always looked forward to the emergence of a junior like you. This way, I can enjoy a leisurely life again." After saying that, Master Roshi jumped down from the arena. Not only was Tianjin Fan taken aback, but the referee and spectators were also stunned. "What's happening?" The referee immediately announced. Long jumped out of the ring. Tianjin Fan wins. Tianjin Fan yelled, "Hey, why did you deliberately throw the match?" Master Roshi ignored him and left humming a tune. Master Crane smirked. He wouldn't dare continue the match. I recognized his identity. He was just afraid of losing face. However, Tianjin Fan understood in his heart that if Long could withstand such a heavy attack from him without a problem, he had yet to reveal his full strength. If both sides went all out, the outcome was uncertain. Master Rosi's deliberate concession planted a seed of doubt in Tianjin Fan's heart. Krillin, who was beside them, regained his sight and rubbed his eyes thoughtfully. He didn't curse the blinding light from earlier, but pondered over something. Suddenly, a look of realization appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "So that's it. That move seems to concentrate chi and release it instantaneously to create a blinding light." Wukong looked at Krillin, noticing that he seemed to be mumbling something which made him feel confused. "Krillin, what are you doing?" Krillin seemed to have just grasped the trick. Without answering Wukong, he placed his hands on his temples and shouted, "Solar Fist." In an instant, a dazzling white light burst forth from Krillin's head. At such a close distance, no matter how fast Sun Wukong reacted, he couldn't match the speed of light and was blinded by the Solar Fist, losing his vision for a moment. "Krillin, what the heck are you doing?" Sun Wukong cursed while rubbing his eyes. It wasn't just Wukong who was unlucky. Several rows of spectators nearby were also dazzled, unable to help but cover their eyes and scream. "My titanium alloy dog eyes. Who is throwing flashbangs around? Do you have any sense of public virtue?" The Crane Hermit, watching from the arena, had all three of his whiskers standing up. Was that just the Solar Fist? How could that bald brat use our Crane School's secret technique? A nearby dumpling nodded and said, "It seems so. That bald guy used it." On the arena, the still-standing Tien was also rubbing his swollen eyes. He noticed that Krillin had used the Solar Fist after just seeing it once, and his previous sense of superiority from using the Kamehameha vanished. After all, the complexity of the Solar Fist was not any simpler than the Kamehameha. He couldn't help but glance at Krillin again, thinking, that kid, he actually learned it after just one look. But any peculiar skill is built upon strength. The winner will definitely be me. Falling off the arena, Jackie Chan also looked at Krillin with interest, thinking, it seems Krillin is not any worse than Tien. The referee, wearing sunglasses, naturally was not blinded by the bright light and immediately announced, next up is the sixth match. The two contestants turned out to be the top students of Master Roshi's son, Wukong and Krillin. Krillin looked at Wukong and said, Wukong, it seems this is our first serious match. Although I know you have gotten much stronger, I have also improved greatly. We both need to perform well. If I find out you went easy on me, I will hate you for life. Son Wukong nodded, all right. Soon the two walked onto the arena side by side and stood at opposite ends. The audience cheered loudly upon seeing the two confront each other. It's actually a battle between Master Roshi's two disciples. It must be thrilling. While I was looking forward to them fighting from the start, I didn't expect it would really come to this. The competition is getting more interesting. Let's keep our eyes peeled and enjoy their performance. At that moment, Jackie Chan emerged from the restroom, dressed in Master Roshi's outfit. Tien walked over to him in confusion. Why would the great Master Roshi disguise himself to participate in such a competition? Master Roshi looked at Tien and said, "It's simple, I'm here for my disciples. They are growing too fast. I'm worried that if they win the championship, they might become complacent and lose their drive. This is a common mistake young people make." "I see," Tien said with a hint of pride. "I understand now." Master Roshi was taken aback and asked, "That expression seems off. Tell me what you understood." "You know my strength is formidable, and your disciples could never defeat me, so you are assuredly willing to lose to me." Master Roshi laughed. "You've got it a bit wrong. I know my disciples aren't the type to become complacent just because they achieved results in a competition. They are not the short-sighted fools you think they are, which is why I felt there was no need for me to compete." As he spoke, Master Roshi turned to walk toward the audience. Tien watched his back, lost in thought. Master Roshi paused his steps again. He did not turn around, but said to Tien, "Of course you are not a fool either, and it seems you cannot completely become a bad person." Tien was taken aback. "What makes you say that? Otherwise you wouldn't have come all the way to the restroom door to ask me such a question." Tien seemed to have been hit by something, immediately becoming angry and saying, "Don't talk nonsense. Why can't I become a bad person? I'm telling you my goal is to become the world's #1 assassin like Tao Bai. "All right." Master Roshi turned his head back and said, "There is one thing you are right about. If I keep fighting you, I would indeed lose. All right, I'm going to the audience to watch the match. My disciples are about to go up." Seeing Master Roshi leave in such a carefree manner, Tien clenched his fists, questioning, "That old man, does he have no self-respect? How can he admit defeat without a fight? Huh? Watch out." The battle between Krillin and Wukong quickly commenced. Though both practiced the martial arts of the Turtle School, Krillin's moves were exceptionally exquisite, attacking like a tidal wave, each move linking to the next, pressing closer and closer. In contrast, Wukong's fighting was less about techniques and more focused on adaptability, each punch and kick flowing naturally. Both displayed the intricacies of the Turtle School to the fullest. Facing a master like Krillin's son, Wukong also felt the thrill of battle. Since his debut, Krillin was the only one who could exchange blows with him. At this moment, his strength surpassed that of Tao Bai, allowing Wukong to gradually loosen up in their duel. The spectators below, witnessing the stunning exchange of moves, held their breath in astonishment. As their tentative exchanges deepened, both displayed even more of their strength, their figures intertwining at increasingly rapid speeds and their clashes becoming more intense. Their figures gradually faded away. Strictly speaking, they were moving so fast that it became hard to see. Yet the air was filled with the sound of fists and feet colliding along with their explosive shouts, proving that they were engaged in a fierce battle. Watching the match, the spectators' amazement surged wave after wave. So powerful. Is this the speed of humans? Their speed is so fast it seems like they've vanished. If it weren't for hearing the sounds, I doubt there was anyone on the arena. It's so outrageous. Is this really a martial arts competition? A little girl watching the figures of the two on the arena disappear and reappear couldn't help but be astonished. "Mom, look, that bald little brother is amazing. His head is shining." Bulma, observing the fight, especially Krillin's performance, was also slightly shocked. "It's been 3 years, and that guy Krillin has gotten much stronger." Launch nodded. "Yeah, I can tell Krillin must have worked hard in these 3 years." When Krillin and Wukong practiced under Master Roshi, they always competed against each other. He was always unwilling to accept that Wukong outperformed him, so during breaks, he often worked hard to try to surpass him. Violet watched the match, suddenly chuckling, and whispered, "Krillin's strength has already surpassed many. If he grows a bit taller, it would be perfect. Many little girls would be infatuated with him." Now I seem to understand why the Red Commander wanted to grow taller back then. Bulma glanced at the arena again, and then covered her mouth, laughing. Don't let Krillin hear, otherwise he will be sad." As the battle continued, the clash between Krillin and Wukong grew even more intense and thrilling than before. The audience in the stands could not help but express their reluctance. They moved too quickly. If one was not attentive, they would lose track of the rhythm set by the two, missing the match entirely. Moreover, their fight was so spectacular that it was impossible to look away. Yamcha watched their battle with a serious expression, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I never expected them to become this strong. It's truly outrageous. It seems that my defeat is due to my own insufficient training." Pure comforted, "Young master, don't worry. You have also grown stronger. With a little more effort, you will surely surpass them." He realized that their rapid growth made it difficult for him to catch up. Master Roshi, wearing his sunglasses, appeared calm, yet his eyes beneath the shades were filled with shock. These two kids have already surpassed me, even the peak version of myself. Moreover, that Wukong could have ended the fight much quicker, yet he deliberately gave Krillin a chance to unleash his full power. Truly, he is deeply loyal. These brothers will surely not tread the path of betrayal like I and Master Crane did. Tien, with his 3 eyes, stared intently at the arena, his expression extremely serious as he assessed their strength. These two guys are clearly on a different level than that Yamcha. No, it seems they are beyond just one level. That bald-headed one not only has flashy moves, but also attacks with such precision that he leaves no openings. Yet Wukong managed to handle it all. Oh, I can vaguely sense that his battle instincts are terrifying. Just some petty tricks. The two little brats from your turtle school are just this good. No matter who wins, Tien will take care of them severely. As the battle grew fiercer, the host finally couldn't help but start explaining. Ladies and gentlemen, this battle is simply exhilarating. The strength of contestant Wukong and contestant Krillin has surpassed human limits, making it difficult even for the cameras to capture. Wukong and Krillin had lost track of how many rounds they had fought. The two distanced themselves for a moment of respite. Krillin struck a starting pose and said, as expected of you, Wukong, all my attacks were effortlessly blocked by you. It seems you have grown significantly stronger. Krillin, you've also grown rapidly. You managed to evade all my techniques, haven't you? Your strength now exceeds my expectations by far. Krillin smirked slightly. Of course, after witnessing your strength 3 years ago, I have been striving to acquire the ultra holy water atop Karen's tower, trying to surpass you. Even after obtaining the ultra holy water, I did not stop, even donning a turtle shell to grasp it. For 3 years, regardless of wind or rain, I have not slackened for a single day. 3 years of relentless training. You are quite the dedicated one, Wukong said with some admiration. To be honest, I could not endure 3 years of monotonous training like you did on that tower. My time on the tower was not monotonous at all. Yet you seem to have had a good time. What? Krillin chuckled. During my training, I saw you in the water tank. I even saw you in a fire mountain and met your fiancée Shishi. She's quite beautiful. Upon hearing that Krillin had seen him visiting Chi-Chi, Wukong was taken aback. He couldn't help but question you. You peeped at me through the water tank. You didn't spy on my privacy, did you? Krillin quickly waved his hands. No way. How could that happen? Even if you don't trust my character, you should at least trust Master Karen's treasures. That water tank is quite miraculous. When I miss you, it can show your image. However, the moment I harbor any ill thoughts about peeking, it cannot see anything. So once you harbor ill thoughts, it cannot see anything. Wukong asked. Krillin nodded. Correct. Only when the heart is pure and natural can one see some fleeting images. I can only see you when I think of you. It's not like I can see you at any time. However, knowing that you continue to train day after day motivates me to press on without slackening. Over the past 3 years, others have also made significant progress. Upon hearing Krillin say this, Wukong finally relaxed. I see, I understand now. Thinking about it, if the water tank could see everything, Master Roshi would have definitely been peeking at young girls bathing by the tank 300 years ago and would never want to come down. Even Master Karen cannot see whatever he wants to see. At that moment, Krillin called out, I must get serious now, Wukong. Let's go. Wukong readied his battle stance as Krillin launched into a new round of fierce attacks, and Wukong met him heat. The two almost simultaneously vanished, leaving only slight cracks in the ground. The air was once again filled with the sounds of their fists and feet colliding with the audience, only able to catch glimpses of their fleeting shadows during breaks in their attacks. Krillin suddenly changed his move, sweeping his leg toward Wukong's lower body. However, Wukong, with his keen perception, lightly leaped while retracting his move, flipping behind Krillin and delivering a powerful punch to his back. To his surprise, Krillin's figure suddenly blurred and he appeared elsewhere. My phantom fist technique is pretty impressive, isn't it? Wukong nodded. Indeed, it's impressive. It seems that as long as you don't run into Piccolo Daimao, there isn't anyone on Earth capable of defeating you. I'm quite happy. Upon hearing Wukong mention Piccolo Daimao, Krillin's expression turned puzzled. Wukong, Piccolo Daimao is a legend from several hundred years ago. Why bring up that tale now? Krillin clearly knew about Piccolo Daimao. Wukong immediately said, it's not just a legend, it seems that fellow has been released recently. You should be careful and pray that you don't encounter him. Is that true? Krillin's face was filled with doubt. It should be true. Krillin clearly didn't believe it, retorting, how is that possible? A being from such legends has disappeared for hundreds of years. If he were to appear, it would have already been the end of the world. Wukong prepared his starting stance again, saying, let's not dwell on other matters, let's continue our match. Time is pressing, I must get serious. Krillin was startled. What? You're going to get serious? Wukong nodded with a smile. Krillin, are you afraid? The earlier exercise was just a warm-up for me. Upon hearing this, a drop of sweat appeared on Krillin's forehead. To be honest, I've nearly used all my strength, yet you still seem so relaxed. To defeat you, I can only unleash my ultimate move. Wukong asked curiously. Ultimate move. That's right. Don't get killed by me. Krillin replied. Wukong smiled slightly and increased his energy, then beckoned Krillin with his hand, saying, Krillin, unleash your full power. Bring it on. Feeling Wukong's stronger aura, Master Roshi couldn't help but exclaim, such a powerful aura. Wukong is finally going to use his true strength. His skill level was something even I look forward to. Just as the two were about to clash again, dark clouds rolled in and the sky dimmed in an instant. The sky underwent a bizarre transformation. Not only did the scenery darken, but an unsettling commotion arose from the audience. Everyone turned their gazes upward, wondering what is happening. Is it going to rain? Bulma glanced at the dark clouds in astonishment. A few minutes ago, Pilaf and his gang, with the help of King Piccolo, finally gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. The Divine Dragon was summoned. Pilaf gazed at the Divine Dragon in the sky, unable to contain his laughter. Incredible, after 3 years of effort, the Divine Dragon has finally appeared. It seems that he has been steadfastly presiding over the martial arts tournament since the era of Majin Buu. After pondering for a moment, Sun Wukong thought that it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for him to seriously conclude the fight, so he returned to the arena. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan had just witnessed Sun Wukong's prowess and saw him eliminate Dan. A few minutes ago, Pilaf and his gang, with the help of King Piccolo, finally gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. The Divine Dragon was summoned. Pilaf gazed at the Divine Dragon in the sky, unable to contain his laughter. Incredible, after 3 years of effort, the Divine Dragon has finally appeared. On the other side, Bulma mentioned that she could create the radar within half a day, and coincidentally the venue for the martial arts tournament was quite close to Kame House. Therefore, Goku, Krillin, and others including Bulma and Tien Shinhan all arrived at Kame House. Bulma was in a room by herself, focusing intently on creating the Dragon Ball radar. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong glanced at Master Roshi, acknowledging that his status as a renowned teacher is indeed well-deserved. During his time of cultivation under his guidance, he truly grew immensely. Some principles may seem unremarkable, yet they were subtly instilled in him, often going unnoticed. So when would be the appropriate time to show him filial piety? Sun Wukong immediately retorted, but we haven't slept in the same room for the past 2 years. There aren't many rooms at Master Rose's place, which is why we're all squeezed into one room. Bulma placed her hands on her hips and declared, I don't care. I am your legitimate girlfriend, and I will do as I please. The sunglasses of the turtle hermit slid down his nose, and his fingers unconsciously crushed the teacup. The scalding tea overflowed, yet he remained utterly oblivious. I told you the power of the Demon King Piccolo has surpassed that of humanity, far beyond what Wukong can contend with. His voice was hoarse, and the wrinkles on his face were deep. Simbaru was the first to strike, landing a punch on Krillin, followed by a swift kick, sending Krillin crashing to the ground without uttering a word. So weak, even worse than that three-eyed one. So are you already dead? At that moment, Krillin suddenly stood up again. Once again, Master Roshi witnessed Goku's prowess in battle as he effortlessly defeated an enemy with a single strike, causing a profound shock within him. Krillin, who had exerted all his strength, was unable to overcome this formidable opponent, yet Goku dispatched him in an instant. This time he finally began to doubt his own judgment. No wonder he had asked Bulma to create a radar. He intended to take on Piccolo all by himself. The Birdman's subordinates were taken aback. What? Simbalu was a warrior born after your rejuvenation, yet he was killed by someone despite his immense strength. Could it be that he fell victim to some martial artist conspiracy and was murdered? King Piccolo clenched his fists. At the moment when the entire world fell into a state of panic, a figure appeared before the lens. It was none other than the swiftly flying Wukong. Those watching on television were astonished at the sight of him. Is that person flying? The referee of the martial arts competition gazed at him. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. My name is Sun Wukong, remember it? Yes. The Demon King Piccolo furrowed his brow and said, Sun Wukong. Hearing Wukong's words, Krillin couldn't help but be taken aback. What? Wukong, what are you talking about? We're here to help you. Tianjin Fan's pupils constricted as he said, I understand now. He wants to face Piccolo Daimao in a fair unknown battle, so he wants us to stay back. Wukong and the Demon King Piccolo engaged in a fierce exchange of blows for a moment. With a powerful kick, Sun Wukong sent him flying, bringing this round of battle to a reluctant close. The Demon King Piccolo sat on the ground panting as he wiped away some saliva. Though Sun Wukong remained standing, he too was breathing heavily. Tianjin Fan. Seeing Piccolo retreat, Sun Wukong smiled mischievously and said, What's wrong? Have you broken your defense? Why are you retreating? With that, Sun Wukong stepped closer to the Demon King Piccolo. Upon seeing Sun Wukong approach, the Demon King Piccolo felt as if a demon had descended, and the pressure surged, causing him to involuntarily retreat once more. Wukong couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter upon hearing his words. He stood up patting Krillin on the shoulder and said, "Krillin, you rascal, I took 2 laser blasts for you, and it hurt quite a bit. Now it's so difficult for you to treat me to a meal, you're truly stingy." Krillin immediately patted his pocket. Violet and Lan Shi thanked simultaneously, "Thank you, Grandpa." Sun Wukong looked at Gohan and the 2 girls speaking with satisfaction. "Wukong, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to find a wife. But now I realize you have grown so much more sensible than when you were a child." Grandpa is very happy. Sun Wukong felt awkward. In the blink of an eye, it has been a month since the defeat of the great demon King Bick. On the morning of Baozi Mountain, the thick fog gradually dispersed, and the sunlight once again bathed the land. Beneath the mottled shadows of the trees, Wukong sat cross-legged, practicing his skills. He closed his eyes in concentration, appearing remarkably tranquil, yet within his body. Violet and Lan Shi thanked simultaneously, "Thank you, Grandpa." Sun Wukong looked at Gohan and the 2 girls speaking with satisfaction. "Wukong, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to find a wife. But now I realize you have grown so much more sensible than when you were a child." Grandpa is very happy. Sun Wukong felt awkward. Lan Shi noticed the resentment in Bulma's expression and immediately said to her, "Bulma, you haven't had breakfast, have you? I made steamed buns, come in and join me." Bulma nodded. "All right, I believe it's bad to be in a bad mood on an empty stomach, but to maintain my figure, I will only have one." Just then, thus Sun Wukong shouted towards the sky, "Cloud of transformation." In an instant, a rainbow-colored auspicious cloud flew towards Wukong. Chi-Chi was taken aback. "Wukong, what is this?" Wukong teased, "I originally intended to gift this cloud to Bulma, but now." Master Karen and Chi-Chi exchanged a few pleasantries before turning their gaze back to Wukong. "Wukong, what brings you here?" Chi-Chi immediately replied respectfully, "Master Karen, may I have a nimbus cloud?" Master Karen examined Chi-Chi from head to toe and nodded. Sun Wukong covered his slightly reddened cheek, looking at Bobo in disbelief. He thought it shouldn't be like this. I didn't even see him throw a punch. Sun Wukong adjusted his breath once more and charged at Bobo again. To his surprise, just like last time, before he could reach Bobo, Bobo countered with a. As he spoke, Wukong charged towards the puppet once more. Unsurprisingly, he was once again sent flying by the elbow of his own puppet. In the midst of his extreme anger, nothing happened. Instead, he was elbowed back by his own puppet. Wukong rose again, seeing a puppet that looked exactly like himself. The divine dragon has been resurrected, and those who were killed by the evil King Piccolo have all come back to life. Krillin and the others know that Goku is currently training with the heavenly gods and feel a deep sense of envy. Seeing Goku's incredible strength, they realize he continues to strive for even greater power, and they too begin to work hard for the next World Martial Arts Tournament.